America decides. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, control of the White House and Congress at stake. Our coverage of election 2024 starts right now.
Are we ready to do this?
We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is 7 p.m. in the East, 4 p.m. in the West. And let's take a look at democracy in action. Voting is still underway in much of the country. And while today is Election Day, people have been voting in record numbers for weeks. In fact, more than 85 million people voted early. And all reports today are that turnout is strong. And we could see a record surpassing the more than 160 million who voted in the last presidential election. We are going to share results with you as soon as we get them. And now the polls have closed in 6 states, so let's take a look. In Kentucky, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins the bluegrass state, where voters have picked a Republican for the last 6 elections. In Vermont, CBS News projects Vice President Harris wins the solidly blue state. Polls have closed in Indiana, one of the reddest states in the Midwest, and CBS News characterizes this race as likely Donald Trump. And let's take a look at Virginia. It's still early, but CBS News characterized this as lean Democrat. It has been 2 decades since a Republican clinched the Commonwealth. Let's take a look now at South Carolina. Polls also closed there. CBS News rates this race as lean Republican. But Palmetto State, a reliably Republican state for candidates there, and it goes to Donald Trump. The big number tonight, 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. And with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. A big part of our focus tonight is these 7 battleground states. Here you can see all 7 of them in purple. That's where this election will likely be won or lost tonight, or, well, it could be in the days ahead. The polls just closed in one of them in Georgia. And CBS News characterizes this as a toss-up. Georgia may be the quickest to count of the 7 battleground states. We're going to dig in as those numbers just come in, but turnout there, and still a toss-up at this hour. You can see our CBS News team is here to cover the whole story of America Decides, who Americans voted for and why. Is there a historic gender gap tonight? Did young voters turn out? The political team here in New York will bring us the analysis all night long. Our Democracy Watch team is here in New York and in our nation's capital, covering every angle on how America votes and how those votes are counted. We've got it covered. CBS News has correspondents spread across the country at campaign headquarters and battleground states, plus our data desk, where our team is analyzing potentially the largest election data gathering ever in U.S. history. Wait till you see it. I know, it's exciting. I've had a peek. And that's, of course, where we'll find CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett and CBS News' Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. What are you guys seeing in Georgia?
Good evening, Nora. It's fantastic to be with you. Anthony is already showing me up, shedding his sport coat. I'll catch up with him in a couple of hours, I promise you. But what we're going to do here at the data desk is tell you how the numbers come in, what trend lines we see, and how they inform our judgments about projections or leans one way or the other. Let's start with Georgia. Anthony, explain, because we always want to show our work, how we get there.
All through the night, we're going to show you in real time what we see here at the data desk. One of the things we do is compare how this election looks compared to 2020. So, for example, if I light up the board here with what it looked like in the 2020 presidential race, you're going to see red counties, Republican voting, blue counties, Democratic voting. We'll see how those margins shift or change. The other thing I'm going to watch all night, Nora, is turnout, because this area around here, for example, in Georgia, Metro Atlanta, I'm going to show it to you this way. I'm going to turn the state on its side, and what you're going to see is these higher bars mean more people as we go through the night. Remember, Democrats often have to run up their margins in big cities like that, and that's how you're going to get a deeper dive into what's going on in the state.
And it's also interesting to point out, in those metro Atlanta counties and Fulton County itself, which is Atlanta, 33% of the 2020 vote came from that part of Georgia, an enormously important part of the story. We'll tell you that and much more as the evening progresses. Nora?
We will dig into those numbers. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And the road to tonight has been unpredictable and unprecedented. There were 2 assassination attempts against former President Trump. The incumbent President Joe Biden dropping out of the race. Kamala Harris's campaign, remember, it's just over 100 days old. She would become the first female president if elected. Trump would be the oldest person ever elected at age 78. And the race for president has been incredibly close for weeks. And we may not know the winner tonight. And so we will say this a lot. Slow results do not mean that anything is wrong. Election officials want to get it right. So pack your patience. The night is young, but what a privilege it is to witness democracy in action, where your vote is your voice. We do have a lot of questions tonight that we're all going to be discussing. One, how did the late deciders break? Will the fight for abortion rights power Harris to a historic victory thanks to women? Or can Trump offset her gains by running up the score with men? Will those young voters, Gen Z, actually show up? And what about seniors or Arab Muslim voters, Black and Latino men? Did the Democratic Party make its case to working-class white voters? That's what we will be discussing tonight, and we have lots of data to share with you. But first, let's start with CBS News Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson. And, John, what are you looking for tonight?
Well, the voters finally get to say something. You know, they've been pelted with ads and, punditry. Now it's their voice, and so we're going to be checking in on the exit polls, which will be an evolving picture. I want to grab some of what you were talking about, that patience. We need patience to answer all those questions you want to know, that we all want to know.
Did I ask too many questions?
No, never, never, Nora. No, I just want to have all the answers and the right answers, and that will take some work. One of the things we're seeing is familiar things, like Harris voters care about the state of democracy. Trump voters care about the state of the economy. That's expected. But there will be plenty of surprises. How could there not be in this race full of surprises where you have 2 candidates who should not be here? Kamala Harris, the understudy, who's now at center stage. Donald Trump was agreed by the leaders of both parties, including his own party, to have done something historically disqualifying, which is to try to overthrow the vote of the winner of the presidential election, yet they're both here.
January 6th.
January 6th. So one finding that struck me in this early batch that is evolving, as I say, is how the voters feel about the election and what would happen. So we asked Harris voters, if the election is won by Donald Trump, how would you feel? And the Harris voters said by 70% that they would be scared if Donald Trump won. And the Trump voters, by the high 50s, said they would be scared if Kamala Harris won. There we see the Trump number. 70% Harris voters, if Trump wins, feel they would be scared if Donald Trump won. Now we're looking at the Trump voters. What would they feel if Kamala Harris won? 58%. Thank you. My eyes have grown weary. 58% would be scared if Kamala Harris is elected. So that gives you a sense of the mood of the electorate. Now, I know you want to know about Georgia, and again, we have to be provisional here, but let's look at the race makeup of Georgia. One of the things we'll be looking at all night is, has the Democratic coalition stayed together? Has the Trump coalition stayed together? Black voters are a key part of the Democratic coalition. Here we have Kamala Harris's performance among black voters who are voting Democratic. You see she has 86%. Biden got 88%. The share of the vote is 30%. Black voters make up 30% of the vote in Georgia. That is the same share as in 2020. Donald Trump, which we don't see on the screen here, but Donald Trump is getting, at the moment, with these evolving exit polls, he is getting 12% in 2024 of the black vote. He got 11 in 2020. So right now, the picture in Georgia, Kamala Harris doing a little worse than her predecessor, Donald Trump doing a little bit better, but hardly by enough in either case to give us the final picture of what's happening in Georgia.
Do we know about the gender makeup yet in Georgia?
We don't. Unless they've got it back there, I don't think we
know yet. But that's going to be an important element, is the composite of the electorate tonight, right?
Next time we talk, we'll have gender composite of the nation, and also then in North Carolina, another key state. The reason it's important, of course, is because women tend to vote for the Democrat, Republicans tend to vote for the Republican. men tend to vote for the Republicans. So if more women are participating in the election, that is sometimes better for the Democratic candidate.
No doubt. This is really interesting. I also think, having looked at so much, is that the data may only take us so far tonight, because it's who turns out at the polls. Robert Costa, I know you have been speaking with your sources. We did see Donald Trump with his wife, Melania, today voting, and he did take a number of questions. What are you hearing about how he's feeling?
Good to be with you, Nora. I've been speaking to my sources inside the Biden White House at the top ranks of the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. Within the past hour, it's evident that former President Trump is feeling pretty good so far about the turnout. I spoke with former President Trump just before we came on air, and I asked him, how do you see this? I reminded him it's been 11 years since we first had a conversation in 2013 about him thinking about a White House run in 2016. And he said tonight he's looking at the turnout, and he believes his base from 2016 and 2020 is showing up. He knows that many Democrats believe some traditional Republicans are coming across to vote for Vice President Harris. But he told me tonight he believes on immigration and the economy, he's putting himself in a position. He said, I've never seen anything like it. We're going to wait for the final result. He has been on social media, been raising questions about the integrity of the vote, including in Philadelphia, which is a crucial area for Democrats. The Philadelphia District Attorney has countered former President Trump's claim. Larry Krasner said there is no factual basis for what Trump is saying. I asked Trump, are you going to come out tonight and declare victory? He did not say he was going to do that. He said, we're going to watch the results at Mar-a-Lago. We'll see. He says it looks like we're winning everything so far. Republican turnout is amazing, but he's going to digest the results, he says, tonight. He raised questions about how the vote's coming in, and he said he has a legal team ready to contest if he moves in that direction. I said to him, are you looking ahead to the presidency? And he said he is. And I know Cecilia and 60 Minutes have covered the possible mass deportations on the horizon. He said he's ready to implement that should he win power tonight, move forward with extending the tax cuts, has an aggressive agenda should he win power again. And he said at this point, his team is telling him the data looks good for Republicans, but he's hesitant to make any sort of conclusion. We'll be checking in with him and his team throughout the night, along with Vice President Harris and her team. Excellent reporting, Robert Costa. Thank you for that. I want to bring in our Face the Nation moderator, Margaret Brennan. And Margaret, as I was saying, the data only takes us so far. But I do think there has something to look at this early vote. I mean, those 85+ million people who turned out early. What can we glean from that, if anything?
Well, Nora, it's more than half of the electorate that we expect to be showing up and participating. And as you pointed out, gender, it's women who showed up in higher numbers to vote early. Women like to get things done, and we are seeing that play out in this election tonight. They showed up at higher rates than men in states like Georgia, North Carolina, and that very key battleground of Pennsylvania, just like they did back in 2020. So we're going to have to see what those indications mean, given some of the themes or historic trends that John referenced earlier. But when we try to look at the party breakdown in this early vote, it's not entirely clear yet. The ballots cast before Election Day, when you look at a state like Pennsylvania, we did see more Democrats voting there than Republicans. But then you go to the battleground in Arizona, it's the inverse. So it's too early to say that even the gender trend means much. We do, to what Costa was just laying out there in that excellent reporting, there's so much that we're tracking tonight, even apart from the presidency. It's going to be the control of Congress, whether they green light or put the brakes on all those things these candidates have been promising.
But as we're looking for all these little nuggets of information, some trying to read the tea leaves about what may happen tonight. Pennsylvania, you were talking about the early vote there. We did see the Democrats voted in large numbers in the early vote that may have banked hundreds of thousands of early votes, which would be a good sign for Kamala Harris. However, Republicans then show up on Election Day, and they could take back that vote, right?
That is the historic trend, make up that deficit. And as we know with Pennsylvania, it's a little different than other states. They can't really start counting until day of Election Day. So there are a lot of factors that you have to take into account when it comes to that state. And it's 19 electoral votes, the most of any battleground. It's such a huge prize to win. And for Vice President Harris to win, she's got to turn out those low propensity voters, the college kids, Nora, those that are hard to count, and the young voters.
And some new information on that. We are hearing that there has been a 7-hour wait at a polling place near Lehigh University. So there's a request to extend the voting there. That means young people, apparently long lines. waiting to vote, that certainly the Democratic Party was trying to turn out that Gen Z, that younger vote. So we're going to find out more about that and bring that to everybody.
And also, young men, and so key in this as well for the Trump campaign, those under 30.
Excellent point. We want to check in now with our teams at the two campaign headquarters. Let's start with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with the Vice President at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, what are you hearing?
Nora, I've been talking to top campaign officials, and they all continue to say that they're feeling good right now. They keep pointing to early results from Indiana, because that's one of the first states to report, where they say in suburban areas, former President Trump is doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago. And they are pointing to that as a sign of strength for the vice president in the suburbs, everywhere. On college campuses, they say they're very pleased with the Puerto Rican turnout in Pennsylvania. They're not here at Howard University right now. They are set up in boiler rooms here in D.C. watching the results come in. Campaign headquarters, of course, normally in Wilmington, Delaware, but they're all down in D.C. now, while the vice president has dinner with extended family at her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory, about 2.5 miles from here. When will she speak to the crowd that is starting to gather here? Nobody knows. It all depends on how the night unfolds and how quickly the results come in, and, of course, what Donald Trump does, which is always a wild card.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And with President Trump at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida is CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. Good evening, everyone. Donald Trump is just a few miles away from here at Mar-a-Lago, taking in the early returns with some friends and allies, including the sometime world's richest man, Elon Musk. As for this room, there's an invite-only crowd of Trump faithful. They've been gathering for hours. They're already at the foot of the stage. And I went down there a few moments ago. I can say they're on a knife's edge emotionally. As one man put it to me, the only certainty at the end of tonight is tears. They're hoping it'll be tears of joy if Donald Trump can pull off what they see as the greatest political comeback in history. And Donald Trump, for his part, he appeared earlier today, cast a vote. Day 721 of his campaign, said he's feeling very confident, has a big lead. One of the worries, some reporting from our CBS colleagues, is that he may come out early, declare victory, do so before millions of votes are cast. And if that's the case, Nora, well, we're in a world reminiscent of 2020, and it'll be a long and chaotic night. 7 p.m. significant because polls closed in some places. Also significant in this room because the bar just opened. Beer and wine only. Cash, please.
There you go. That may change things. All right, Tony DeCopel there in West Palm Beach. Thank you. Also with us here is 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. And Cecilia, I know you've been out on the campaign and doing a lot of incredible reporting on Sunday nights. And, you know, it's interesting as we go into this evening, the tone and tenor of the campaign, and especially how Donald Trump ended his campaign last night.
We've all covered a lot of campaigns in this room, and I was just, as Bob was talking, doing the math, I think I've been covering Trump now for going on a decade, dare I say. I have never heard his messaging as dark as it has been in recent weeks. You mentioned last night. We also, Tony just mentioned today, we saw the former president cast his ballot there in Florida, where he falsely claimed yet again fraud in 2020. And he talked again with lies about criminal migrants, he said, pouring through our border. That is just factually untrue. But it's important that we talk about what he has done with race in this campaign since the very beginning, because it's really been like unlike anything we have seen in modern political history. He has suggested that migrants have bad genes, that they are poisoning the blood of our country. What this is, though, Nora, and we've been talking about this and we'll continue to talk about this tonight, there's a very clear strategy with Donald Trump, having covered him for so long. He is targeting and really trying to speak to young men who feel aggrieved in this country, who feel like they have not been getting their fair share, tapping into a frustration that they see with immigration, those numbers that we saw in December of people pouring across the border, telling them that those are the people that are making your neighborhoods unsafe and they are taking your jobs, and really tapping into this us versus them and expanding who the us is in this country. Is it Latinos? Is it also African Americans? What I'll be watching for tonight, though, is whether that actually works, because traditionally a closing argument in a campaign for a president has been hope and optimism, and that is what is thought to drive voters to the poll. And today from Donald Trump, what we heard there in Florida was that immigrants are, again, taking your jobs and ruining this country.
Well, but this goes back to sort of my original set of many questions that I posed at the top of the hour, which is these late-breaking voters, right? These late deciders, as we call them. And the Harris campaign has said on the record that they believe those late deciders were breaking by double digits for them. We don't have the full exit polls yet from the whole country, so we don't know yet exactly if that's true. But then last night, the message in particular, I was struck by even all the things that Donald Trump said, by having a crowd in Michigan shouting the B word to describe the highest-ranking woman in American politics, Nancy Pelosi, when at the same time his own campaign acknowledges he needs women voters.
We are going to see, it looks at the moment like from the preliminary exit polls that there is a little bit more voters who made up their mind in the last week, but not a great deal. And of course, they have to participate in the 7 important battleground states. And it might get hard, Nora. I know this is going to be disappointing, but it might be hard to slice the bologna thin enough to know what kinds of voters are voting late in those individual states, though we might have a national picture that might give us some indication if there's late breaking.
The bologna is the exit poll data?
The bologna is the exit poll data. Thank you for helping me. Can I sneak in with that women and men question you were asking? Let's go to the national share of the vote by gender. This was the question you were asking earlier, for which I did not have an answer, but I do now. In 2024, 47% of the electorate is men. 53% of the electorate is women. Now, that is 1 point more in terms of women as the share of the vote. You see that there in the lower left-hand corner pocket is 52% of the vote in 2020. So there is 1 percentage point more. Again, I'm being specific here. These numbers may change during the night. So it looks, though, like a little bit fewer men, a little bit more women. Let's now go to North Carolina, where we don't have numbers yet.
So because those polls close in 10 minutes, so stand by. So we are going to have some interesting data on that.
Inside the states, we will be able to say how the men and women are breaking down by candidate, which we can't do yet nationally.
Really interesting. John Dickerson, thank you for squeezing that in. CBS Morning's co-host, Gail King, is here as well. We've covered a lot of these elections.
Yes, we have.
And I know you were just in Pennsylvania. It was a great piece this morning where you talked to a lot of voters. What was the sense you got?
I was just in Pennsylvania, you're right. And listen, they know how crucial their vote is. They know they're a battleground state. They know that they're key to both campaigns. They're taking it very, very seriously. I want to follow up on what Cecilia said about Donald Trump sowing the seeds of, if he doesn't win, that it's rigged. We met very loud and proud Trump supporters who said unequivocally, if he doesn't win, we know this is rigged and that we will be out in the streets. That was number one. Number two, I was struck by undecided, because I said, when I met them, are you really undecided or are you just not declared? No, we're really undecided. And I met some people that said, I'm not going to make up my mind until I get into the booth today. Pennsylvania had early voting of 25%. So 75% of Pennsylvania voters were planning to vote today. But I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies. I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such a difference there. And then the woman that really got to me was Peaches, who was a bartender, mid-40s, black woman, who said, I'm not voting for either one of them. They haven't deserved my vote. And I said, how can you feel this way, mid-40s, in this country? But she said, I want her to win. How can she win if you're not going to go and vote?
Yeah.
That kind of thing always throws me, Nora.
And that certainly exists, although the numbers suggest today we may have a record night for all in terms of polling. And I know we're going to be speaking with David Becker about that shortly, because it looks like huge numbers turning out, not only in that early vote that Margaret talked about, but today as well. And David, why don't I throw that to you? What are you hearing about in terms of the numbers today? I know you heard a lot about Georgia, too.
Right. I've been talking to election officials all over the country, and particularly in the states of Georgia and Michigan. I think it's very clear they're going to hit a record turnout. Georgia had just a shade over 5 million votes in 2020. It's going to be probably 5.1, maybe even getting close to 5.2 million in 2024. And remember, about 80% of that vote is already in there through early votes. Nationwide, about 85 million early votes. So we could be approaching that nearly 160 million turnout number that we had in 2020 this year in 2024.
Thank you, David. And when we come back, the polls close in 3 more states, including the key battleground state of North Carolina, then Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. You're watching CBS News Election 2024. America decides.
We're ready.
Good evening to you. I'm Rick Van Hoos.
I'm Vicki Dorch. Thank you for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. Kentucky and Indiana have been decided in the race for the White House.
The Associated Press and CBS News both project Donald Trump has won Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes. 8% of the precincts are in. The former president has a 43-point lead on Vice President Kamala Harris.
The AP and CBS News have also called Indiana for Donald Trump. That gives him 11 more electoral votes. With about 14% of the votes counted, he leads Harris by 24 points. The Associated Press has also projected Mike Braun as the next governor of Indiana. He has a 20-point lead with 14% of the vote reported. The Republican gave up his seat in the U.S. Senate to run for the office.
WLKY's Norman Seawright is following this race for us. He is live at the Clark County Republican Party headquarters. Norman.
Hello, Rick. They are feeling rather confident here at the Republican Party headquarters. And you did mention this race, and it's been an interesting one for them. Former U.S. Senator leveraging his experience. He's appealing to state voters in trying to win this seat. He's emphasizing a lot of his conservative values with an emphasis on economic growth and public safety, trying to continue strong leadership in the state, as they put that. He has a lot of business experience. He's been working on some health care reform, the Right to Try Act, which gives terminally ill patients access to some treatments that are not yet approved by the FDA, things of that nature. A lot of environmental policies, trying to have independence as far as energy is concerned. He is facing Jennifer McCormick. She has a rather unique profile. She was a Republican. She is now running as a Democrat. She served as Indiana's Superintendent of Public Instruction, the last person elected to that position before it was replaced by the Secretary of Education. So she's focusing on educational reform, health care improvements, reproductive rights, and presenting what she calls a more progressive alternative in a historically conservative state. So again, we've spoken to the party chair here. They are very optimistic about this race, basically all up and down the ticket, just given the type of voter turnout that we've seen here in Indiana. We'll continue to follow this race for you, and we'll be back with you later on with more updates. But reporting live in Jeffersonville, Norman Seawright, WLKY News.
Okay, Norman, now while the polls are closed in Kentucky and Indiana, there was a time this afternoon when it appeared they might stay open later here in Louisville.
But a judge ruled against the last-minute motion. Mark Vanderhoff joins us now with the unusual 11th-hour request. Mark?
This all began this morning when poll workers had problems updating the e-polling books. Those are basically iPads. These delays caused long lines to start building up. Some frustrated voters say they had to leave without voting. A Jefferson County judge held a Zoom hearing to listen to arguments. The Kentucky Democratic Party argued voters' rights had been violated and keeping the polls open was the only remedy. But the Republican Party of Kentucky argued state law explicitly says the polls are only open from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. and can only stay open longer in order to accommodate anyone who is in line by 6 p.m. A big part of the judge's ruling was a Court of Appeals decision after another recent election. In that case, a gas leak closed a polling location, and it was kept open past 6 once the gas leak was fixed. But later, the Court of Appeals ruled that was the wrong decision.
All right, thank you, Mark. And remember, you can find election results anytime on WLKY.com and on our free mobile app.
We'll be back in 30 minutes with more local election results. For now, we're rejoining CBS News for America Decides election night coverage.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. It is 7:30 p.m. in the East, and polls have just closed in 3 more states, including one of the 7 key battleground states we are laser focused on. You can see them all right here in purple. In North Carolina, just closed. CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. In Georgia, which closed half an hour ago, CBS also characterizes this race as a toss-up. There's just too many votes still not in yet. Let's take a look at some of the other polls that just closed. We have new results to share as well. In West Virginia, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins. The former president won the state in 2020 easily, winning every county in the states, and he has won again this year. In Ohio, CBS News characterizes Ohio as lean Republican. Remember, Ohio was once a battleground, but it has shifted right over the last few election cycles. Now let's take a look at Indiana. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the Hoosier state. Remember, that was home to his Vice President Mike Pence. And in the all-important race to 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump currently has 23 and Kamala Harris has 3. As you can see, the night is young. I want to check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the CBS News data desk, because as those votes come in, I want to know what you're seeing in Georgia.
Hey there, Nora. So just a handful of votes. 8% in. We expect, obviously, over 5 million here. And you can see on the map, the counties in red are starting to report, but a lot of gray. That means we haven't gotten reports yet. I want to tell everybody why it's going to need some patience tonight. And I'm going to rewind the clock a little bit. I'm going to show you the 2020 presidential race in Georgia, but then I'm going to take you back to 8 p.m. on election night in 2020, and you see a similar pattern, right? A handful of red Republican counties had reported at that point, and still a lot of gray. So it's kind of deja vu all over again. But what happens was, when we get to the end, then we fill in the whole map and we find out who won. So we're going to need some patience there in Georgia. Now, I'm going to take you to North Carolina, where we're going to start getting results in soon. But again, and Major's going to show you here why we're also going to compare this to 2020. Major?
That's right. So in North Carolina, there's some very vital areas for President Trump. All of these suburbs around Charlotte and southern Raleigh, all very important. High concentrations of exurban and suburban voters, where he did very well in 2020. To contrast that, I want to show you what's very important to Vice President Harris's campaign. Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Charlotte. High concentrations of urban and suburban voters. All 4 of those areas have seen a population gain since 2020. Much of North Carolina's outcome will be determined right around those 4 cities and the surrounding suburbs.
In fact, I'm going to tilt this on its axis, too, and you're going to see those higher bars where that population growth has happened and where Democrats need to run up big margins.
Really interesting to see those early numbers. We'll be watching very, very closely. Anthony and Major, thank you. I want to turn now to John Dickerson, because I understand you're getting some new exit poll data from North Carolina since the polls just closed there.
I am. First, your question of late deciding voters. You were saying the Harris campaign was saying they're seeing some late deciding voters participating. Well, that is happening in North Carolina. If we look at the exit polls from North Carolina and ask, when did you decide in the last week? Kamala Harris is leading over Donald Trump 58 to 37. So there's late-breaking voters. It is happening in North Carolina, but caveat, only at 5% of the vote based on the exit polls. So it may not be a gargantuan group, but tight margins, that might be enough. I also just want to show you very quickly the gender distribution in North Carolina. We talked about the national split, 53% women, 48% men. Well, in North Carolina, we can actually go inside those numbers and see how men and women are voting. So in North Carolina, the women represent 52% of the electorate, men 48% of the electorate. Kamala Harris is winning with women 55% to 43%. Donald Trump 57 to 42. So that's the emerging gender picture inside North Carolina at the moment.
And that is a 27-point gender gap there in North Carolina with these early numbers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And just for national reminder, the largest gender gap nationally was in the Clinton race against Donald Trump. That was 24 points. So a gender gap of 27 in North Carolina is larger than the national gender gap in 2016.
It could be one of the big storylines we are covering tonight. And Celia, I understand you're hearing some other information about North Carolina.
Well, we're just following some polling before this. We expect to get a more detailed breakthrough on North Carolina soon on Latinos, but this is a voting bloc. The Latino voting bloc is one that we are particularly interested tonight because of their significance in this election and how tight the races are in these battleground states. In North Carolina, 24% of Latinos are voting for the first time there. Wow. Democrats say that that is the bloc that they care the most about. They call them the ghost electorate because nobody knows how they're going to go. We are talking about voters particularly who were born in this country for the most part, that perhaps their allegiances to democratic politics are not what their parents were. And so you may start to see Donald Trump chip into some of that block that traditionally has been for Democrats leaning towards him. We are seeing that in the national numbers. We will certainly be following it in North Carolina. But again, 24% in North Carolina, 38% of Latino voters since 2016 have never voted before. So we know nothing about them and how they will vote today.
It's so interesting. Thank you, Cecilia. I want to turn to Robert Costa because we are getting word that Donald Trump is not done campaigning. In fact, he is calling into radio stations, trying to get people to stay in line. He called into WHT in Philadelphia, where he said, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. Everyone has to stay in line. Who are they reaching out to at this late hour?
Nora, the campaigns are digesting this data just like us. And inside the Trump campaign tonight in Florida, they're trying to run up the score among men at this late hour. You have Stephen Miller, one of Trump's confidants, longtime policy advisors, tweeting in recent minutes, going on X, the social media platform, all the men of America need to fulfill their duty, get to the voting booth, and end what he calls the invasion of undocumented migrants at the border. You have it from Charlie Kirk, the high-profile conservative activist. Get in line now. He's very popular among young men nationwide who are conservative. He says, stay in line. And so you have Trump imploring his base, especially men, get out and vote, because they want to make sure that if female voters nationwide, especially in the suburbs of Philadelphia, are turning up, maybe even surging towards the Democrats, they need Republican men to show up. And they're saying, show up after work.
But do you think they would be doing that if they weren't worried? Does that show that they're worried?
Both campaigns are on edge. I wouldn't say anybody's feeling confident now because everyone's seeing the high turnout, but no one's quite sure inside the Harris campaign or inside the Trump campaign what exactly it means.
Wow, really interesting. You know, the other big story that we are following tonight is control of Congress. Both chambers could easily flip. Want to bring in congressional correspondent Scott McFarland is covering that part of the story. And Scott, I know that both parties face an uphill challenge defending Congress, and there's also some news from the Senate.
Yeah, we're in this now, high stakes and the potential for high drama for control of Congress. Whoever controls the U.S. Senate could handcuff or help the next president with cabinet appointments, Supreme Court nominations, and, oh, by the way, policy. And Democrats are already in a corner. They had limited margin of error, and they just lost it. First of all, take a look at the numbers. You can see Democrats are defending far more seats than Republicans tonight, including in 3 states that were Trump states in 2020, West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. CBS News projects the West Virginia Republican Jim Justice is the winner in West Virginia, flipping a state from blue to red. The margin for error is gone for Democrats the rest of the night in the U.S. Senate. A mirror image in the U.S. House, where Republicans are defending so many seats in seats that Joe Biden won in 2020. Nearly a dozen of the seats won that are being defended by Republicans tonight were won by Joe Biden. That includes roughly a half-dozen competitive seats in New York and a half-dozen competitive seats in California. It's possible one party waves through or washes through those states. If we come back in after we see the numbers, overall seats in Biden districts, overall seats in California and New York that we see as battlegrounds, we can bring in our virtual U.S. Capitol. And I'll try to stand on the center aisle of the virtual Capitol as we equip ourselves for the long night ahead. It's worth noting the entire U.S. House, all 435 seats are up tonight. I'm standing near the battleground seats. These white chairs behind me are the ones we'll watch closely all night. And a reminder, Nora, if Democrats can net a gain of 4 seats in the U.S. House, they have the majority. It'd be a Democratic Speaker of the House on January 6, 2025, in the first half of the next president's first term.
You explained that so well, and it will be a long night in terms of control of Congress. Scott McFarland, thank you. And, you know, one of the big storylines of the night is that this is the first presidential election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, abortion on the ballot in some 10 states to try and restore reproductive rights in those states. The Democratic Party hoping that will drive women to the polls. How do you measure what's happening tonight, Margaret?
Well, we'll be able to measure it in 10 states where it's literally on the ballot, but it is going to be a little challenging to slice the bologna, to continue John's analogy there, because sometimes people cross over party lines. What we have seen, though, in the early exit polls that CBS has conducted is that when they do talk, those are the 10 states you see right there. And by the way, Arizona, battleground. This could be a game changer possibly when it comes to driving up turnout. However, that is a state where abortion rights are already protected. It's about putting it in the Constitution. Similar story in some of the other states. Florida is going to be a really fascinating one. We'll tell you about in the 8 o'clock hour when we get those results. But broadly speaking, in the exit polls that we see, when Harris voters are asked what motivated them, #1 issue, state of democracy. #2 is abortion. Economy ranks 3. For Trump voters, it's economy and it's immigration. So it's a motivating issue for Democrats. One we saw was perhaps decisive in those midterm 2022 races. In this presidential election, will it be? It's unique. The man on the ballot is the president who appointed the justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. And the woman on the ballot for the Democrats has put reproductive health care, women's reproductive health care, at the center of her campaign in a really unique way, Nora. I don't think we have ever had such a national conversation about health care in the way we have. And it's an emotional one. It's a galvanizing issue. It's an uncomfortable one. And we're going to be able to perhaps measure that in some of these key states. And we'll bring you those referendum tonight. I want to bring in Robert Costu. I know has some new reporting.
Just to build off Margaret's reporting, there's another intriguing storyline on abortion rights inside the Trump campaign tonight and among top Republicans. There's concern that Trump's unwillingness at times to embrace the overturn of Roe v. Wade and claim responsibility for the nominations of the Supreme Court justices who overturned it in recent years, that is softening potentially the support of evangelicals in places like North Carolina, conservative Catholics, conservative evangelicals. If Trump does not win tonight, there's a fear that it's because those who support overturning abortion rights don't show up for Trump at the numbers they need to for Trump to win.
It's fascinating because his former vice president, Mike Pence, cited the abortion stance Donald Trump has taken as the reason not to vote for him. Not January 6th, but the fact that he has left the pro-life movement.
We will continue this conversation when we come back, and we'll also talk with key members of the Trump and Harris teams. How are they feeling? CBS News coverage of America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. Take a look at this live look at crowds gathering at what is Harris headquarters tonight, otherwise known as Howard University. The vice president, the first vice president to graduate from a historically black college, and she has said publicly she hopes to be the first president to do that as well. So you can see the crowds there gathered tonight hoping for a victory. Joining us now is Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. And Cedric, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. What's the inside scoop? What are you hearing inside the campaign?
Look, we have great enthusiasm. We're seeing it all over the country. If you look at young people on college campuses in North Carolina and Nevada and Georgia and Pennsylvania, you see very long lines, and they're staying in line to vote, but that enthusiasm is real, and so we're excited about it.
What can you tell us about black voter turnout, specifically in North Carolina, Georgia, those two early battlegrounds that have already closed?
African Americans came out. Black people came out to vote, and I think that what we saw is that they recognize that their future is on the ballot and that they can take charge of their own future and be co-architects of their own destiny. I think that people came out to voice their support for the vice president, but more importantly, for her agenda and how it affects them.
And let me ask you, I am just hearing that in the Philly City Commissioner's office is saying they have turnout there that's the highest in decades, above even Obama in 08. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I'll tell you, we have the better candidate. We have the better person. Vice President Harris has gone everywhere. We were in Pennsylvania all day yesterday. We ended in Philadelphia, where she talked to the crowd about an opportunity economy, bringing down cost of health care, child care, and the things that are affecting people. And that on day one, she's going to have a to-do list on how to make the American people's lives better. And I think that that resonated as opposed to the contrast with her opponent and the things that he's been saying in the closing days. I think people want to be optimistic. People want to be hopeful. People want to imagine that tomorrow is going to be better than yesterday. And that's what she talked to them about, and that she's going to ensure that tomorrow is better than yesterday.
And Cedric Gayle King is with me as well. Gayle?
Cedric, it's really good to see you. There was a perception, either rightly or wrongly, that Kamala Harris had a problem with black male voters. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I don't think it was true, but I will say this. Black male voters deserve to be talked to and persuaded like every other constituency. So just like we talk to seniors, just like we talk to veterans, we should talk to black male voters and tell them that they have an opportunity in this election to be game changers. They have an opportunity in this election to make sure that the person on the other side who's talking about stop and frisk and bringing back unlimited police immunity and that police should rough up people, that we don't go back to that history. And so we expect that African-American male turnout, black male turnout, is going to be good, it's going to be on par. But the other thing the Vice President said, Gayle, that I think is very important is we don't automatically get black male vote. We have to go earn it just like we earn every other vote. And so I think that her putting out an agenda for black males and how she would focus on entrepreneurship and all of those things that would allow them to be the successful entrepreneurs and community leaders that they want to be was very impactful and very successful.
Yeah, I like the point you're making there. Black voters are not monolithic. You know, there's a wide variety to the black voter. That said, do you think she should have put out that opportunity agenda a little earlier? Would that have made a difference in the conversation?
No, actually, I think she put it out at the right time. And black men were clamoring for it. They wanted to know what she would do. In fact, they wanted to know what both candidates would do. And if you go back, Donald Trump said, oh, I'm a convicted felon, so black men will vote for me. Oh, I'm putting out gold tennis shoes, so black men will vote for me. And what she answered with is, let me talk about education, entrepreneurship. Let me talk about home ownership. Let me talk about wealth creation. Let me talk about those things. And I think that it was the right time, the right agenda. And I think African-American men were paying close attention to what both candidates were offering. And so I think that she met that moment.
Mm-hmm. Right. Cedric Richmond, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me again.
And want to give equal time now to Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley. He is with us from Trump headquarters in Florida. And Michael, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. What are your internal numbers showing?
We really like what we're seeing right now in places all across the South, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, feeling very comfortable about what we're seeing there on the ground. We also are very excited about what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. The president is in a very good place based on what we saw with early voting, with absentee voting, for us to have a great day today. Right now, we are continuing to work very aggressively to get every last vote out. We are also working very hard to make sure that we are in place with our observers, our election integrity program. Every time a vote is cast or counted, we're ensuring that we're in the room.
And Michael, let me ask you about turnout. I know that those within the campaign are sending out messages to get men to go to the polls after work. Are you concerned about male turnout?
No, I think what we're doing is just making sure that we're doing everything we can to get every last voter out. We know that this is going to be a tight election. Every election is a tight election. These are battleground states. We call them battlegrounds for a reason, and we want to do everything we can all the way through the tape to get everybody out.
And Michael, finally, those late deciders, John Dickerson was looking inside the exit poll data, which suggests in North Carolina they are breaking toward the vice president. Is that worrying to you?
What we're seeing right now is that North Carolina, we had the first time ever that the Republicans won the early vote, absentee vote. We have a lead going into Election Day. There is very few undecided voters at this point in time. The turnout has been great all across the state, and we feel cautiously optimistic we're going to have a great result in North Carolina.
Well, Michael Whatley, keep us posted. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And when we come back, the biggest poll closing time of the entire night, 16 states plus the District of Columbia. We're talking about 171 electoral votes up for grabs. Among the states, the pivotal battleground, Pennsylvania. We'll dive into the numbers. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024.
Good evening, I'm Vicki Dorn.
And I'm Rick Van Hoos. Thank you for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. We start with the race for the White House.
Donald Trump is projected off to a very early lead. The Associated Press and CBS News have both projected him as the winner in Kentucky and Indiana.
That gives him a combined 19 electoral votes with those two states. It takes 270 to win the presidency. WLKY's Madison Elliott is live at the Henry Clay downtown, where local Republicans are monitoring the election results. Madison?
Good evening. A lot of chairs like this right now are filled with people here to support former President Donald Trump, as well as support many of the local races going on, from Metro Council to House to the State House to a lot more. You can see over here there are a lot of people who have gathered here. Guys, we even spoke to a group of people from England who have come here to show their support tonight. So there are a lot of people here. And when former President Donald Trump was called the winner here in Kentucky, people started clapping, they started cheering. There was a lot of excitement in the room, and we caught up with some voters right after that announcement who say they're excited for the results tonight.
Well, I'm a lifelong Republican, and I really like his values in what he has done in the past for our country, and I'm looking forward to us going back to what was successful when he was president before, and I think that we will all be winners if Donald Trump takes the country tonight.
We'll continue to bring you more with people and candidates throughout the night. Reporting live, I'm Madison Elliott, WLKY News.
Thank you, Madison. Now, here's a closer look at where things stand. Donald Trump currently has 23 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3. Again, it takes 270 to win the White House.
Another huge issue in this election here in Kentucky is Amendment 2, which would change the state's constitution to allow public tax dollars to be spent on private schools.
Right now, the amendment is failing, with the no vote getting 64%. Mark Vanderhoff is here now with a deeper look at this ballot question. Mark?
You know, Rick, Vicki, I expected these results in rural counties because public schools are often the largest employers in those rural counties, and so they're very protective of their local public schools. But I didn't expect these results to this degree in some of the more urban counties. Like, I'm surprised the vote was so lopsided against Amendment 2 in Kenton County, for example. Northern Kentucky has plenty of private schools, and there are a lot of conservative voters there. So I would have expected Amendment 2 to do much better than it did there. The same with Oldham County, voting 3-2 against. I mean, here's a county that theoretically has enough population to attract private and charter schools, but voters there seemingly saying no thanks. And they have plenty of conservative voters. Still not a lot going for it, though. Just goes to show how hard these things are to predict. Back to you, Rick and Vicki.
Yeah.
They certainly are. Thank you, Mark. Now, remember, you can find election results anytime on WLKY.com and on our free mobile app. You'll also find them scrolling across the bottom of your screen.
We will be back in 30 minutes with more local election results. For now, we rejoin CBS News for America Decides election night coverage.
Welcome back to election night in America. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump. Will there be a winner this evening, or will the race continue into the days ahead? America decides right now.
We will vote, 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 and we will win, win, win.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
We're going to take back what is rightfully ours.
We are going to fight for the country we love.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
And welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. Control of the White House, Senate, and House up for grabs in this historic election. It is now 8 p.m. in the East, 5 p.m. in the West, and it is the biggest poll closing time of the entire night. Polls just closed in 16 states and the District of Columbia. We're talking about 171 electoral votes are at stake this hour. Half of the states now in America closed. And so we're going to check in, too, on those all-important battleground states. Here you can see all 7 of them in purple. The polls just closed in perhaps the most important battleground, Pennsylvania. We say that because it's the big prize with 19 electoral votes. And in Pennsylvania, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. Checking back in on Georgia, which closed an hour ago, CBS News characterizes Georgia also as a toss-up. And in North Carolina, which closed half an hour ago, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. That vote still just coming in, as you can see. And we have some breaking results to share with you from the states that just closed. In Florida, once an electoral battleground that has moved right in recent circles, CBS News projects Trump will win the Sunshine State. In Alabama, CBS News projects Trump will win this race. Trump carried Alabama by large margins in the past 2 elections. And in reliably blue Massachusetts, CBS News projects the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will win. Let's take a look now at Maryland. CBS News projects Harris will win there. There's a key Senate race. We'll check in there as well. And Oklahoma, CBS News projects Trump will win. Let's take a look now at Tennessee. CBS News projects Trump will win in the state of Tennessee. The big number we've been talking about, 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win. And so far, with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 90 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 27. Want to check in with our data desk team to see what they're seeing in these battleground states. And Major, what's happening in Georgia?
So you just mentioned, Norah, that Georgia we rate as a toss-up. We have about 33% of the vote in. You can see the distribution so far. So why do we do that? First thing I want to show you, what is our estimate? Our estimate is about 50-50 when all the vote comes in. Let's talk about where the vote is yet to come in. Of the 67% that we still need to wait for, you see most of it in generally blue, metro Atlanta, and some other bluish parts of the state. What's interesting about what the trend lines are currently, Norah, and I want to emphasize this because RNC Chairman Michael Whatley was just talking about this. When you see southeast Georgia, you see a lot of red. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the historic comparison back to 2020. And I'm just going to run through, I'm not going to name the counties, but just watch the counties as I go through them and compare where Trump is now compared to where he was in 2020. You'll just see as I move through them, again, I'm not going to name them, the names aren't important, but you just see he's running slightly ahead of what he did in 2020. That was exactly the strategy the Trump campaign wanted to have. More turnout and higher vote totals all throughout rural parts of every battleground state. At least in Georgia, and I could go all over the map, the trend line is pretty consistent, Norah. He is doing that. Even though the smaller counties have smaller numbers of votes, running up the margins there does help offset, or possibly could offset, what are expected to be very strong vote outcomes for the vice president in metro Atlanta and some other parts of the state.
So break that down. What do you think that means?
Well, what it means is, for now, going back to our estimate, 50-50, that's by county, statewide. We'll go back to that overall estimate of Georgia at 50-50. That means as we get closer, as more of Metro Atlanta comes in, there is at least more of a buffer for former President Trump. It is not decisive. It is not determinative because we don't have a call here yet. But in general, and Michael Watley was talking about, what are these early indicators? They're just seeing higher turnout, higher vote totals at the margins in some of the redder counties of southeast Georgia and other parts of northern Georgia as well.
Major Garrett, thank you. I want to turn to Ed O'Keefe, our senior White House correspondent. I understand you have some new reporting.
Well, part of why things remain so tight there in Georgia is if you look at those counties around Atlanta, and maybe Major can zoom in on some of them, what the Harris campaign is seeing is real encouragement there. That in fact, she's running ahead of President Biden in some of those ex-urban counties around Atlanta, higher totals than what the president got 4 years ago. That is how she wins a state like Georgia tonight. Can you run up the numbers in the suburbs? Can you get young college voters across the country to turn out? Can you lean on the black and Latino voters you need? In Georgia already, we're seeing good indications that the reason she's keeping it even is because Democratic advantages there around Atlanta, the biggest city in the South, may be improving.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. I want to bring in 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker, part of our Democracy Watch tonight. And we did see some foreign sources try and interfere with the democratic process today.
Yes, we did. We've been talking to election officials in key battleground states all across the country. The headlines: federal officials are investigating dozens of fake bomb threats at election-related sites all across the country, about 40 in Georgia alone. And federal officials tell us that these threats are picking up as this evening goes on. The federal officials have traced the threats back to an email or back to email accounts in Russia, though they're not yet sure that Russia is the actual source of these threats. But again, these threats have been deemed not to be credible. There's also what CISA, the country's top cybersecurity agency, calls a fire hose of disinformation coming from our foreign adversaries designed to sow doubt in our election system. Election officials across the country are taking an aggressive approach to these claims this year. They're finding the disinformation, they're exposing it, and they're debunking it as quickly as possible. All in all, they tell us they are tracking no national-level incidents that would have an impact on the security of our election infrastructure. And it's an infrastructure they repeatedly assure us has never been more secure.
Well, that is some good news tonight, right, Bill? Yeah, very good news.
Good news indeed.
Yeah, very good news. David, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard all throughout the country, despite this flood of disinformation, despite these bomb threats and others, voting's gone relatively smoothly. There are some places, 5 polling places in Fulton County, 5 polling places in DeKalb County, Georgia, that were ordered to stay open a little bit later because of these bomb threats, but election officials are handling it, and it might lead to some delays in getting those reports out, but Georgia counts very fast, so I'd expect that's going to be resolved pretty quickly.
We are watching it closely. Thank you very much, Bill and David. I want to check in with our correspondents that are in the battleground states with new reporting. Let's start it with the biggest battleground prize, Pennsylvania. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in Philadelphia. And Weijia, we just keep hearing about big turnout today.
And Nora, both campaigns say they are really excited about what they are seeing because they are seeing high turnout in the places that matter most to them. For the Harris campaign, it is right here in Philadelphia and the city of Pittsburgh that typically votes overwhelmingly blue. I just heard from a campaign source that says that they are overperforming the internal turnout expectations here in Philly, and it continues to look very strong, which was a real concern for them because there was a softening of Democratic turnout over the past several years. 55,000 fewer registered Democrats in this city compared to 2020, and so they are optimistic. As for the Trump campaign, they are seeing, they say, a robust turnout in those rural areas where they have been targeting, especially men, low propensity voters who may not have ever voted at all. And so they say where it matters in the deep red parts, they're getting new voters out. But what is really different, Nora, is the way that they've gotten people to the polls. The Harris campaign ground game has been like a well-oiled machine with 50 field offices spread across the state, with 110,000 volunteers since her launch, knocking on over 5 million doors. And this is something that they love talking about because they say they have a ground game that the Trump campaign doesn't even touch. But for the Trump team, they own that, and they say, yeah, we have about 24 field offices, and we are reaching people, but they've really outsourced the door knocking and the traditional ground game to super PACs, including Elon Musk's. And the Harris campaign says that's a real risk because they don't have the same kind of data points that they are getting, so they can target people that they need to get out and vote. So, Nora, tonight the headline is that the turnout is high. We don't know if it's a record, but every official that we've talked to here in Philadelphia, across the state, and certainly in those collar counties in the Philly suburbs are saying they are seeing remarkable numbers.
Yeah, we've heard those stories in Lehigh, that at the university there, that long lines with students still waiting to vote. Weijia Jiang, thank you for that reporting. Let's turn now to Georgia, and congressional correspondent Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. And Nicole, what are you hearing about turnout?
In this room tonight. Well, in terms of turnout, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says that more than 800,000 votes have been cast today, and he expects that number to surpass the million mark before the end of the day. That is on top of an additional 4 million ballots that were cast in early voting, which was a record. So that being said, there is some concern, as you all were talking about, that some of those polling locations had to extend their hours due to a number of bomb threats, particularly here in a number of the counties in the metro Atlanta area. For instance, Fulton County had at least 30 bomb threats alone that were either called in or sent via email. That is of particular concern to some Democratic operatives that I talked to who wanted to make sure that those locations that were impacted, the people stayed in line to cast their ballots, particularly because these are not only Democratic strongholds, but in some cases more predominantly black precincts. And in terms of the black turnout, I do want to point to some exit polling data that we have that shows, at least for Vice President Kamala Harris right now, it appears that turnout is hovering somewhere around 86%, which is slightly lower than President Biden back in 2020. But that being said, I've talked to a number of organizers here in the state who emphasize that they are not particularly concerned about the numbers right now, and that in these final days leading up to the election, they really doubled down on places here around Atlanta, DeKalb, Clayton counties, also further south in the state, places like Albany, Georgia. So they are confident that turnout will be there.
Nicole Killian, thank you for that reporting. Want to check in now with Skylar Henry. He's in the battleground state of North Carolina at a Democratic watch party there in Raleigh. And Skylar, what are you hearing about turnout?
Hey, Nora, good evening to you. Board of Elections officials have indicated that they anticipate that the results here tonight could very well surpass what we saw in 2020 in terms of voter turnout. 75% of registered voters back then came out to vote. They anticipate that number either meeting or passing that. Both the Harris and Trump campaigns say that they are confident about what's happening here in the Tar Heels state. The Trump campaign enthused about those early voting totals in that Republicans outpaced Democrats. Meanwhile, for the Harris campaign, their team says that they are confident as well, given the fact that they invested the resources that they did here in North Carolina so early on in the cycle. They had more than 29 field offices around the state, more than 350 election workers here as well. And we're talking about something that I just received from a Harris Walz campaign representative that said that they are focused on the ground game. They say close races come down to turnout and ground game. We have the ground game advantage, and so we will see there. But the Harris campaign says that they're also enthused about the inroads that they're making in those urban areas, especially in Charlotte, in Winston-Salem, here in the Research Triangle. That's where Raleigh is, as well as Asheville. Now, speaking of Western North Carolina, obviously Hurricane Helene hit that area incredibly hard. Many people say that they were concerned about what turnout could potentially look like out there. We just got off the phone with the Buncombe County Board of Elections chair, who said that they set an early voting record with more than 116,000 votes cast. So something certainly surreal given the fact of all the devastation that they had to deal with. We should point out very quickly that there are several precincts that have to be temporarily put up in tents, and that could potentially impact when we see those numbers come back to those election offices, because roads are still washed out. There are temporary road structures that had to be put in place. It is still difficult to move around in some parts of Western North Carolina, and so that could take a little bit of time in terms of the results that we see here tonight.
Skylar, you did such excellent reporting following Hurricane Helene, so I know you know that area, the devastation that they faced, and it's good to see that many of them will be able to vote. They surged that area with polling places. Great reporting, Skylar. Thank you so much. Want to turn now to John Dickerson. There is some new exit poll data coming in. We are focused like a laser on Georgia, too, because that was the first, of course, these battlegrounds to close. And one of the key questions is that composite of the electorate.
Yep.
What about independents?
Well, the story about independents coming into this race was that Joe Biden won them in Georgia. The Democrats are not winning them. So Kamala Harris.
He won them 4 years ago.
4 years ago, in 2020. I'll give you the picture. In 2020, independents represented 28% of the electorate. Joe Biden got 53% of that vote. Donald Trump got 44% of the vote. That was in 2020. So Biden won them by 9 points. If we look now at what's on your screen, you see that Donald Trump has 54 and Harris has 43. So Donald Trump, according to the emerging picture from the exit polls, is up by 11 points in Georgia. And if you don't mind, I'll spin you through the independents in North Carolina and Pennsylvania as well. So in North Carolina in 2020, Biden beat Trump by just 4 points. They were 30% of the electorate. In North Carolina now, thank you for keeping me on track, Nora. Right now, independents in North Carolina, they're even. 49-49 among independents in North Carolina. So Trump is winning them by the exit polls in Georgia by 11 points, but they're even in North Carolina. Finally, let's go to Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, the independents represent 24% of the electorate so far. Trump is up 50-44. So that also is divergent from the picture that we saw in 2020 when Joe Biden won independents 52-44. So the overall net of all of this is that in Pennsylvania and Georgia, Trump is doing well with independents, whereas those voted for the Democrat the last time around. And in North Carolina, it's right down the middle, 49-49 with independents.
Could that be decisive?
It could be decisive in a teeny tiny tight race. You want all the groups going for you that are up for grabs. And in this case, in
and if she's underperforming in independents, that's a big story. Exactly. All right. We've got so much more coming in. We've got to take a quick break. We'll dig into the latest results. Also, the path to victory. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 coverage returns in just a moment. Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. We're going to talk about paths to victory with Maurice Dubois in a minute. But first, look at this projection. CBS News projects that Josh Stein has won the governor's race in North Carolina. You may remember this story because Mark Robinson had been backed by Donald Trump. He had been called MLK on steroids. And then it was alleged by and uncovered by some CNN reporting that Mark Robinson had posted some racist and misogynist stuff on a porn site. And so they cut off the funds in that state for that Republican candidate, and Josh Stein has emerged victorious, according to our CBS News projection. Now to Maurice Dubois with our path to victory. Good to see you, Maurice. And this is, I think, it's early in the night, and we haven't projected any of the battleground states yet, but we can show people. But I know you're going to tell us how each of these candidates can get to 270.
The road to 270, right? A lot of us got into journalism, by the way, because there'd be no math. But here we are. This is all about the numbers, and the numbers do tell the story. So this starting map, Nora, is where we are at the moment. Very, very early. That's the headline. The night is young. 99-27, Donald Trump is leading. But we can take you to what we consider to be the starting point. This is based on past history, likely patterns expected to play out this year as well. So the red states showing Donald Trump's likely wins, and the blue states showing Kamala Harris's likely wins as a starting point. So she would have 226 to his 219. In the middle are 93 states in white, up for grabs, the battlegrounds, right? So let's take a look at a couple of the paths to victory. For Kamala Harris, the most likely and the one that she's banking on the most is what traditionally Democrats have won. Pennsylvania taking 19 there, Michigan taking 15 there, and Wisconsin taking 10 electoral votes.
The so-called blue wall strategy.
Exactly, the blue wall, all the bricks there in order. Joe Biden won them. Donald Trump, by the way, won them back in 2016. But this is traditional Democratic territory. You see it gives her 270 right there. She becomes the next president of the United States. Easiest path, if easy could be used here.
Exactly. Doesn't look easy tonight, right?
Nothing easy about this. It's very, very much a cliffhanger. But if Donald Trump were to flip Georgia back, right? Remember, he lost by fewer than 12,000 votes, 11,799 votes, to be exact. If he were to flip Georgia back into the red column, and then North Carolina 16 more electoral votes there, and to hold on to that, he won that one by 75,000 back in 2020. Yes, 2020. And then if he were to take Pennsylvania, he would become the next president of the United States. 270 right there. So it shows you how critical each of these states is at this point. Pennsylvania just closed. If that were to go the other way, you know, that takes it right out of his hands, and now he has to go elsewhere to find votes, and that would be, say, Arizona and Nevada. Does that bring him closer?
Closer, but not yet.
251, a long way. He'd have to go into one of the blue walls and take one of those bricks out of that. He'd need at least 15. Whoops, sorry, 15. He'd get it right there. And call that 266. He'd still need one more state. He'd still need to get to Wisconsin to get over the top. So you can see how critical Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, they all are to both candidates.
Maurice Dubois, thank you. Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the Holy Grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Good evening, I'm Rick Van Hoos.
I'm Vicki George. Thanks for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. Here in Kentucky, a big driver for voters to get to the polls, aside from the presidency, was Constitutional Amendment 2.
The ballot question asked voters whether the state's constitution should be changed to allow public tax dollars to be spent on private schools. That ballot question is largely failing, with the no vote getting 65%.
Alexis Matthews is at the local Democrats' watch party tonight. Alexis, Mayor Greenberg spoke about the Amendment 2 and other issues, right?
Yeah, Vicki, Rick, the room continues to get packed here at Mile Wide Beer Company for the local Democratic watch party. And as you mentioned not long ago, the crowd heard from Mayor Craig Greenberg. I'll step out the way to just show you how packed this room is. Now, the mayor spoke to the media talking about his optimism for the future of the city and the country, and maintaining that optimism after polling issues and a judge not extending the voting hours. He also discussed several key races and issues on the ballot, including Amendment 2, which would give public dollars to private schools here in Kentucky.
Well, I supported no on Amendment 2. I am a strong believer in public education and continuing to strongly fund public education to support JCPS and other public school systems across the city. And so I'm pleased with the results that I've seen so far with respect to Amendment 2. I'm excited about continuing to work with Dr. Polio and his team, and then also with the new superintendent, follow Dr. Polio's retirement at the end of this year. Anything we can do to continue funding JCPS is great for our students, that's great for our city, that's great for the future.
And I'm also told we will hear from Congressman Morgan McGarvey, the incumbent for Kentucky's 3rd Congressional District, and I see some of his campaign members here. So that speech will be coming here soon. We'll obviously be watching for that race and many others, including Metro Council and school board races here in Louisville. Live from the Democratic local watch party here at Mile Wide Beer Company, I'm Alexis Matthews, WLKY News.
Thanks, Alexis. The polls in Kentucky and Indiana closed more than 2 hours ago, but there was a time this afternoon where it appeared they might stay open later here in Louisville.
Mark Vanderhoff is here now to explain the unusual 11th hour request. Tell us about it, Mark.
Yeah, hey, Rick, Vicki, this all began this morning when poll workers had problems updating the e-polling books. These are basically just iPads. But those delays with the downloads caused some long lines to build. And some frustrated voters say they had to leave without voting. A Jefferson County judge held a Zoom hearing to listen to arguments. The Kentucky Democratic Party argued voters' rights had been violated, and keeping the polls open was the only remedy. But the Republican Party of Kentucky argued state law explicitly says the polls are only open from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. and can only stay open longer in order to accommodate anyone who is in line by 6 p.m.
We're obviously extremely disappointed in that decision. We've talked to hundreds of voters who have had issues. There was harm done to a massive block of our voting population, and we did not rectify that problem based on that judge's ruling.
And I think it was the right decision. You know, clearly this morning some people were inconvenienced, and we understand that. I was over at the election center myself, and the folks were working it as hard as they could to make sure that the issues that needed to be resolved were in fact resolved. And most folks had plenty of time later in the day to get out there and vote.
Now, a big part of the judge's ruling was a Court of Appeals decision after an issue last year. In that case, a gas leak closed a polling location, and it was kept open past 6 once the gas leak was fixed. But
Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters in New York. You are looking live at people counting votes in Fulton County, Georgia. Lots of transparency in the process. You can also see what's happening right now at the Harris and Trump campaign headquarters. It's 8:30 p.m. in the east, 5:30 p.m. in the west. Let's check in with the 3 battleground states where the polls are closed. In Georgia, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. Look at this. Only 53% of the vote in, even though it's 8:30. You know, the Secretary of State had told us we were going to have more votes in. I'm going to check in with David Becker on that, what's happening. And we'll check in at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at North Carolina, another important battleground state tonight. Again, it is early in the night, but look at this. It is a toss-up. At this hour, new reporting coming in from North Carolina we want to share with you shortly. And then Pennsylvania, the electoral prize of the night. And remember, Pennsylvania takes a little longer to count, but these are the early numbers that are coming in, and CBS News rates this as a toss-up. But we are hearing some interesting things about long lines in Pennsylvania. Some polling places extended, some polling places not extended. We're going to dig into those numbers. Let me also show you these other results just coming in from other states, including one where the polls just closed. In Arkansas, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in that state. Let's take a look at Missouri. CBS News projects Trump will win there as well. And just in from our data desk, in South Carolina, CBS News projects Trump will win also in that reliably red or Republican state. CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia, where her election night headquarters are. No surprise there. And 3 electoral votes there. And then in the race for the all-important number of 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 105. Kamala Harris has 27 at this hour. As I promised, the Magic Wall, more information. Major Garrett, Anthony Salvanto at our CBS News data desk. I'm getting texts from friends who say, dig into the wall. We want more information. So, gentlemen, take it away.
We will oblige. We want to start in Florida because, okay, it wasn't a battleground coming into this, but I'll tell you why we were able to call it, and that is that you see all these red counties here, in one after another, you've seen shifts, even from Donald Trump's previous victory. So that consistency told you that he was going to win. But there's another part of this, maybe the most important part of this. Major, take it away from Miami.
Sometimes, Nora, there's a story in a state that's just a story in that state. And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County. Look at where things currently stand in Miami-Dade County with 80%. Let's compare that to where things finished in 2020. See how much farther ahead former President Trump is of what he was in 2020. Let's go back one more step, ladies and gentlemen, to 2016. Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support. One of the anchors to Democrats in Florida when it was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer flows through Miami-Dade. There's one other thing we want to show you about Florida writ large, and that is the phenomenon of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is a right to abortion referenda. It's at 57% now. It needs a 60% threshold. Anthony, take it from there.
Well, what we're looking at is some in the Harris campaign thought maybe support for this measure might connect to support for Harris and maybe help bring up her vote numbers. It hasn't. Now, this needs 60% to pass. So we don't have a projection on that yet, but we do have it characterized as lean no, because as you can see, it's tracking below that 60%. Even with that majority, it has to get that 60% threshold. But that's your story, that big, big gap between Harris and the abortion referendum. Of course, she made that such a central part of her campaign, but it's not bearing out in the vote, Nora.
Let's go to North Carolina, Nora, because you asked for more data. We want to give you data. Anthony?
Okay, North Carolina, as you see, 14% in, so not a lot yet. But some of the tracking here already out of places like Raleigh-Durham, like around Charlotte, is going to be critical, because what's going to happen is Democrats have to run up large margins in these counties. Major, show the history here.
Sure,
this is what we're going to be. This is what we're going to be looking for. Okay, when you get to these areas, you're going to have to see, and she's getting it now, right? But it's very, very early. You're going to have to see Kamala Harris run up the score, run up the margins, because what's going to happen is that Donald Trump, or at least our exit polls tell us and our projections tell us, is going to do very well in and around these rural areas. So that's how you break down North Carolina, but it still evens out to a toss-up.
Want to show the estimate?
You show the, wow, the estimates to her, that's just Mecklenburg. That's just Mecklenburg. But I do want to show you this, too. Take a look at the ticket splitting in this, because this is important. So go to the ticket splitting, and here again, we have a story in differences, because here's Harris's current number, right? But you also saw Josh Stein win at 58%. And so at that point, he versus the 49% that we're getting for Harris right now, those differences telling you that some Republicans have gone over.
There's a Trump-Stein vote in North Carolina.
There's a bit of a Trump-Stein vote right there, yeah. Of course, that was a controversial race and one everybody was paying attention to.
Gentlemen, this is excellent information. Can we go back to Georgia and just see, I want to see where the outstanding vote is there. Of course, we have heard there's record voting, we knew in the early vote, but also today. So just want to get a sense is where is the outstanding vote right now?
I'm glad you asked, because here on this map, what you see is the circles represent the amount of outstanding vote, and the color represents what's projected or the past from those areas, blue for Democrats or red for Republicans, right? So if I zoom in here on these key counties we talked about all night where Democrats have to do well, Cobb, Fulton, a lot still outstanding from there. That's why one of the reasons you can't project the race, right? Now, there are places, more rural areas, where you see, and also these outer suburbs.
Forsyth and Cherokee are very strong Trump counties.
Yeah, and there's still Republican vote out there, so we'll see exactly how that shapes up. It's still more to come. That's why it's so close, but only half in, Nora.
All right, let's keep looking into those numbers in Georgia and North Carolina. So close at this hour. Thank you very much. I want to turn now to Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Margaret, we started this evening talking about, will there be a historic gender gap? Will there be the first female president of the United States? The first election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade and abortion on the ballot, reproductive rights in 10 states. Where does that stand at this hour?
Well, I want to zero in on Florida, which Anthony just highlighted for you, because that is the first place we are seeing the results of this referendum. 84% of that, 83% of that vote already in. It is lean no. Why? Because they haven't reached that supermajority threshold of 60%. Put that aside, what does that mean for the people of Florida? Well, the current law is that abortion is restricted after 6 weeks of pregnancy when a fetal heartbeat is often detected.
One of the most restrictive in the country.
One of the most restrictive in the country, particularly. You can get an abortion after 15 weeks if you can prove you were a victim of rape, of incest, or human trafficking. You got a hand in a police report, a court order, some proof that you were victimized. That's the only way you could get it after 6 weeks. The referendum asked, do voters want to change that and actually amend the Constitution to include the right to an abortion? And so far, we are at lean no, because they have not reached that supermajority. Now, Nora, this is so interesting, not just on the very practical, real-world implications of this for the women of the state. From the political level, we were talking about ticket splitting there between Major and Anthony. They were pointing that out. Vice President Harris has put at the center of her campaign the issue of women's reproductive health care. It doesn't necessarily, this would suggest, always break in her favor. And also what we saw here is for the very first time in this country, when reproductive health care has been put to the voters in a state, it hasn't expanded access. 7 times so far, we have seen referendums in states on this issue, even in ruby red states where it was a surprise, even in Ohio, even Kansas.
Meaning it's always been a sure win for the Democratic Party.
Or at least to expand access. And so perhaps this suggests that ticket splitting. You do have Republican men and women voting here that aren't necessarily going to just then follow on to...
But forgive me, I don't know this. In those other measures when they were on the ballot in 2022, though, did they require a 60% threshold?
That's a great question. This is different. This is a much higher benchmark to get to that 60% threshold, the supermajority. It's a good point.
I mean, it's really interesting today, and I know you know all the details on this, and of course we're going to be checking in. We just don't have the data yet, too, on Nevada and Arizona, those battleground states where there's also abortion measures, right?
One final point on Florida. This is the state where Donald Trump is a resident. He cast a vote for this today, and he said he was going to vote no. So for the candidate who has, as Robert Costa pointed out, sort of changed publicly his position on what his view is on abortion, he went into the voting booth and he cast a vote. He said no, which would mean he has effectively then endorsed a 6-week restriction on access to abortion.
Interesting. Margaret Brennan, thank you. Exit poll data, I understand we've got some new information in.
We do. On this question of men and women voting, just to remind everyone, women since 1980 have tended to vote for the Democrat. Men have tended to vote for the Republican. Here's what the gender gap looks like in this election. We've got overall, in terms of share of the vote, you got 53% of the electorate is women, according to the emerging exit polls. 47% is men. Okay, how are they breaking up? Well, Kamala Harris has 55% of women to Donald Trump's 43% of women. So she's ahead by 12 points. But just for historical reference, in 2020, when the share was a little bit lower, 52% of the electorate, Joe Biden had a 15-point lead among women. So Joe Biden, according to the exit polls at this moment, as we've been talking about, they're tentative, had a better lead with women than Kamala Harris has at the moment. Let's just talk about men briefly, if we must. Donald Trump is up 53-44. So he's up by 9 points. In 2020, Donald Trump won men with 8 points. So Donald Trump, now 8 and 9 is relatively basically even in terms of the exit polls, so you don't want to go too far on a single point gap. But essentially, Kamala Harris, based on these figures, is not doing as well as she needs to do to turn out the women's vote. If you'll tolerate a little bit more, let's look at the gender gap with men under 30. There was a lot of reporting about whether Donald Trump was going to do better with men under 30. Here, basically, it shows Harris 49, Trump 47. That's essentially even. But if we go back in history to 2020, men under 30 voted for Joe Biden 52% to Donald Trump's 41%. So historically, Biden got young men by 11 points.
So is this the so-called bro vote?
The bro,
the men under 30?
The bro vote is basically even, which is not great for Kamala Harris based on the traditional patterns of voting.
So I wonder, let's just take stock of where we are, because you have said that he's doing better among young men. He's the bro vote. She's underperforming with women, if these exit polls are correct. And in Georgia and North Carolina, she's also underperforming Joe Biden among independents.
That's right. Georgia and Pennsylvania, she's even among independents. In North Carolina. So that's right. And she's and if you want to just look at women under 30, Harris, it's 63-35. So she's doing very well. Of course, Biden was 67-32. So his margin was bigger with women under 30 than hers was as well.
And you know what has been so fascinating to watch in this campaign is how Kamala Harris herself has avoided using gender as something to campaign on. And I can't help but think about the difference between this campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign. You know, I was there on election night in 2016 when she was at the Javits Center here in New York, and it had that symbolic glass ceiling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And here we are with Kamala Harris intentionally almost avoiding questions about and having to answer questions about her gender, that she has not asked voters to see her gender or her race or her ethnicity, for that matter, as a reason that she should get this job. It has been a very clear strategy for her to not campaign on gender.
And Nora,
there were cracks in the glass ceiling, just didn't get shattered.
Some cracks, exactly.
I remember that speech. Yes. You were there, yes.
It came late, exactly.
If you dive deeper into these gender numbers, there's some real concern for Democrats. Let's start with Latino men, for example. Trump is winning them 54-45 right now. And she's only winning 61% of Latinas. Those are low numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris team.
There was a belief that women, Republican women in particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody, it's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national, so we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different, but nationally at least, it doesn't look like there's been much movement and losses with Latinos.
Robert Costa, I understand you have some new reporting.
Yes, some new reporting. Former President Donald Trump, of course, has not addressed the country yet as he watches these results, but he has spoken in recent minutes, according to my sources inside the room at Mar-a-Lago, to members of his private club, and he has expressed confidence, especially as he looks at states like Georgia and the exit poll data. Though I've been talking to my sources in Georgia via text message in recent minutes, and they say they feel really good about turnout because the Republican Party this time around is unified, unlike it was in early 2021 when the Democrats were able to pick up 2 Senate seats. I just got a text message from Governor Brian Kemp. He said still too early to say where Georgia is going, but they are feeling good. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Representative Brendan Boyle, a key Democrat in Philadelphia, says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout among Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. Historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is very early.
It is very early. We're also just hearing that in Lehigh County, where we had talked about those long lines of young people at the university wanting to vote, they are going to extend there so that all the people in line can vote. We'll continue to follow what's happening on the ground in these key battleground states. And when we come back, we're going to check in on the battle for the Senate. CBS News, America Decides Election 2024 returns in a moment. The night is young. The vote is just coming in. A number of battleground states have closed, and we have new information for you. Also, remember, control of Congress hangs in the balance, I should say, and Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. So, Scott, let's talk about the Senate.
Yeah, at this hour, Democrats are clinging to the narrowest of majorities. They can afford to lose a net of just 1 seat, and they are on a political plane that is running out of runway. Let me show you why. In the state of West Virginia, it was a Democratic seat for years held by the retiring Senator Joe Manchin. West Virginia's governor projected as the winner of that seat, so Democrats are now out of their margin for error. They're hoping to make some inroads maybe in one of the Republican-held U.S. Senate seats. But take a look at one of the ones they aspired to, Florida. CBS News projects Rick Scott, the one-time governor, is winning another term as a U.S. Senator from Florida. So where else do Democrats go? They'll look to Texas as a possibility. That would be another aspiration of theirs, far from a sure thing. And they have this murderer's row of seats to protect in the coming hours. Sherrod Brown, the 3-term Democrat trying to win a 4th term. In Pennsylvania, it's 3-term Democrat Bob Casey, son of the former governor, trying to win a 4th term. And in Montana, another one of those 3-term Democratic incumbents, John Tester, against the political newcomer, the military veteran Tim Sheehy. There is some connective tissue here, Nora. All of those 3-term Democratic incumbents have never been on the ballot, with Donald Trump on the ballot, too.
Really interesting. Scott McFarland, thank you. Want to touch base with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington. Nancy, I know you've been talking to your sources inside the campaign. First, are they nervous?
Nora, the campaign officials I've been speaking to sound fine. They don't
sound incredibly ecstatic. They don't sound full of despair. And I think that that's a result of a couple of things. First of all, it's still early in the night. Lots of results still to come in. Second of all, this is, as expected, a very tight race. The Harris campaign itself was insisting for weeks that this was a margin of error race in all the battleground states, and it turns out they may be right. So it is a nail-biter. As one White House official put it to me a short time ago, nauseously optimistic is the phrase of the day. Speaking of the White House, President Biden, remember him? He is there taking in the results with family, with top aides. No word on whether he might join the vice president here at Howard University if she does, in fact, speak later tonight. And just to give you a little flavor, Nora, how important young voters in particular are to this campaign, you've talked a lot about those long lines on college campuses. Well, the campaign was prepared for that. And so today they dispatched Paul Rudd and other top entertainers to entertain those students in line, make sure they stayed in line.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And it's not only the Democrats that are encouraging people to stay in line. Donald Trump just a short time ago also tweeting about the counties in Pennsylvania where voting has been extended and telling people to stay in line and vote. Let's bring in CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Tony, what are you hearing?
Hey, good evening, Nora. Well, the room has filled up considerably since we last checked in, and they are noticing what a lot of people are noticing at this hour. Big cheers when Florida was called by another network, and the Trump campaign is blowing up everyone's phone up here on the press riser with what they see as optimistic numbers with independents, with Latinos, and with black voters. And all of that adds up to the first bubbles of a certain champagne mood in the room here in West Palm Beach. It is still early. They are still prepared for anything. But they're definitely starting to smile, definitely starting to sway. They're feeling good here at Trump headquarters.
Tony DeCopel, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Vicki Dorn.
And I'm Rick Van Hoos. Thank you for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. And we start with the controversial constitutional Amendment 2. Kentucky voters have rejected the ballot measure that would have allowed state lawmakers to allocate public tax dollars to support private school education.
The school choice measure was one of the most intensely debated issue on the ballot in Kentucky. In a statement, Governor Beshear called on the legislature to, quote, get serious about ensuring that every Kentucky child gets a world-class public education. In Indiana, voters are electing a new governor, with Governor Eric Holcomb reaching his term limit. The Associated Press has also projected Mike Braun as the next governor of Indiana. Right now, he has 55% of the vote, ahead of Democrat Jennifer McCormick and Libertarian Donald Rainwater.
Let's get a reaction. WLKY's Norman Seawright is following this race for us. He is live at the Clark County Republican Party headquarters. Norman?
Hi, Rick. Yeah, they are cautiously optimistic right now. The party leadership's talking through some of the things that they're looking at right now. They're still waiting on some absentee, some early ballots to be counted, and 4 other precincts to be counted as well. But again, cautious optimism. They're very much looking forward to more of these votes to be coming in and more of them to be counted. But we are, of course, still focused on the governor's race. And Mike Braun, as you mentioned, is already taken a rather sizable lead over Jennifer McCormick. And Braun, of course, leading on his experience as a senator and focusing on economic growth and things of that nature. And McCormick, of course, leaning on her experience in education. Both of those are in this race still. And as I said, as we get more of this information, we will bring that more to you later on throughout this evening. Reporting live in Jeffersonville, I'm Norman Seawright for WLKY News.
Okay, Norman, now Mike Braun gave up his U.S. Senate seat to run for governor. Republican Jim Banks is projected to replace him in the Senate, winning easily over Democrat Valerie McRae and Libertarian Andrew Horning.
Despite long lines and issues at the polls, voters remain determined to cast their ballots this election day.
Jamie Mays has been talking with local election offices. She is live at the Jefferson County Board of Elections. Jamie?
Vicki, Rick, the polls may have closed at 6 p.m., but the county clerk's offices here are still very busy. You can see right over here, we have staff here who are receiving provisional ballots. And then right around this corner, there's some more staff here. They were collecting equipment from some of the precincts and also payroll from the different polling sites. Now, what we've seen right now and what we've been noticing so far throughout the day are some longer wait times, and especially this morning, the systems were running slowly due to the issues that they were running into with getting voters signed in. But we're told from the county clerk's office that overall, this was a good election day.
There's been a lot of misinformation today and a lot of frustrated people who wanted to point fingers. And at the end of the day, we were able to get people in. There was a delay at the beginning, but we were able to get people in smoothly. Our election officers did a wonderful job of really taking care of those voters and getting those lines down.
All right, and you can see right here, they're still receiving those provisional ballots. We'll have more results throughout the night on today's election day here on WLKY.
Jamie, and remember, you can find election results anytime on WLKY.com and on our free mobile app.
We'll be back in 30 minutes. Stay right there with more election results. For now, we rejoin CBS News for America Decides election night coverage.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. Control of the White House, Senate, and House is up for grabs. You're looking live at vote counting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's 9 p.m. in the east, 6 p.m. in the west. And polls just closed in 15 states with 163 electoral votes, including 6 key battlegrounds where the race for the White House will likely be decided. All eyes are on the 7 battleground states. You can see them here in purple. In Michigan, CBS News rates this as a toss-up. In Wisconsin, CBS News rates the presidential race there as a toss-up. And the same can be said in Arizona. CBS News rates this as a toss-up as well. In Pennsylvania, polls have been closed for an hour in the Keystone State. And you guessed it, CBS News rates this as a, everyone say it, toss-up. And in Georgia, the Peach State, CBS News rates the presidential race as, say it together, toss-up. Yes. And in North Carolina, CBS News rates this as a toss-up as well. So at this hour, the battleground states are all toss-ups. That means the vote is still coming in. It's just too close for us to be able to say what's happening in those states. But we've got lots of data to share with you from the exit polls. First, though, let's take a look at some of the other states that have just closed. CBS News projects Donald Trump will pick up North Dakota. The former president also projected to win in South Dakota. The Mount Rushmore state is reliably Republican in presidential elections. And in Wyoming, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win there as well. Let's take a look at the great state of Texas. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in Texas. We'll have an update on this big Senate race there in just a minute, where Ted Cruz is facing a tough race there. And then Iowa is characterized at this hour as lean Trump. Remember, there had been that stunning poll out of Iowa recently that suggested Kamala Harris gaining ground among older women. And the big number to remember tonight is 270. That's the number of electoral votes someone needs to win. So far, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 154 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 27. Those big numbers from Donald Trump, in part because of the calling of Florida and Texas. Of course, when states like New York or California or other big electoral prizes come through, if they go for Kamala Harris, that will add to her vote tally as well. Let's check in now with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. Gentlemen, we are dying to know what's happening in these states.
Nora, Anthony is still working at the data desk making calls. I'm going to take this one by myself. Let's talk about Georgia. Lots of vote in, 66% in. Now, the question everyone has at home, well, where is the outstanding vote still to come in? Geographically, I'm going to show it to you right here. Highly concentrated around urban Atlanta. That's I don't need to say urban and Atlanta. Obviously, it's a big city, and the suburbs around there. So let's go to what Kamala Harris needs, according to our understanding of the outstanding vote, and what is our CBS News estimate. So you can see very, very close. That means of that outstanding vote, this is how much Vice President Harris would need to make Georgia super competitive, and we are estimating she's going to hit that mark. So what I'm telling you is, based on our data, based on our estimates of that data, matching over with the exit polls, very long night in Georgia, could go down to the wire.
And let's take a look, too, at North Carolina,
Sure.
because that's that other battleground that's been closed for a while.
Yes, we've got 39% in. Where's the outstanding vote? Raleigh, Asheville, there's probably a good deal still coming in from Charlotte, because we don't have a lot of data yet from Mecklenburg County. We have a needs estimate for Kamala Harris and a CBS News estimate right at that margin of 53 to 52. So, again, that's what's outstanding votes she would need. That's our estimate of what she's able to get based on what is out there and our estimates of the vote and the exit polls. So, again, very close. That's why both North Carolina and Georgia moving toward photo finish for both.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's a little bit farther behind, Nora. We have 16% of the vote in. We don't have a lot of the map colored yet because of that 16%. So we're still waiting for more data from the various counties to have a stronger coloration and presentation for you. And we can't, because of that, we can't give you an outstanding vote or a needs analysis quite yet, with only 16% in.
And that's why we see people saying, as some of the polling places in Pennsylvania have remained open, you see supporters saying stay in line, carry out that vote. Thank you.
And the estimates and the way we put this together are really data dependent. So we need a substantial amount of numbers coming in to match with the exit poll data before we can even begin to do the estimates that I just showed you for North Carolina and Georgia. That's why we're not able to do that in Pennsylvania yet.
Pack your patience. All right. Thank you, Major Garrett. Want to turn to 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. I know you have some new reporting.
Yeah, Nora, we are just hearing from the Republican Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, Al Schmidt, whom we interviewed for a story for 60 Minutes a couple of weeks ago. He just held a news conference in Philly. His role is exceptionally important there because he's overseeing the race in this complicated state. And what he says is, here's the headline: we will not have in-person turnout numbers tonight in total. So we will not be expecting to hear a final count from Pennsylvania. He says they're very, the numbers, they're seeing very high turnout numbers in the state for an election year. And here is his plea to voters right now, and the American public waiting for these results to come in. He's asking everyone to be patient. Counting millions of votes accurately takes time, and we want to take the time to get it right. They're looking right now, he says, at some 2 million mail-in ballots. That's a headline because they had in 2020 2.5 million mail-in ballots. Schmidt says that, though, should not be interpreted as a reflection in enthusiasm. We were expecting, after our conversation with him last month, to see perhaps a little bit of a quicker turn in counting in Pennsylvania because of how some things have changed there. We expect to see fewer mail-in ballots than we did in 2020, of course, because that was the height of COVID, and that's how people were voting. We've also seen some technology advancements in the state where machines are faster and they're opening up these envelopes there. But counting in Pennsylvania is complicated. They did not, by law, start counting ballots until 7 a.m. today. They're one of the few swing states, battleground states, where they have this no pre-canvassing law in place. So we always have a delay in Pennsylvania. In fact, Al Schmidt even told me he hates the word delay because it's not actually just a delay. It's just how they count Pennsylvania. Buckle up, it takes time. So he's saying that doesn't mean anything is wrong.
That's a really good point. I like the way you make that, yes.
But I also think it's interesting, Mr. Schmidt's very colorful language the other day when he was saying anybody who was thinking about interfering in this election, he was basically saying bring it on because we have jail cells waiting just for you. He's very sure that they are very safe, and anybody who is voting in Pennsylvania.
You don't want to go up against anybody in Philly talking like that either.
No, you don't.
And I know you're digging into what's happening in Pennsylvania as well.
The Harris campaign remains incredibly confident, in part because what transpired just up the street a few days ago seems to be paying off for the Harris campaign, not the Trump campaign. The Madison Square Garden event, where that comedian said all those nasty things about Puerto Rican people and others across the country, it is registered. They noticed this morning that turnout in the 3 most Puerto Rican dominant wards around Philadelphia had exceeded the 2020 numbers already, or 79% of the total had already shown up by lunchtime today. That's a good sign. You saw her last week campaigning across Philadelphia as if she was running for mayor. They put her in front of a black audience. She went to a deli. She went to a Puerto Rican restaurant. All of it designed to drag people out of their homes and vote. This is why tonight Democrats are feeling, as Nancy said a while ago, fine, because ultimately they believe this is what's going to get them the votes they need. The other thing, and I think if you tuned in 4 years ago and now you're tuning in again and you think to yourself, I thought all these states fixed things to make things faster. Pennsylvania is the big exception. If we have 50 states with 50 different sets of rules, Pennsylvania said, hold my beer, because the 67 counties of Pennsylvania do things a little differently, and that is why we're waiting. They had the chance to fix that, right? A divided legislature.
Shocking, a legislature couldn't get election law done, yes.
And Gail, I understand you have some reporting about Northampton County.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting because we were in Northampton County, and we're talking about being a swing county and a swing state. 12, it was for Obama.
16?
16.
No, 16, it was for Trump. 20, it was for Biden. And now here we are in 2024. And we saw some of the Puerto Rican voters who, one woman was on the fence, but after that comment from the comedian, she said, nope, I'm now leaving Trump. But I said, but Trump wasn't the one who said it. They said it didn't matter. He didn't stop it. He didn't stop it, and they took great offense at that, and they think he took too long to even apologize for it and even own up to it.
But we had Senator Marco Rubio on Face the Nation Sunday just flat out dismissing that he's handling outreach to the Hispanic population for the Trump campaign and saying, oh, no, this, you know, he's not going to be in the cabinet, dismissing it altogether. But what's interesting with...
That doesn't seem to be the case, though, when you talk to the people.
Well, the Harris campaign seems to think in the moment that it's breaking in their favor.
Exactly.
It's insulting. No one is saying it is not.
Exactly.
He even said that, and he was defending Donald Trump. But in terms of the targeting of groups, one thing we have seen the Harris campaign also try to do is target all the Eastern Europeans or those of that ancestry in the state of Pennsylvania. 800,000 Poles, the Ukrainians, the Eastern Europeans. You had President Zelensky come and tour one of the weapons facilities in Pennsylvania, something that earned him the ire of the Republican Speaker of the House. But you have these interesting dynamics. It's not always clear, though, if these ethnic groups vote in a monolithic way at all, Ed. I have to tell you that.
As you know, we have our election expert, David Becker, here as well. And David, what are you hearing about Pennsylvania?
So under Pennsylvania law throughout the state, anyone who's in line at 8 p.m. when polls close gets to vote. And we're hearing that in Northampton County, where Lehigh University is, people are in line waiting to vote, and it might go for a while. And I've just confirmed with a Philadelphia city commissioner that there are people in line still in Philadelphia waiting to vote, even now an hour after polls closed. There have been a couple counties, Clearfield and Cambria, where the courts have ordered later poll closings, 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. And Cecilia and Ed are quite right. There's those mail-in ballots that 2 million of them that came in early. Pennsylvania is an outlier among the states, with Wisconsin as well. They just won't have as many of them, where they can't start processing them until this morning. So that's going to take some time. So they're going to do the best they can. They're going to be counting 24/7 throughout the night.
60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker is here, too, leading our democracy desk. And what are you hearing, Bill?
Nora, the FBI is reporting tonight that videos have surfaced online impersonating the FBI insignia to promote fake narratives, including complaints about malfunctioning voting machines. Now, our similar videos out this weekend were attributed to Russian bad actors. Now, our elections are typically a showcase for our democracy, but our adversaries also see them as an opportunity to sow chaos and discontent. The U.S. intelligence community, the FBI, and CISA all say that Russia is the most active threat. And the Department of Justice says that Russia is getting involved in our elections to bolster Donald Trump. They're pumping out fake videos, fake articles, fake social media posts, all of this to spread disinformation so that we will lose belief in our own election system and to stoke divisions among us.
Bill Whitaker, thank you. Margaret, on that, we're going to get some exit polls in just a second. Why does Russia want Donald Trump to win?
Well, U.S. intelligence would say they want Kamala Harris to lose and therefore Donald Trump to win. But this comes right to the policy around Ukraine, which the Biden administration has been very much supportive of. There are a number of reasons in terms of just liking chaos, but trying to just instill some kind of division within the United States and exploit it. And that is what Russia's modus operandi has been, trying to be agents of chaos. And the threat doesn't stop with Election Day. It continues well after. U.S. intelligence has declassified a lot, including information that back in January, Russian intelligence tried to hire Americans to carry out violence in the United States of America. So it is making us doubt ourselves, our systems, each other, and possibly stoke violence.
At this hour, every single battleground state has closed except Nevada. And so but they are all too close to call at this hour or a toss-up. But we do have exit poll information in some of these key battlegrounds, and John Dickerson is here with that. John.
We spent some time talking about younger voters, but actually at the other end of the age scale, older voters are A, interesting, and B, a whole lot more of the electorate. Let's start in Michigan and take a look at how voters who are older than age 65 are voting. There you see Harris has 55% of the vote and Trump has 43. That becomes increasingly historically interesting because in 2020, the share was roughly the same, and Joe Biden only won that group of seniors by 2 points.
Oh.
So Kamala Harris is up by 12 among seniors in Michigan. Joe Biden was only up by 2. Now let's hop on over to Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you see Harris up with voters over age 65, 58 to 42. In 2020, Joe Biden won that group, but only with 6% of the vote. So Harris is at 16, Biden was at 6. So that's another state, essentially Wisconsin, looking like Michigan when it comes to senior voters who are a larger share of the electorate than those younger voters. Now I've got us over in Pennsylvania. You see there Trump is up 50 to 48. But in 2020, Trump won that group of older voters by 7 points. So for him to only be up by 2 means he's not performing as well with older voters in Pennsylvania. So the message here, of course, and you remember there was that late-breaking poll
in Iowa.
Ann Seltzer in Iowa, which included in it that Kamala Harris was ahead in Iowa, which is a red state that Donald Trump should be ahead in, and she said a large portion of that was older voters. I can't break it down by gender for you, though. That is cutting the bologna too thin, so I can't. I'm anticipating your next question.
And I think, the way to describe this, and I think for many of us who have covered a number of these presidential elections and talked to the strategists on both sides of it, the way that Iowa poll that was described to me is that what indicated was that plus 65 voters were breaking towards Kamala Harris, and that was a trend, and that you may see that in other states. And you're suggesting now that exit poll data shows that in Michigan, in Wisconsin, that she is overperforming Joe Biden among the plus 65 group, which is a reliable vote.
Yes, a larger share of the electorate. So she's doing better with this larger share of the electorate. And what'll be interesting is, as our reporting continues, and maybe it'll take a few days, is to figure out why that is. Are those older voters disappointed with the way Donald Trump has behaved? That's a question yet to be answered.
Ed,
that is part of it. And this, again, is why they've been so confident that ultimately they'd prevail in those big 3 states in the Midwest, is they knew, with elderly voters especially, they were going to do all right.
All right, Ed O'Keefe and everyone, thank you. When we return, we're going to check in with our correspondents in those battleground states, and especially Arizona, which perhaps some history has been made in the U.S. Senate there. CBS News America decides, election 2024. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. You're looking live at vote counting in Maricopa County, Arizona, where Phoenix is located. And our Chris Van Cleve is there. And Chris, how's the vote counting going?
Well, Nora, I was just inside that room here in Maricopa County. You know, it's the nation's 4th largest county. It is a critical swing county. About 60% of Arizona voters live in Maricopa County. They have a lot of ballots to go through. This is the processing room you're looking at, and they're working on the early votes, those mail-in ballots that have come in. We're about 8 o'clock tonight, here local time, 10 o'clock your time. We'll get the first batch of those that have been tabulated, about 1.2 million, but they have hundreds of thousands more they're still going through. And now part of this process, you see people sitting at those tables. It's a Republican and a Democrat, or a Democrat and an independent. It's two people from different parties, and independents here make up about a third of registered voters in Maricopa County, and they're going through batches of 200 at a time, taking them out of the envelope, making sure the barcode of the ballot matches the envelope, making sure there's no damage to the ballot. Then it can move on to the tabulation process. So this is a tedious, slow process. It's part of why it takes Arizona consistently so long to count all the votes. We expect it will be 10 to 13 days before every vote in the state of Arizona has been counted, because so much of this state votes early by mail. We can also tell you the polls closed at the top of the hour here, except for 9 polling places in Apache County. That's a small county in northern Arizona, because there were some issues there. But we're waiting for this first update here in about a half hour, Nora.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you very much. Let's go now to congressional correspondent Scott McFarland with the other big story tonight, control of Congress. Good evening, Scott.
Hey, good evening, Nora. We're going to see some history in the U.S. Senate tonight. We are likely to double the number of elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate in American history tonight. CBS News projects in Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester, a 3-term House member from Delaware, is on a trajectory to win the U.S. Senate seat over the Republican Eric Hansen. Lisa Blunt Rochester would be the 3rd elected African-American woman in U.S. history for the U.S. Senate. And we go over to Maryland, could get a 4th. Too early to project a winner here, but the Prince George's County, Maryland executive, Angela Also Brooks, off to a good start against the 2-term Republican governor, Larry Hogan, in that race. So it would be a total of 4 all-time elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate. Carol Mosley Braun of Illinois, if Angela Also Brooks holds on, if Lisa Blunt Rochester holds on, and number 4, familiar name tonight, Vice President Harris from California, Nora.
All right, Scott McFarland, thank you very much. And we have a CBS News projection at this hour. Florida has rejected adding a state constitutional amendment guaranteeing access to an abortion. That needed 60% of the vote to pass. And Margaret, this is a victory for Governor Ron DeSantis in that state. And now doesn't it mean that most of the South has very restrictive abortion policies?
Very restrictive. And for this state, it is also important because Donald Trump endorsed the no. So he has staked out a position. When he said he sent it back to the states, this was the result in the state of Florida. They fell short of the supermajority, that 60% benchmark. First state to hold a referendum like this where reproductive rights were restricted, not expanded.
And failed. All right, Margaret Brennan, thank you. And when we come back, new results. CBS News America Decides. Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
After careful review of medical guidance and research on pain relief, my recommendation is simple. Every home should have Salon Paws. Powerful, yet non-addictive. Targeted and long-lasting. I recommend Salon Paws. It's good medicine.
Want a next-level clean? Swish with the Whoa of Listerine. It kills 99.9% of bad breath germs for 5 times more cleaning power than brushing and flossing alone. Get a next-level clean with Listerine. Feel the Whoa.
What do people want more of? More, oh yeah. More laughs. More hangouts. More, so good. Yeah, give us more of all that little stuff that makes life so great. But if you're older or have certain health conditions, you also have more risk from flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Vaccines help keep you from getting really sick, and that is huge.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. When I have customers come in and ask for something for memory, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good for me. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Good evening, I'm Rick Van Hoos.
I'm Vicki George. Thank you for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. All 6 of Kentucky's congressional representatives will be returning to Washington.
In the 3rd District, Democrat Morgan McGarvey was elected to a second term, defeating Republican Mike Craven. WLKY's Alexis Matthews is live at the Louisville Democrats' watch party with reaction to his win. Alexis.
Vicki, Rick, the roars in the room were loud as the local Dems cheered on newly re-elected U.S. Congressman Morgan McGarvey. He will reclaim his seat as Kentucky's 3rd Congressional District representative, which encompasses much of Louisville. And following his immediate victory, he came inside the Mile Wide Beer Company where the Dems are having their watch party and gave his victory speech, and also spoke to local media where he reiterated his priorities for gun violence prevention, addressing environmental issues, and of course, making Louisville stronger from the ranks of D.C. Take a listen.
I'm so excited to get reelected, and of course I'm nervous about what happens nationally. You know, we're seeing what happens with the House races across the country, and of course seeing what happens with the presidential race.
And that's just one of the wins for local Democrats tonight. And as these election results continue to roll in, they are hopeful for more. Live from the local Democratic watch party here at the Mile Wide Beer Company, I'm Alexis Matthews, WLKY News.
Thanks, Alexis. In District 1, Republican James Comer has won a 5th term in Congress. He defeated Democrat Aaron Marshall. The district stretches from western Kentucky to the central part of the state and includes Frankfort.
Brett Guthrie won a 9th term in District 2, which includes eastern Louisville, Elizabethtown, and Bowling Green. He defeated Democrat Hank Linderman for the 4th consecutive election.
And Republican Andy Barr won a 7th term in District 6, defeating Democrat Randy Cravens. The 6th district includes Lexington and Richmond. There are 7 Metro Council districts on the ballot, with 5 incumbents fighting to keep their seats.
Our Madison Elliott is at the Republican watch party tonight, where they are excited about the possibility of flipping some seats there. Madison?
Good evening, guys. You can probably hear them all cheering behind us right now. They're discussing the results that are coming in so far, and there's a lot of excitement in the room as Republicans believe they're going to flip 3 Metro Council districts with the results coming in so far. Again, that's what they're cheering about right now and talking about right now. Going on behind us, District 12, where Democrat Rick Blackwell has served since 2003. Based on the results so far, they believe Republican Jonathan Joseph, a history teacher at Butler High School, is going to win. In District 14, they are saying Republican Crystal Bast will be unseating incumbent Cindy Fowler. In District 24, Councilwoman and Democrat Madame Flood is retiring. They're projecting Republican Jenny Mulvey Woodridge to beat Tyra Thomas Walker in District 24. So that is 3 Metro Council districts they are believing to have flipped based on the results so far. They also say results are showing they will hold on to District 22, District 20, District 18, and District 16, where Republicans have served. And you can hear the music going on in the background right now, playing Proud to Be an American, as they have announced these things. Right now, this brings the number of Republicans to 12 on Metro Council versus 14 Democrats. Guys, back to you.
Stay right there. We'll have more election results coming up in 30 minutes.
Now let's go back to CBS News for America Decides election night coverage.
Welcome back to CBS News election coverage. America Decides Campaign 2024. We are sharing some of the striking I voted stickers that have caught our eye. Take a look at Michigan. It shows a werewolf pulling apart its shirt while howling at the sky. The image was actually created by a 12-year-old from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. It was one of the winners in the state's first ever sticker design competition. Everybody loves their I voted stickers.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, you saw them all, of course, on social media today. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters. It's 9:30 p.m. in the east, 6:30 in the west. And in the race to 270, Donald Trump has 162, Kamala Harris 62. We're going to check in with the battleground states. Here's a look at the blue wall states. CBS News projects them all as toss-ups at this hour. And then let's go to the Sun Belt. Also toss-ups at this hour. Nevada, there's no tally there because Nevada does not close until 10 p.m. Eastern, so we'll check in there as well. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana. Voters in the Bayou State have chosen a Republican for president since 2000. CBS News projects Rhode Island for Harris, and CBS News projects New York for Harris, which will add significantly to her electoral vote tally. I want to go to Major Garrett now, who has new information from the CBS News data desk. Hi there, Major, and I'm glad you have up the state of Virginia because something interesting is happening there.
Something interesting is happening in Virginia. We rate it currently as lean Harris. You can see 59% of the vote in. But what is interesting and cannot be described in any way, shape, or form as encouraging to the Harris campaign is how much farther behind she is running than, let me show you right now, Joe Biden did in Virginia in 2020. You see that. 54%. She's at 48.5%. I will show you where the outstanding vote is left to be gotten in Virginia. That's why we rate this as lean Democrat. But that's not as encouraging as you might think, and here's why. I'm going to show you 3 counties in northern Virginia. Loudoun County, highest median income in all of the United States. That's where Kamala Harris is right now, 56.7. Look at Joe Biden, running almost 4 points behind Joe Biden in Loudoun County. Same thing in Fairfax County. Let me go to Fairfax County. Oops, not Fairfax City, there, Fairfax County. Again, running behind Fairfax County and Prince William County. All of those Washington, D.C. suburbs, Kamala Harris is not performing as well. One of the emphasis of the Harris campaign to all of us leading into this election was how well they were going to do in suburban areas around large major metro areas. At least in Northern Virginia, that is not manifesting itself. As I said before, and this is key, we still rate this as lean Harris. I will show you what I showed you what the outstanding vote is, show you what she needs, and what we project. A narrow victory in Virginia, not nearly as large as Joe Biden achieved in 2020. That's a story in of itself.
So, and just a reminder that Donald Trump was in Virginia last week, and I am hearing from one source close to the Trump campaign that Trump is actually performing better, 2 to 4 points in these rural counties in Virginia and North Carolina. And essentially, he's turning out his vote there, which blunts any advantage that Democrats have in the cities.
And when you're not running up the totals or matching what Joe Biden did in the suburbs, that becomes more of a problem. It will not, according to our estimate, be a decisive problem in Virginia, but it could be part of the story as it plays out in North Carolina, and we'll have to see in Georgia as well.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Robert Costa.
I have some new reporting to build upon the data just outlined there by Major Garrett. In Virginia, there has been a real emphasis by former President Donald Trump to build a coalition there. Chris LaCivita, who's one of the people running the Trump campaign, a retired Marine veteran, actually lives in Richmond, Virginia. And they have put an emphasis on trying to recreate Governor Glenn Youngkin's 2021 effort, where he was able to really make inroads into the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in Northern Virginia and convince them on the business front that Trump, the Republicans, are standing with those kind of voters. So they're feeling good about Virginia. Down in Mar-a-Lago right now, my top sources say they're feeling very good about North Carolina and Georgia. That makes the emphasis on Pennsylvania so much more key for Democrats. Everyone's watching Governor Josh Shapiro there. He was a runner-up for the vice presidential slot. He has the machine for the Democrats in Pennsylvania. I just spoke with Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the independent. I said, what's the mood among Democrats. I know you're not part of the Democratic Party anymore. He said, quote, "We will survive whoever wins."
That's very Joe Manchin.
That is peak Joe Manchin.
Yes. That is very
It's
Joe.
like, say again, Bob?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, he has lots of friends that he invites to his houseboat in Washington, D.C. Excellent reporting. Thank you so much, Robert Costa. I want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian. She is in Atlanta, Georgia. And, Nicole, all eyes on Georgia at this hour. One, because of that record turnout. Two, because Donald Trump narrowly lost that state 4 years ago, and because it is just too close to call at this hour. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. Well, echoing kind of what Bob is saying there, you know, Trump campaign operatives here in the state are feeling pretty good about their positioning here, as well as the head of the Republican Party, Josh McCoon, who we spoke to ahead of some of these returns. And here is why, particularly in some of these outlying counties, kind of outside of the greater metro area here in Atlanta, places like Forsyth County, Cherokee County, that are typically part of that northern red wall as you get closer to the Tennessee border. They are overperforming, particularly in Forsyth, and that is notable because that is actually where former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan is from. And as we know, the former Lieutenant Governor actually endorsed Vice President Harris. So in that particular county, the Trump team is seeing much stronger numbers there than they did back in 2020 and 2016. But overall, kind of to some of the broader points you've been making, their focus has really been on these rural counties, really trying to drive the turnout there, targeting some of these low propensity voters in particular. And so they do believe that that strategy is working. Also, Trump campaign operative told me they're feeling pretty good about their performance with African-American voters, particularly African-American men. They believe that they have been able to pick up support and see some gains in that demographic, although they don't have firm numbers there just yet. Now, in terms of talking to those with the Harris campaign and Democrats here in this state, you know, they are continuing to keep their fingers crossed because they acknowledge and note that there are still a lot of outstanding votes out there, particularly in Democratic strongholds right here around Metro Atlanta, places like Fulton, DeKalb, and others where they feel they will pick up some more numbers and pick up some more steam. So they are continuing to watch and wait these returns as they come in.
Nicole Killian with that great reporting from Georgia. Thank you. I want to bring in CBS News contributor Ed Gordon. He's at the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Ed, I know it's still loud there as many people are celebrating and waiting to potentially hear from the vice president. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Nora. It is a celebratory mood here in Washington, D.C. on Howard's campus. Every time the announcement comes of a state won by Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And, of course, when Donald Trump, in fact, wins a state or projected to win a state, there are boos. But we should note what we've been hearing throughout, and as we've been saying all along, it is really down to those crucial states. At the early part of the evening, it seemed, and I talked to the National Urban League, the National Action Network, and the NAACP, they were all excited about the turnout. As we've gotten deeper into the night, some of those states didn't hit the projections they wanted to see, only by a couple of percentage points. And so the black vote, while it turned out, particularly in Detroit, in Atlanta, and in Philadelphia, there is still concern that it may have been a little softer than they wanted to see. But it is, as you all have been saying all evening long, still very early, and we'll have to see. Some of those polls stayed open much longer than they were supposed to, based on a bomb threat in the Atlanta area, and one poll opening late in Georgia as well. So they've kept that open. So we will just have to wait and see how the black vote starts to roll itself out and the impact it will have.
Ed Gordon, thank you so much. I want to just take everybody through the latest numbers when it comes to those 7 battlegrounds that we have been watching so closely tonight. And if we could just start with, Georgia and North Carolina and tick through what that latest vote count is, because as David Becker has told us, let's start first with the blue wall, if you will, there. These are the states that the Democratic Party believes if they win all three of them, and the numbers show Kamala Harris would become the next president of the United States. At this hour, CBS News rates all three of those as toss-up. So that's where that stands at this hour as that vote comes in. And as we know, Pennsylvania takes much longer to count. 4 years ago, we were all here until Saturday. They were saying it would be quicker this year, but we don't know yet because we know that polls are still open in Pennsylvania because there were long lines today. Now let's take a look at those Sun Belt states. And there you see Georgia, a toss-up, still that vote coming in, although officials had told us that we would have a lot posting. And I'm going to get to David Becker in a minute on that. And then in North Carolina, where I am hearing from a source close to the Trump campaign that he is doing well in the rural areas in North Carolina and Virginia. And so that is making them feel optimistic. And a reminder, North Carolina is the only of the 7 battlegrounds that Trump won 4 years ago. David Becker, tell us where we stand now in terms of these battleground states and the vote count. So
first of all, we should just mention it's only 2 hours and 40 minutes since the polls closed in Georgia. So there's a lot of votes to count. And I think we may want to call it up again to show how many votes have been counted so far. But I did the quick math. I think it was about 4 million of a little more than 5 million out there. So they're doing a pretty good job. Remember, those polling places were ordered to stay open late in places like Fulton County and DeKalb County because of bomb threats and other issues. So, yes, it looks like about 4 million have been counted and reported out so far. So I think they're actually doing a pretty good job, and I expect that we're going to see that lion's share from the Atlanta metro area come in shortly. As you noted, in Pennsylvania, it's a little different because we've got those mail ballots, those 2 million mail ballots that they're working diligently to process. I don't think it's going to take till Saturday, but I think it will take a couple of days to get to the point where we know exactly who won Pennsylvania, depending upon the margin.
Good information. And of course, Nevada closes at the top of the hour, and so we will have any results and reporting from there as soon as that comes in. Of course, one of the things we have been talking about tonight is control of Congress and the United States Senate. And I was just curious myself about what's happening in Ohio to Sherrod Brown, the powerful chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And Scott, what's happening in that state?
It's worth underscoring how pivotal control of the U.S. Senate is for the next president. If they want to get cabinet members confirmed, Supreme Court nominees confirmed, who controls the U.S. Senate is everything, and Democrats have run out of margin of error. They've lost West Virginia, according to our projections. Ohio, the next state up, and you can see right now the 3-term incumbent Sherrod Brown is trailing early against the Trump-endorsed Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman from Ohio. This really could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend. Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Ohio is the next one up, the one we are watching meticulously, Nora, as the results continue to pour in.
Really important information. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Ed O'Keefe is also with us and has covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate. And that Texas race that I think a lot of people had interest in, looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there. So that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines of college kids in Pennsylvania and other places. There are long lines, apparently, of several hours still. UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, where they're telling students to stay in line. Long lines at the University of Michigan, so around Ann Arbor tonight. Part of why they think they're doing okay. They report that they see that they're expected to do slightly better than expected with suburban early voters in Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still a very early night despite those numbers.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And ahead, we'll talk with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
More cameras.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. You're looking live at vote counting in Fulton County, Georgia. Joining us now is Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. He was first elected in 2018 and then overwhelmingly reelected in 2022. You may recall former President Trump's infamous 2021 call to Raffensperger in which he asked the Secretary of State to find him 11,780 votes to try and overturn the 2020 election results. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. Will Georgia break a record? Good evening to you. Will Georgia break a record tonight?
Well, we already did. First of all, we had 5.2 million people vote in Georgia, which is a new record. We also had 4 million people show up to vote during the early voting process, which is another record. What I've shown, I've led Georgia so that we would have safe, secure, fast elections here in Georgia. And not just in Georgia, but the entire country.
Well, congratulations on that and that huge turnout in the state of Georgia. I know all the officials there are working quite hard. When do you expect the votes to be counted?
Well, right now, we've already listed probably close to 80%. We have 4 million of the 5.2 million are already listed up there, and you can take a look at where we are, county by county. So we have the other 1.2 million to come in over the coming couple hours. So we're in pretty good shape. The counties continue to upload as they finish each of their precincts, and each county, finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape. I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State to ever do an audit of the voter rolls to make sure only American citizens are voting in our elections. I've done 2. First one 24 months ago and just finished up in July. People trust the results. No matter how you vote in Georgia, we have photo ID. That also shored up voters' concern about the absentee ballot process.
Mr. Secretary, Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret?
Mr. Secretary, good to talk to you again. I saw the other day you tweeted that Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your elections. You were referring then to some fake videos. Today, you had threats of bombings. CISA has come out and said these were non-credible threats. You've pointed back to Russia. What evidence do you have, and what do you assume the intent was?
Well, first of all, federal authorities put out this afternoon that it was emanating from Russia. So that really was why we said that. They can look over the horizon. They see things that really can help us locate these threats. We just continue voting. Just a few precincts had to be open an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes, things like that. But at the end of the day, counties that were hit with that still report their results on time. For example, Fulton County, our largest county, got their early votes total within that 1 hour time window. So we're battle tested, didn't phase us. We put our heads down and continue working.
And what do you assume will happen in the coming days? Do you expect more of these videos or these threats? Do you have an anticipation of the threat picture in Georgia?
Well, in Georgia, we're basically done voting. We're waiting for our overseas military ballots, about 10,000 ballots that have to be postmarked by today at 7 p.m. and have to be received by Friday per federal law. And so that's about all that's left to count, but we'll have everything else buttoned up tonight.
Well, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for all you do for democracy.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker. He's part of our Democracy Watch team tonight. And Bill, I know you have some new reporting about what's happening in Philadelphia.
Well, we've got reporting that former President Donald Trump is claiming that there is massive cheating happening in Philadelphia. He made this claim on his Truth Social site this evening. Seth Bluestein, a Republican city commissioner, says there's absolutely no truth to this allegation. And the Philadelphia District Attorney, Larry Krasner, chimed in, also saying there is no factual basis for any of these claims. And if you will remember, Donald Trump made similar claims about Philadelphia in 2020.
Bill Whitaker, thank you. And David, what do we see about that in terms of the former president claiming that there's cheating going on?
Yeah, we saw this in 2020. He said the same thing about the same 3 cities. And ironically, he actually outperformed his 2016 performance in 2020 in all of those 3 cities, if memory serves. So what we're seeing is no reports of any kind of significant problems in those cities. We're seeing a lot of enthusiasm. Certainly, we know that there are people who are in line waiting to vote in Philadelphia, but that's the process. That's the way it works everywhere. And he's actually encouraged encouraging voters who are in line in Pennsylvania to continue to stay in line and vote, as everyone should be.
Cecilia Vega, you did a great report for 60 Minutes on Pennsylvania. What have you learned tonight?
Well, this isn't, Nora, thank you. This isn't a mistake. This is a strategy from the former president. He is laying the groundwork to challenge the results, and he did it in 2020, and he started this with Pennsylvania months ago and basically has been doing it all day. Look no further than his ally, his close advisor, Steve Bannon, who said Trump should preemptively claim victory. And we just heard from special counsel filings a few days ago that in 2020, Bannon said just because Trump claims victory, it doesn't mean he's the winner, but he's still going to say it anyway. This is all a strategy to sow doubt. And the folks in Pennsylvania, the governor there said they are very legitimately worried about the damage that this could do, the potential for violence in the streets that we could see as a result of this, because people get whipped into a frenzy, because the former president has told them their vote has not been taken seriously. There are real consequences to lies like this when they're spread.
And his words have power, and they believe them. Believe him. We saw that when we were there.
Exactly.
And we see in the exit polls, too, that people are concerned about violence in the days ahead. We have much more to talk about when we come back. More poll closings, including the key battleground state of Nevada. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Good evening. I'm Vicki George.
And I'm Rick Van Hoos. Thank you for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. Indiana voters have elected a new governor, with Eric Holcomb reaching his term limit.
The Associated Press projects Senator Mike Braun as the next governor of Indiana. He's defeated Democrat Jennifer McCormick and Libertarian Donald Rainwater.
WLKY's Norman Seawright has been talking to local Republican leaders about the win. He is live at the Clark County Republican Party headquarters. They have to be celebrating tonight, right, Norman?
Yeah, Rick, Vicki, they have been celebrating. Things at the GOP headquarters here are quiet now. Everyone has gone home, but they are very much excited for Mike Braun, or Senator Braun's win for the governor's race. I did talk with Ron Grooms. He is the head of the GOP here, and he had high praise for Braun, not just the fact that he's been a senator, but the fact that he's also been a businessman and understands what Southern Indiana needs as far as its economic development and helping that to continue to accelerate.
He loves Indiana, he loves Jasper, he loves Southern Indiana. He understands the central part of the state, the hub around Indianapolis, how important that is. What a key part of Indiana's economy is the Fort Wayne area, the Northwest Indiana area, Evansville, southeastern, south central Indiana. I really believe he gets it. He understands that it's all of these regions coming together. And they all have to be clicking at the same time.
So he's talking about the regions being a unified whole. And he also said, for example, River Ridge here in Clark County is a huge opportunity for economic growth and development and helping Indiana be on the major international stages. But it's not the only way that they can get that done. And he says Braun is aware of this, and he knows how to make this continue to grow, continue to develop, and become something that can be part of Indiana's future, but of course not just the only thing. Reporting live in Jeffersonville, I'm Norman Seawright for WLKY News.
Thank you, Norman. Here in Jefferson County, the crush of voters not only caused long lines, some technical problems led to delays.
Now, the Louisville Democratic Party and ACLU tried to extend voting hours, but a judge denied the motion. WLKY's Mark Vanderhoff joins us now with more on the controversy and chaos. Mark?
Yeah, Rick, Vicki, after getting this request, a local judge had to quickly put together a Zoom hearing at 4 o'clock, just 2 hours before the polls were supposed to close. He had to hear arguments on both sides and then quickly deliberate and make his decision by 5:30. The Jefferson County Clerk's Office says the trouble started with slow downloads to the e-polling books. These are on iPads. That delay caused lines to build up. And as a result, many voters told WLKY News they had to leave without voting in order to get to work. The Kentucky Democratic Party argued those voters' rights were violated, and the only remedy was to keep the polls open until 8 p.m. But the Republican Party of Kentucky argued Kentucky law is very explicit. The polls are supposed to be open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and only stay open longer to ensure everyone who is in line by 6 p.m. gets to vote. In the end, the judge ruled keeping the entire county open longer was disproportionate to the amount of voters affected and he ruled doing so was likely unconstitutional. Turns out there was precedent for this case. There was a gas leak at a polling location here in Louisville last year, and the clerk kept the polling location open late once it reopened. But the Kentucky Court of Appeals later ruled they should not have done that. Rick, Vicki?
All right, thank you so much, Mark. Remember, you can get all your election results anytime on WLKY.com.
And we reaction to election coming up on WLKY News at 10 on UTV.
CBS News, America Decides. Election 2024. Here again, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is 10 p.m. in the east, 7 p.m. in the west, and polls just closed in 3 more states, including a key battleground. Here's where we stand at the hour in the race to 270. Donald Trump has racked up early wins in Florida, Texas, and other red states. And so you can see he has 172 electoral votes, Kamala Harris 81. We're still watching these 7 battleground states. You can see them all here in purple. The polls just closed in Nevada, and CBS News rates it as a toss-up, along with every single other one of the battleground states that we've been watching closely. And so there's lots to still learn about how America decides and who they've chosen as the 47th president of the United States. But now, at this hour, all of the battleground states have closed, and we're going to be checking in on those to see what more we can learn, new exit poll information, new data from inside those states. Quickly, let's take a look at these new projections in Utah. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win. And CBS News projects the former president will also win in Montana. Montana has voted for a Republican in the last 12 of 13 presidential elections. Key Senate race there that we also are going to be watching closely tonight. And in Delaware, President Joe Biden's home state, CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win in that state. And let's take a look at Illinois. CBS News projects Harris will win there as well. Chicago was home to the Democratic National Convention this summer, where the vice president accepted her party's nomination. Now, to go inside the numbers, let's check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto with new information from the CBS News data desk, and excited to look at Georgia because almost 80% of the vote in. It looks like Trump has a lead, but where are we waiting for votes from?
Well, that's exactly the right question, Nora. Let me take you inside the way we're looking at it here in the desk. You're right that 80% is in, 79%. If I show you where the outstanding vote is, these circles, the larger they are, the more vote there is. And what you see is that they're from key Democratic counties, Fulton, DeKalb, even some from Cobb. Now, what do I do with that? Let me just back it out here for a second and show you. What I'm doing is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it into our CBS News model, and I'm going to show you how we look at this at the data desk. This is right now the range of Donald Trump's potential percentage at the end, right? So you see a large range around that in that red bar. This is the range of Kamala Harris when I incorporate all that information into the model. And what you see here is that these have overlap. That is visually why a decision desk can't make a projection. As long as these ranges overlap, if they don't go apart, then there's a possibility that this race could flip. And that's why and how we incorporate that outstanding vote. Major?
And why don't you show, Anthony, the needs and our current estimate as the race stands right now based on the information we've received to date?
Well, she needs 59% of the outstanding vote, right? Right now, we think she could get 59% of the outstanding vote. So that's sort of another data point to say the race could get even tighter than it already is, and why you can't make a projection just yet, why I still rate it as a toss-up, Nora.
Because you're saying in a big city like Atlanta, there's more votes to come in.
Yep. That's
okay.
It.
Can we do the same in North Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
We most certainly can.
All right, so here's North Carolina. Now, let's do the outstanding vote here because it's somewhat of a similar story, right? In and around Raleigh, you see the large blue circles, Wake County, okay? So you even see some here in Durham. So those are Democratic areas, and those, if they come in, and they come in for Harris. But I will add this, it's not just the percents, though. She's got to get the turnout there in order to catch Trump, because what you also see is around Charlotte here, see these large red circles? That's a lot of Republican vote that could still come in. 50,000 votes there. Major, go ahead.
Look at Mecklenburg County. That's what's remaining there. That's one of the things that the Harris campaign has to look at and say, boy, they really need to run up the margins in Mecklenburg County because you almost have 500,000 votes outstanding. Wake County, 156,000. We can actually put numbers on this. Guilford, 133,000. So there's areas really need to come in strong for Harris. One of the problems, go back to the regular map, Anthony, that Harris has run into. Look at these counties right here. And then, Anthony, go through the history on those counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these places, you do typically see a Democrat might do okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas, historically strong for Democrats, stronger for Biden than they have been so far tonight for Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
correct, by 74,000 votes, yes.
Underperforming. John Dickerson has some exit polls, but before we do those, can we just take a quick look at Michigan? Because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president of the United States.
So 17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more data out of Michigan for sure. But, Anthony?
Well, what's going to happen here is we're going to tell a similar story and see if she gets turnout, especially in Detroit. It's Wayne County. You're going to hear a lot about that as the hours go on tonight. Oakland County as well. So we don't have data in from there yet. I do want to show you this, though, just to give you the historical context here. I'm going to go back to Michigan for a second. So if I show you the 2020 presidential race in Michigan, and then I do that, tilting the state on its side, this will illustrate what I mean. See these larger, higher bars here? That's where there are more votes, right? There's more people in Detroit, for example, and Democrats have to get large margins there. So in the case of Detroit, we're going to be watching, can Kamala Harris not just win by a given percentage, but can she replicate something like the 330,000 vote margin that he built up there? And that comes back to the turnout story.
Same thing in Oakland County, just to the north.
Same thing in Oakland, right? We're going to be looking at that, and that's where Biden got 56%, so, but also got 100,000 votes more added to his total. The Democrats have to do that in order to carry the state, if they do, because the rural Republican counties add up, in this case for Donald Trump, Nora.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, thank you very much. The exit polls have some really interesting information. And I, of course, got a sneak peek of them because I get to sit next to John Dickerson.
One of the many advantages of that.
That's right. That's right. So tell us what you're seeing.
Well, we're going to zip all the way to the other part of the country. We're going to look at Arizona and Nevada. But it's essentially the same story that Major and Anthony were telling, which is when we look at this election, the Democrats have to turn out their voters, and Donald Trump has to turn out his voters. Well, Latinos are key to the Democratic coalition. Let's look first in Arizona, how Kamala Harris is doing with Latino voters. Well, she's up by 14 points, so you might think, well, she's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020 in the state of Arizona, he won them by 24 points. Yeah. So Kamala Harris is underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Also, just a sideline, an interesting story of the night, if these exit polls are solid, there seems to be a much larger Latino vote in Arizona. The share is much larger than it was in 2020. That's something in the future to look at. But now let's look.
Well, that's just the future of Arizona in general.
But it's a 7-point difference.
Yeah,
that
Latinos
seems a lot.
historically have exceptionally low turnout. Yeah.
But the difference between 16 and 20 was only 4 points. So it seems, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's interesting to look at. Nevada, the share is the same between 20 and 24, 17%. And we see here that Kamala Harris has a 50 to 45 point lead. That's in Nevada, where the polls just closed. That's 5 points. Biden was up by 26. In Nevada.
Remember, we're seeing in the national numbers that Trump is winning Latino men. That's part of what's changing this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, and not doing as well, and she's not doing as well with Latinas.
And I had spoken to one Democratic pollster before this evening, and he said very clearly, if Trump on the national numbers gets 40% of the Latino vote, Harris is screwed.
Yeah.
That is a very concerning number for them. And the reason this is such a big deal is because Latinos really, we've said this for so many years, but this year it is true. Latinos could very much end up being the decisive demographic in this election. They're the largest minority group in the country. They're an estimated 36 million Latinos eligible to vote in this election. And when you were talking about election that is in the margins by 1 point or another, like the one that we are following tonight in a state like Arizona, in a state like Philadelphia, it is this specific demographic that could make or break it for either side.
Just to give you the national Latino vote, Harris is up by 5 points. Biden won it by 21 points. That's the national number.
So concerning to the Harris campaign.
The point that you hear from whether it's Marco Rubio or others is to say, put the identity aside and look at the issue of the economy and border, and particularly the economy. I had Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada on the program on Sunday, and she was saying, look, Nevada is always going to be tight. You know, pointed to her own race, but she only won by about 8,000 votes in 2022. But when I pointed out to her those demographics Trump seems to be edging in on, those without college degrees, those who are first frustrated about the economy, that fits her state as a profile. Nevada has the second highest unemployment rate in the country.
Right.
And so this is a place, as we get later on into the evening, we're going to be parsing these things very, very closely.
One interesting just to remember is Nevada is the smallest electoral prize of the night, just six electoral votes. It is also the most diverse battleground state and also has more registered nonpartisan voters than Democrats or Republicans, but a state worth watching and certainly getting that new data. Robert Costa, I think you had some new reporting you wanted to share as well.
Yes, just briefly, have been speaking to Representative Brian Fitzpatrick in suburban Philadelphia, represents Bucks County, a centrist Republican. He has long been a representative and political organizer in that area, a key area if Vice President Harris wants to win. He said Trump is now on track based on all of the returns he has seen to do better than expected in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was with Vice President Harris when she went to Bucks County. They've put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago that he believes labor is going to turn out in strong numbers, that they're going to hit their metrics they need in Michigan for Vice President Harris to do well. Notably, just got off the phone with Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, a Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong turnout there. He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But just recently,
a Republican hasn't won it since 1992.
Right. For international,
Yeah.
Let's check in now with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President Harris at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, it's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin, too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone is pretty nervous right about now. They're certainly nervous in this crowd here at Howard University. Unlike all the Kamala Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, it's totally silent here. People are watching the screens, they're checking their phones, they're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows that Democratic supporters across the country are getting worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. No, that's not all suburban voters, just early voters, but they're feeling good about that. Still waiting to get more information about same-day voters, I guess. He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this, they are currently outperforming Biden's winning 2020 margin. They're talking about Douglas County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020, and Rockdale County, where she's 10 points ahead of what Biden did back in 2020. So they are feeling good about that. They say that their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now. They don't have a lot of information about Michigan yet, so they're watching and waiting there. In North Carolina, he says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. They are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given up either, and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight in North Carolina and Georgia.
Nancy Cordes, thank you, and stand by, because soon we're going to go to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, I want to check in with CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, he has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable CBS poll out today, 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating, rioting because their candidate has been somehow, quote-unquote, cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead, is potentially riots in blue cities. Nora.
And all you have to do is look at our nation's capital, which is boarded up and fenced up in anticipation of some of the concern about what is ahead. Tony DeCopel, thank you. When we come back, we'll check in with our correspondents in the Blue Wall battleground states. You're watching CBS News America Decides Election 2024. Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. Just in from the CBS News data desk, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio, the home of his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. And in the state of Mississippi, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins there as well in Mississippi. Also, CBS News projects Kamala Harris will pick up Colorado's 10 electoral votes. And in the hunt for 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump has 195. Kamala Harris has 91. The former president racking up a number of big electoral wins with Texas and Florida early in the night. But as you can see, a number of states have still not been called. And in those key 7 battleground states, we have rated each of those as toss-up at this hour. But we will dive into the details to get a sense of where those states could break. CBS News correspondent Janet Shamlian is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for us tonight. And Janet, what are you hearing?
Nora, good evening to you. The polls are closed here, but the count is going to take longer than expected, and that is because of what happened in this room a couple of hours ago. And that is when authorities here started a recount of some 31,000 absentee ballots after it was discovered that the 18 tabulation machines in this room didn't have the doors completely sealed. They say the machines were not compromised, ballots were not compromised. This is for transparency's sake and out of abundance of caution. But what was going to be a count going until 1 or 2 in the morning, authorities now say will be several hours longer than that. Nora?
That's important information. Janet Shamlian, thank you for bringing that to us. National correspondent Jerika Duncan is in Detroit, Michigan. And Jerika, what are you hearing about turnout in Detroit and other parts of the state?
Yeah, in Detroit, we're hearing from the Wayne County executive that they're expecting turnout to be slightly below what it was in 2020. Now, there were projections that it could be about 53% of registered voters, but last check, about 50% or so. But the big story to me that I'm looking at some of the data from Michigan is that the more people that turn out to vote, the more likely it is that a Democrat is to take this state. But still, a lot of votes have not been tabulated just yet. The UAW president took the stage not too long ago, encouraging people, trying to create that celebratory mood, telling me earlier today that they feel confident in the strides that they've made, knocking on over 300,000 doors in the last couple of weeks of this campaign. Nora?
Jerika Duncan, thank you so much for that information. Senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for us tonight. And Weijia, we're so interested in what's happening there in Philadelphia and in the greater state of Pennsylvania. I just spoke with a source close to the Trump campaign that says the Trump campaign believes that they have overperformed in these rural counties.
And Nora, so much has been made about that because they specifically went after voters in those rural counties, in deep red counties that may not be typically engaged in elections. And I'm hearing the same thing from Trump sources who say that they are doing even better than they thought they would. Here in Philadelphia, I can tell you that a city commissioner says they expect to have the count wrapped up sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., which is very significant because that will tell the story about whether the base for Kamala Harris turned out like they really worked for them to do. And I just want to mention, Nora, a really interesting storyline that you guys have been talking about. Here in Philadelphia, we know that the 3 wards with the most.
Good evening. I'm Vicki George.
And I'm Rick Van Hoos. Thank you for joining us for our Commitment 2024 coverage. Indiana voters have elected a new governor.
The Associated Press projects Senator Mike Braun as the next governor of Indiana. He's defeated Democrat Jennifer McCormick and Libertarian Donald Rainwater. In Indianapolis tonight, the governor-elect explained to supporters why he decided to leave Washington.
And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you survive, know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along with the legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
McCormick just conceded the race and said she called Braun to congratulate him. In a statement, she said, quote, "While tonight's outcome is disappointing, I know we waged a campaign based on hope and optimism, not one of fear and chaos." Back here in Louisville, there are 7 Metro Council districts on the ballot with 5 incumbents fighting to keep their seats.
Our Madison Elliott is at the Republican Watch Party tonight where they are excited about the possibility of flipping some seats there, Madison.
Hey guys, good evening. Well, right now all precincts are reporting, and it's showing that Republicans will have flipped 3 districts and maintained 4 districts. Those districts that they have, that is projected they have flipped. District 12, where Democrat Rick Blackwell has served since 2003. He's also the chair of the Budget Committee. Republican Jonathan Joseph, who is a history teacher at Butler High School, is his challenger and the one projected to have unseated him. In District 14, Republican Crystal Bass has unseated Sidney Fowler, who is the incumbent there. And then District 24 is where a Democrat is retiring, and they're projecting Republican Jenny Mulvey Woodridge to beat Tyra Thomas Walker. Again, all precincts are reporting and showing that they have flipped 3 Metro Council districts. This means this will bring the total number of Republicans on Metro Council to 12 versus 14 Democrats, and they say that's really the most they've had in a very long time, and they're very excited about this. So we'll bring you more reaction tonight at 11. Reporting live, Madison Elliott, WLKY News.
Thank you, Madison. And despite long lines and issues at the polls, voters remain determined to cast their ballots this election day.
Jamie Mays has been talking with local election officials. She's live at the Jefferson County Board of Elections. Jamie?
Vicki, Rick, the Jefferson County Clerk's Office said earlier today they were expecting a historic turnout. And while records weren't quite broken today, we do know there was phenomenal attendance. Now, unofficial election results show 357,824 total people showed up to the polls. That's including early voting. That's about a 57% voter turnout. But there were problems once polls opened this morning. A spokesperson for the Jefferson County Clerk's Office says while poll workers were thoroughly trained on how voting machines worked, there were issues with systems used to sign voters in. But complaints of long lines and issues at some polling sites hasn't stopped voters from showing up on Election Day. And although those unofficial results are in, we do know that those provisional ballots still need to be accounted for. We're waiting on the Board of Elections to take a look at those tomorrow. Reporting live, I'm Jamie Mays, WLKY News.
All right, thanks, Jamie. And remember, you can find election results anytime on WLKY.com.
Stay right there. We'll be back with more local election coverage in 30 minutes. For now, we rejoin CBS News for America Decides election night coverage.
To CBS News election headquarters here in New York. It is 10:30 p.m. in the east, 7:30 in the west, and we have a CBS News projection in a closely watched Senate race in Maryland. CBS News projects that Democrat Angela Also Brooks has won in that state over the former governor, Larry Hogan. All night, we have been laser focused on those key battleground states that are right here in purple. We have yet to call or project any of these 7 states. They are all toss-ups at this hour. Let's take a look at the peach state of Georgia at this hour. You can see 86% of the vote in, but we're going to dive into the numbers about what's still left to count. Let's take a look, too, now at North Carolina. As you can see, about 80% of the vote in the Tar Heels state. Donald Trump currently with a lead, but we still rate this as a toss-up, as some of the major cities have not yet reported. And then take a look at Pennsylvania. This is the big electoral prize of the night with its 19 electoral votes. And Republican sources I'm talking with there say that Donald Trump has performed well in the rural counties, but just 57% of the vote in. And if you were with us 4 years ago on this journey, you'll remember that it took a few days to get the full count in from Pennsylvania. They do not pre-process their ballots like most other states do. So it takes them a little bit longer. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It just, you got to pack your patience. So let's go inside these numbers and touch base with Major Garrett. He's over here at the data desk, and I think this is our first time actually in the same room together all night, Major. Yes.
Welcome to the room where it happens.
I know. I'm excited to be here because Pennsylvania, everybody's curious about what's going on in that state. We'd heard about some polling places staying open late, young kids in line.
Lehigh University, exactly. So let's just walk through very gradually where we are currently in Pennsylvania. Here's where the outstanding vote is yet to come in. This is where the Harris campaign is hoping it can make up some ground. You see around Philadelphia and the collar counties and Pittsburgh and Allegheny. I will show you some numbers now, Nora, that illustrate what's outstanding. So, Bucks County, more than 200,000 votes still outstanding. Montgomery County, 342. Chester County, 300,000. Delaware County, 243. Philadelphia, 256. Allegheny County, 192,000. All of that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now? We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays exit poll data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania right now.
Because you are saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but what we call these collar counties.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as
These are high population centers, and of course we know Trump does very well in the rural areas.
So let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you closer you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And in Lackawanna County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden for obvious reasons, but competitive there. And in Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did 4 years ago?
So let's look at the ones that the Trump campaign was very focused on outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020. Beaver County, also a nice place, doing well there. Westmoreland County, even a larger concentration of voters, more strongly there. Washington County, competitive, doing, generally speaking, a little bit better or as well as he was right around Pittsburgh. Center County, Trump is running a little bit better than he did in 2020. And let's go to the all-important Erie County, which we all focus on. Again, 32% of the vote in. Kamala Harris doing slightly better than, considerably better than Joe Biden did, at least at this stage of the evening in Pennsylvania.
We have a projection, but then I want to go inside the numbers in the other blue wall states of Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump, that the former president has won the state of Iowa. You see just a little bit more than half the vote in there. There had been that poll by the Des Moines Register suggesting that she was doing much better than expected, but Iowa, a reliably Republican state there, and those 6 electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson, want to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past. We've talked about Latino voters. Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters. That's to say, voters with a college degree. So let's look at white voters with a college degree. Kamala Harris, 54 to 44. So that's a 10-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did in 2020. He won that group, white college voters with a degree, by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group, which is the one that Donald Trump does well in, and that's white voters without a college degree. Now you see he is creaming Kamala Harris, 65 to 33 among white voters without a college degree. So that's a 32-point difference, but that's a little bit less than he did in 2020 when he beat Joe Biden with that same group by 35 points. So this is we see the shift happening. Kamala Harris overperforming with white college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2024, although a little bit worse. Why, of course, this matters is in the key battleground states. White non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll slides for you or graphics, but just to give you a sense of the picture. In Pennsylvania, the picture we just described, where Kamala Harris is doing well with white college voters, she's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree who are white, beating her by 29 points, but he beat Biden by 32. So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story. But in Wisconsin, and I'll just wind it down here, Wisconsin and Michigan, it's much tighter. White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020. In Michigan, Harris is doing a little bit better among white college voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So in those 2 key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level. Nora, back to you wherever you may be.
I know, John. Well, I decided to stay over here with Major Garrett.
Sure. Well, who can blame you? Who can blame you?
No offense to any of you, but of course, you know, I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted to know about Michigan and Wisconsin because we haven't yet got to dive into those numbers. So, Major, take it away.
So, again, Michigan, 23% of the vote in. We have a current lead for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? Well, okay. As we mentioned earlier, as Anthony went through this, Wayne County, Washtenaw, that's Ann Arbor, Oakland. Very large concentration of outstanding vote there. What is the overall needs for President Trump to prevail in Michigan? What is our current projection? 46%. Again, these are projections based on the vote that's come in so far, our estimation of what the overall turnout will be, and overlaying that with exit poll data. So that's what we can basically say about Michigan at this hour.
Okay, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Let's go there now. We have 52% of the vote in. Where is that vote that we still need to see come in? Where is it concentrated? Milwaukee and Madison. Those are good, strong areas for the vice president. What is the general orientation? Vice President Harris, according to our estimates, needs 50% of the outstanding vote. We saw just a moment ago where it's concentrated, Madison and Milwaukee and the surrounding suburbs. According to our estimates, she's going to get 43% of that outstanding vote. That could be problematic in Wisconsin for some of the reasons that John mentioned on some of the exit poll data in that state, showing a difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin, exactly, based on our current estimates, yes.
And what about Door County?
Door County, let's bring that out. Door.
Interesting.
76% in.
So sometimes Door County has, well, I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has a near perfect record, and she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice Dubois at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270, lights out. He's the next president of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268, so he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time. And to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now. Nora.
Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. Let's take a look at some of the other states. We have results to share. Just in from the CBS News data desk, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Kansas. In Ohio, CBS News projects the former president will win there as well. And so here's where we stand in the race to 270. Donald Trump, 207. Kamala Harris, 91. And we should note, as it is almost 11 o'clock in the East, that of those 7 battleground states that will decide who wins the presidency, they are still a toss-up at this hour. That is how close this contest is tonight. But we are getting some clues as more and more of the vote tally comes in. I want to bring in Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. She was elected Secretary of State and oversaw the Michigan's 2020 and 2022 general elections, both of which drew record-breaking turnout. Secretary Benson, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Happy election night.
Happy election night. I know Michigan looked like it was on track to break records. Where do you stand tonight?
We're still on track. We're waiting to see what we've also done, really, that I'm really proud of, is more efficiently tabulate the absentee ballots than even we had anticipated. So we're on track to have all our ballots tabulated in the next few hours statewide, and from there the results will become known. I will caution we have 6,000 outstanding ballots for military and overseas voters. Those may come in the days ahead, but beyond that, the rest of our millions of ballots have been securely tabulated, and we're on the way to being reported. And I'm really grateful to all the election workers who worked so efficiently through this process to count every valid vote.
With the two of them?
And Secretary, I know you said earlier tonight that you expect the vote to be tallied by midnight. Is that still true?
That's my hope. There is some time between when the ballots are tabulated to when they get securely reported out publicly, and so there's still that gap that we're assessing. But certainly, I anticipate before the morning we'll know the results of the bulk of Michigan races. Of course, again, the closer ones that may take some more time to assess. There may be recounts and all the like, but I'm hopeful, and we're certainly seeing the tabulation process go smoothly. And I'm hopeful we'll have those unofficial results ready to be reported in the next few hours.
And Secretary, Donald Trump tweeted earlier this evening that there was heavy police presence in Philadelphia and Detroit. Is there any truth to that?
No, there isn't, neither in Detroit or in Philadelphia. To the extent that there is a law enforcement present anywhere in our city, it's to really ensure our election officials are protected. But people have been respectful. People have been observing the process but not disrupting the process. It's really been a sea change from 2020, and I'm grateful to see such a peaceful, secure process here in Detroit and across Michigan.
And Secretary Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret.
Good to talk to you again, Madam Secretary. There were a number of incidents today with bomb threats in your state. What can you tell us about what the impact was, practically speaking, on just administering this election?
Yeah, we know there were 4 bomb threats made to precincts and 1 to an office building, our office building in Lansing. All of those were investigated and debunked and essentially treated like swatting attempts. No one was really significantly disrupted. No voter was stopped from voting, and things continued apace and continued smoothly, in part due to the fact that our partnerships with law enforcement enabled a quick investigation, a quick response, and we quickly were able to source it to Russian interference.
Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, thank you so much for your time tonight. Good luck with the count.
Thanks, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely, and we want to head back to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanta at the CBS News data desk with some new insight into the Pennsylvania turnout. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. So I want to take you down to the local level. You wanted granular data? This is the city of Philadelphia. These are precincts in the city of Philadelphia. We've talked all night about how important turnout is here, but also vote shifts. We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see it coming in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill, as we get up here away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the other way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or other comments that they'd heard, but nope. In fact, that is going back towards Donald Trump right now. So all in all, the other thing that's really important here is it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right, might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now, none of that bodes well for Kamala Harris. And that's your local level dive into Philadelphia.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something?
I was going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that that sounds counterintuitive, right, given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants, and half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population. Many Latinos seem to be finding a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
All right, when we return, poll closings in 4 western states, including California and its 54 electoral votes. CBS News America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Dorn.
And I'm Rick Van Hoos. Thank you for joining us for Commitment 2024 coverage. Familiar faces will be returning to Congress in both Kentucky and Indiana.
3rd District Congressman Morgan McGarvey remains the only Democrat to represent Kentucky on Capitol Hill. He was elected to 2nd term tonight. Alexis Matthews had a chance to catch up with him after the race was called. Alexis?
Yeah, Vicki, Rick, easily one of the biggest wins for local Dems tonight was Congressman Morgan McGarvey being re-elected to his seat in D.C. Now, the U.S. congressman defeated Republican Mike Craven to secure his 2nd term for the 3rd Kentucky Congressional District, which encompasses much of the Louisville area. Now, McGarvey joined Congress in January of last year and says he worked with Republicans on legislation in the State House, an approach he says he took to Washington, and he was all smiles as he talked to the crowd and to media tonight.
I've never spent a day of my life in the majority in the legislative chamber. So anything I've ever gotten done has been because I was able to work across the aisle to move something forward. Whether I'm in the minority or the majority, I'm going to carry that experience with me. There are people who have good ideas all over the country, no matter where you're from or what party you're from.
And similar to what the newly elected congressman said tonight, it's all about now working with those Republicans who now have increased presence at a local and on a state level here in Kentucky to make sure that we are transforming communities. And as you see, the local Dems Watch Party has now cleared out. Some of the Democrats leaving with a little bit of disappointment, but we will delve more into that with those results tonight at 11. Live from the Phoenix Hill neighborhood for you tonight, I'm Alexis Matthews, WLKY News.
Thank you, Alexis. Republicans hold on to the Southern Indiana's 9th congressional seat. This race was just called within the last half hour.
Erin Halchin will serve a second term in the House. She defeated Democrat Timothy Peck and Libertarian Russell Brooksbank.
One person who will not be returning to Washington is Senator Mike Braun.
No, the Republican senator is coming back to Indiana to serve as governor. Braun defeated two challengers, Democrat Jennifer McCormick and Libertarian Donald Rainwater.
The governor-elect addressed supporters in Indianapolis just a short time ago. He promised to continue helping the Hoosier state prosper and grow.
For the 60 or 70 rural counties that we have that are flat or losing population, I can guarantee you, I know our state has 4 corners. I come from one of them, and I'm going to make sure that all of us as Hoosiers prosper. I'm going to do it with everything I've learned in the real world, the tutorial of 3 years being a state rep, 6 years in the big house. We're going to take Indiana to places we've never seen before.
Jennifer McCormick said she called Braun about an hour ago to congratulate him. In a statement, she said, while tonight's outcome is disappointing, I know we waged a campaign based on hope and optimism, not one of fear and chaos. I'm so incredibly thankful to the millions of Hoosiers who voted and made their voices heard. Stay with us. The 11 o'clock news is next.
I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible.
We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best, I would say this was the best campaign we were in.
Long lines, packed polling places, and enthusiasm from both sides. We have results from what some are describing as one of the most important elections in our lifetime. Good evening. I'm Vicki Dortch.
And I'm Rick Van Hoos. We have you covered tonight from every angle as election results continue to come across the metro. WLKY's Mark Vanderhoff is following Kentucky Amendment 2. That's the issue where voters had to decide whether tax money for public schools could be used for private schools. Norman Seawright is in southern Indiana, where voters cast their ballots for the next governor.
WLKY's Jamie Mays is tracking voter turnout on both sides of the river, and that includes a challenge to keep the polls open longer. Madison Elliott is with the local Republican Party and following races in the Kentucky State House. And Alexis Matthews is with the Democratic Party and focusing on the races for Louisville Metro Council. We began tonight with a race for the White House between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
All right, here's a look at the Electoral College map as it stands right now, and that's what will determine who wins the presidency. The winner needs 270 electoral votes to win. This is a look at the popular vote. You can see the former President Trump has the lead with 53% of the vote so far. Former President Trump and running mate J.D. Vance are in Florida tonight watching results from Mar-a-Lago. Vice President Harris and Tim Walz are in Washington, D.C., watching from Harris's alma mater, Howard University. Supporters of both candidates are feeling good about their chances.
I tend to agree with her policies and stances and the things that come out of her mouth.
I think when you look at the end of the day, fiscally, you look at our country, the budget was better, the taxes were better.
And now let's break down those voting numbers for you a little further. Here's a look at who Indiana voters backed in the presidential race. About 60% of voters backed former President Donald Trump. Indiana traditionally votes Republican. A Democratic candidate has only won the state twice since 1964. Barack Obama did it in 2008. And Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964.
Here's a look at how Kentucky voted. 65% backed Trump statewide. The numbers were flipped here in Jefferson County. About 57% backed Harris, but she still fell short of an upset. Kentucky has not backed a Democratic candidate for president since Bill Clinton in 1996. Today's other big issue on the Kentucky ballot, Amendment 2. Voters were asked whether state lawmakers should be allowed to change the state's constitution to allow public tax dollars to be spent on private schools. It's been one of the state's hot-button issues for months. Right now, that issue is failing with more than 60% of voters against it. WLKY's Mark Vanderhoff is live in the studio with a look at what that means moving forward. Mark?
Vicki, Rick, I don't think either side expected the vote to be this lopsided. We knew Amendment 2 would be a tough sell in rural areas. That's because public schools are often the largest employers in the county, so voters are very protective of their local public schools. And there aren't a lot of private schools out in rural areas, so rural voters might not feel like vouchers will benefit them. But even in some urban counties, Amendment 2's underperformance was surprising. There were counties with plenty of private schools that could easily attract charter schools, but even conservative voters there seem to turn this down.
Amendment 2 gives the opportunity for the people to vote, and they clearly made a statement that they want public dollars going to public education. So I'm just really pleased with that outcome. And I think it's really in the state of Kentucky, and really it's, I think, a signal across the nation what people want, which is to support our public schools.
Now, I apologize. There was supposed to be another soundbite there. But one other quick note, Kentucky Amendment 1 was also a big issue. It asked voters if they were in favor of requiring citizenship to vote. That amendment passed with more than 60% of the vote. A lot of people asked me, wait, I thought it was already illegal for non-citizens to vote. Well, it is. GOP lawmakers say they just wanted to strengthen the law by adding language to the state constitution, too. And you know, GOP lawmakers are surely relieved that at least one of their amendments passed tonight. You might recall in 2022, Kentucky voters rejected one of their amendments that would have allowed them to put some anti-abortion language in Kentucky's constitution. Rick, Vicki, back to you.
Thanks, Mark. Voters in Indiana chose a new governor.
With about 55% of the vote, Republican Mike Braun is the new governor-elect, defeating Democrat Jennifer McCormick and Donald Rainwater. WLKY's Norman Seawright is live at the Clark County Courthouse with reaction to this. Hey, Norman.
Hey, Rick, Vicki. Yeah, a lot of excitement from the GOP leadership this evening. They really pointed toward Braun's experience as a business person and in legislature as well as his love for Indiana as a state and as an economic driver across the nation. And here's what Braun had to say after he won tonight.
If you've got good principles and you stick to them, regardless of what you pursue, if you stick to them, you'll end up in the long run doing okay. And then I come back to faith, family, and community. We've been blessed beyond any measure. All I can tell you is now we've jumped this hurdle, this hard deadline, and really I can't wait to hit the ground running, taking this state to a place where they put us with Texas, Florida, Tennessee.
And GOP leadership again pointed to his abilities to look at the state as a whole in ways that it can work as an economic driver, championing small businesses and helping to develop this economic area much further. We will continue to talk about this, I'm sure, for a long time to come, especially with the way Southern Indiana has River Ridge and other things around here, the ports, the rivers, everything here. The leadership says Braun knows what to do with that. Reporting live in Jeffersonville, Norman Seawright, WLKY News. Rick, Vicki, back to you.
You got it covered. All right, thanks, Norman. Indiana also voted on Attorney General. The AP has called the race for Republican incumbent Todd Rokita, who has a big lead over Destiny Wells. All 9 Indiana congressional districts were on the ballot tonight. In District 9, which includes Clark, Floyd, and Scott counties, Republican incumbent Aaron Houchin won another term in office with about 65% of the vote over Democrat Timothy Peck and Libertarian Russell Brooksbank. And in District 8, which is just west of Cordon, Republican Mark Messmer won the open congressional seat there. Congressman Larry Bushin is retiring at the end of the session.
We're also watching Kentucky's congressional races, and the incumbents are returning to Washington to represent the Bluegrass State. District 1 covers Kentucky's southwestern tip. Republican incumbent James Comer beat Democrat Aaron Marshall with more than 70% of the vote. District 2 covers Bowling Green all the way up to Bullitt County. Incumbent Brett Guthrie easily defeated Democrat Hank Linderman. In District 6, which includes Lexington, Republican incumbent Andy Barr won re-election, and Louisville native Morgan McGarvey easily won re-election in District 3, which includes his hometown. McGarvey beat Mike Craven about 62% to 38%.
I was the first freshman Democrat in the country to pass a bill through the House of Representatives this year. I was the only freshman Democrat in the entire country who passed 2 bills through the House, supporting our veterans, supporting our small business owners. I'm going to continue to do what I've always done, just stand up for what I think is right, fight for the people of Louisville while trying to work to get things done. That's what I did in my first term. That's what we're going to do in the second term as well.
McGarvey is the only Democrat in Kentucky's congressional delegation. Before joining Congress, McGarvey was a state senator for a decade, including 4 years as a top-ranking Democrat in the GOP-dominated chamber.
Results are coming in fast and furious, folks, but we have you covered. You can find the results for whatever race you need on our website, WLKY.com, or on our mobile app if you choose. We'll also have those results scrolling along the bottom of your screen through the commercial breaks. Long lines, packed polling places, and hundreds of complaints statewide help contribute to a very busy election day.
WLKY's Jamie Mays is live at the Jefferson County Clerk's office with an early look at the voter turnout. Jamie?
Vicki, Rick, the Jefferson County Clerk's office said earlier today they were expecting a historic turnout. But while records weren't quite broken today, they say there was still phenomenal participation. Unofficial election results show 357,824 people in Jefferson County voted in this year's election. That's about a 57% voter turnout. But there were problems once polls opened this morning. A spokesperson for the Jefferson County Clerk's office says while poll workers were thoroughly trained on how voting machines worked, there were issues with systems used to sign voters in, but complaints of long lines and issues at some polling sites didn't stop voters from showing up on Election Day.
We knew that we were going to see a historic turnout, and we knew that people were going to be showing up to vote in big numbers, and we saw that, and we're very excited that we were able to allow so many people to vote and make their voices heard.
And although unofficial results are in, provisional ballots still need to be reviewed by the Board of Elections tomorrow. Reporting live, I'm Jamie Mays, WLKY News.
Thank you, Jamie. Our Commitment 2024 coverage is just getting started tonight. Some new faces were vying for seats on Louisville Metro Council.
Coming up, we'll have those results and we will hear from the winners. But first, we're also tracking some impact weather. Jay Cardosi's here with a look at what's to come. Jay?
Hi, Vicki. Yeah, so far on this election night, it's been breezy. It's been dry. Temperatures in the 70s. Look behind me. The radar starting to light up, especially out there near the Wabash. Here comes a wall of rainfall. It'll be in here overnight. I'll tell you exactly how long this impact weather will stick around your neighborhood. That is coming up next.
Right now, this is WLKY News at 11.
Here in Louisville, the makeup of Louisville Metro Council was on the line. 7 districts were contested, and Republicans walked away with all 7 seats. In District 12, Republican newcomer Jonathan Joseph flipped that seat when he narrowly defeated incumbent Rick Blackwell. That race was decided by less than 100 votes. The result was the same, but a little more convincing in District 14, where Republican Crystal Bass defeated incumbent Cindy Fowler.
And Jenny Mulvey-Wooldridge flipped District 24 when she defeated Democrat Tyra Thomas Walker. WLKY's Madison Elliott is live with the Jefferson County Republican Party tonight with reaction to their big wins. Madison?
Hey guys, good evening. The room has now since cleared out, but there was a lot of excitement as people sat in these seats right here. Not only did Republicans flip 3 Metro Council districts, but they also maintained 4. Let's start with District 24. That is a district where a current councilwoman, Madonna Flood, is retiring. She's a Democrat, and they were hoping to have another Democrat succeed her, but instead Republican Jenny Mulvey-Wooldridge beat Democrat Tyra Thomas Walker for that seat. In District 14, Republican Crystal Bass unseated Sidney Fowler to represent Southwest Jefferson County. And one of the biggest wins of the night for Republicans, Jonathan Joseph unseated Democrat and incumbent Rick Blackwell, who served on Metro Council since 2003 and is the budget chair. Joseph, who is a teacher at Butler High School, was emotional as he was speaking with us, saying he respects Blackwell, but it means so much to him to serve his district.
I think what makes me emotional about all of it is just knowing how hard the fight was and how hard the battle was and how much I love my hometown and love my area of town. And the idea that I get to represent it is like the greatest honor of my life.
I've stuck to my guns and community over politics, and we got to stop looking left and right and look down the middle and work together to make things work.
So our motto was 4 + 3 = 12. We now have more representatives on Metro Council than we've ever had since the merger. I'm pinching myself.
Republicans held on to districts 16, 18, 20, and 22. This now brings the makeup of Metro Council to Republicans. There's 12 Republicans on Metro Council versus 14 Democrats. Reporting live, Madison Elliott, WLKY News.
Thanks, Madison. Now, tonight did not go the way local Democrats wanted it to, but they still hold a majority of Metro Council, as she just said.
WLKY's Alexis Matthews is live with Democrats at the Mile Wide Beer Company. Alexis?
Vicky, Rick, election night unfortunately did not fare out like the Louisville Democrats wanted it to, particularly with the Metro Council races. But as mentioned, Democrats still hold a majority and a significant presence in Metro government. Now, some of the Democratic opponents, many of them actually who lost to the Republicans, held watch parties at different locations. And so we were not able to get their immediate reaction to being defeated here at the local Dems watch party. And so I spoke to Democrats who were here about those results, and they tell me they are disappointed in the turnout and that some of the races didn't go in their party's favor, but says despite the loss, there is still work to do with Republicans on a local and state level to transform communities.
And so hopefully the folks who are being elected are people who are willing and wanting to work across party lines, to work on issues that the people, no matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, work on the issues of the people. And I think that if folks do that, we'll be okay. But at the end of the day, we need more Democrats elected.
But I just think that there is very much a reason for us to continue to keep organizing, get folks involved, folks to find out exactly what issues they want to actually work on and really get them to their representatives.
And again, Democrats still have somewhat of a stronghold in Metro Council. And although the Democrats are disheartened by some of the local races, they tell me they are still optimistic about the biggest race of the night, and that is the race to the White House. Live in Louisville for you tonight, I'm Alexis Matthews, WLKY News.
Now, your WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
All right, breezy, warm weather on this election day, and that trend has continued tonight. So far, not much rain in the metro or the viewing area, but boy, it is really becoming widespread and heavier out here in southwestern Indiana near the Wabash, western portions of Kentucky. This rain working steadily off towards the east-northeast. It will move across the viewing area overnight tonight through several hours of your Wednesday morning. So allow extra time to get to your destinations again tomorrow morning. Here's your detailed 12-hour forecast. We have the 73 now. Rain will be pushing in after midnight with impact weather overnight and for a few hours tomorrow morning in the form of these scattered rain showers. And then those showers will be diminishing somewhat by midday tomorrow. Hey, outside right now, we have cloudy skies, breezy. It is beautiful out there. And talk about beautiful. 81 earlier today. A new record high for the date. Outside at this time, we're cloudy, 73, humidity 61%. South breezes still kind of gusty, 10 to 20 miles an hour. You can see this front really taking shape as the rain is redeveloping off to the west and now showing signs of moving in our direction. There's your front. It is weakening So absolutely no severe weather on the way with this one, just some much needed water. And the futurecast showing this nicely. Here comes the rain after midnight tonight, continuing tomorrow morning. As I mentioned, you know how it gets around here in the morning with a morning commute, the rain. Just allow extra time to get to your destination. Scattered showers through about midday, and then we'll see those showers becoming much more isolated into and through the afternoon. Behind this front, it's not all that much colder. As a matter of fact, it's still going to be above average. I mean, early November, look at this. Upper 60s to near 70 tomorrow. And this mild weather pattern is going to win out the rest of the work week into and through the upcoming weekend as well. Here's the forecast. Breezy, mild, the rain on the increase after midnight tonight, 65 on that low. Your detailed 12-hour forecast for tomorrow, we have the impact weather through mid to late morning. Then those steady showers will diminish, become much more isolated in the afternoon, highs of 70. We're 68 Thursday, a few more scattered showers in the morning. That's why we have impact weather there. Friday and Saturday looking pretty good right now. And then come Saturday night on into Sunday, our next chance for rain building into and through the region. So again, get ready for more impact weather at that time. But yeah, here comes the rain later on tonight for several hours tomorrow morning. We'll trend drier tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
We'll get that rain on all our yards tomorrow.
Yeah,
pretty
we
good?
need it badly. It's going to be a nice rain.
All right.
Good.
Thanks, Jay.
Sure.
Still to come on WLKY News, we're inching closer to finding out who will become the next president of the United States. Coming up after the break, we'll take a closer look at where things stand right now and how our local counties voted.
You're watching WLKY News.
More election coverage for you now. The Electoral College map is starting to fill out just a little more.
All right, you need 270 electoral votes to win. Right now, former President Donald Trump just won North Carolina and has 230 right now. Results from swing states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are not yet in. Here's a look at how local voters cast their ballots in Kentucky. In Jefferson County, Kamala Harris took the county with about 57% of the vote, but more rural counties backed former President Trump. Voters in Oldham County were firmly in the former president's corner. He won the county 60% to 40%. In Hardin County, it was the same story. 64% supported the former president. 75% of Bullitt County voters backed former President Trump as well. And in Nelson County, former President Trump took 70% of the vote there.
Local counties in Indiana also voted for former President Trump. In Floyd County, 57% of voters backed the former president. And in Scott County, 75% voted Trump. Election results in Clark County are not being reported just yet. Be sure to stay with WLKY tonight. We'll be bringing you updates on the local races that matter to you throughout the evening. You can also get election results anytime by going to WLKY.com and on our free WLKY mobile app.
Right now, this is WLKY News at 11.
Jefferson County also had 3 school board seats on the ballot tonight. In District 1, Gail Strange took 75% of the vote when she defeated Mark Gatton. In District 4, Barbara Lewis beat Trevin Bass 55% to 45%. And in District 2, Tricia Lister's opponent dropped out, leaving her as the sole candidate. She took over for Chris Kolb when he stepped down a few weeks ago.
Bullitt County also had a pair of school board seats on the ballot. In District 1, incumbent Linda Belcher was running unopposed, so she'll serve another term, and she'll be joined by Juanita Neal, who won the seat in District 2. In Oldham County, 16 candidates were on the ballot for LaGrange City Council, with the top 8 earning seats. Latasha Booker Bishop, Kenneth Powell, Laura Taylor, Trey Kamer were the top 4 vote getters. They'll be joined by Lucy Ricketts, Jason Taylor, Jason Kinzer, and Deborah Pollard. Floyd County voted a pair of commissioners tonight. In District 2, Republican Frank Loop leads Democrat Veronica Combs 60% to 40%. And in District 3, Republican Jason Sharp leads Democrat Tim Harbison with 56% of the vote.
It has been one heck of an election night.
A lot of stuff, candidates on the ballot, a lot of issues. It's been busy.
And not over by a long shot, is it?
And you got some news for us, too.
Yeah, good news. We need the water. We're going to get some much-needed rainfall overnight through tomorrow morning with the impact weather, then trending a bit drier tomorrow afternoon.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jay.
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Keep it here for more election coverage. CBS News coverage is back up next. Good night.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in New York. It is 11:30 p.m. in the east, 8:30 p.m. in the west, and polls are now closed across the lower 48 United States. Let's check in on the race to 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win the White House. Here is where we stand right now. As you see, Donald Trump has 211, Kamala Harris 165. And part of those electoral votes include two new CBS News projections, Oregon and Washington State, both for the vice president. And in those all-important battleground states, you can see all 7 are in purple. In Georgia, CBS News now rates the presidential race there as lean Republican. And in North Carolina, CBS News now rates the race as lean Republican. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, part of that blue wall the Democrats say a must-win for the vice president. CBS News rates this race as toss-up. In Michigan, CBS News rates this race as a toss-up. The Secretary of State there telling us they could have the vote counted by midnight. That doesn't mean we'll understand or know what that full vote is, but that could come quickly. And Wisconsin, CBS News rates this race as a toss-up at this hour. Let's check in on more of the Sun Belt states, including Arizona. Just about half the vote there in Arizona. Look how close it is, those prized 11 electoral votes. It is a toss-up at this hour. And then Nevada. Again, the vote, not enough of the vote yet in, but we rate that as a toss-up at this hour. As I mentioned just a short time ago, there's important news on the United States Senate. Let's go now to Scott McFarland, who covers Congress for us. Good evening, Scott.
Nora, this has such outsized impact on the next president. Which party controls the U.S. Senate? The evening began with Democrats and their feet in quicksand, immediately almost losing that West Virginia seat they've held for so many years. And now they are fighting an uphill battle and losing so many of them. Let's go to Ohio first. CBS News projects at this point it leans Republican. Bernie Moreno, the Trump-endorsed businessman from Ohio, leading Sherrod Brown, the 3-term Democratic incumbent from Northeast Ohio. He served in the U.S. House before his 18 years in the U.S. Senate. He literally wrote the book on Congress. Sherrod Brown is in trouble, and the trouble exists elsewhere as well. Let's go to Montana. The military veteran, the political newcomer Tim Sheehy, projected as a lean Republican race in Montana. The 3-term Democratic incumbent John Tester in trouble there. Democrats would have to make inroads into Republican-held states to offset these losses with such a narrow margin for error. They were bullish for a while on their prospects in Texas with Colin Allred, the former NFL player, but Ted Cruz, who eked out a 3-point win in 2018, projected as the winner here, and that is a wider margin with 80% of the vote in. Same deal in Florida. Democrats aspired to being competitive in Florida. Rick Scott projected as the winner there. So there are no more outs for Democrats on this map. They still have to protect the state of Pennsylvania. They still have to protect Nevada. And look at Arizona. This is an open seat. The incumbent senator in Arizona is retiring. Ruben Gallego, the congressman from the Phoenix area, faring well early on. We forecast this one right now as lean Democrat against Carrie Lake, who lost her bid for governor 2 years ago. Let me quickly show you the U.S. House. Oh, by the way, control of the U.S. House is at stake tonight. I'm standing in the very narrow battleground seat races that exist. The magic number here is clear, 218. There really is a bunch of offsetting dynamics so far, Nora. Quickly, in New York, Democrats making some inroads. There's a lean race that was held by a first-term Republican on Long Island, another one in central New York and Syracuse. Democrats faring well early, but Republicans also seem to be out of the gates good in some of their battleground races from Iowa through the Tidewater area of Virginia. A long road to haul in the battle for control of the U.S. House.
Really interesting there in Virginia. Scott McFarland, thank you very much. Scott, I'm sorry, can I just, does it look like Republicans could control both chambers?
Oh, that's certainly in play. The field is narrow in the U.S. House in several ways. Again, these are the battleground seats, the white chairs that surround me. Democrats net a gain of 4 seats. They have the majority. They'll have the Speaker of the House, likely to be Hakeem Jeffries for January 6, 2025, in the next 2 years. But the battleground races are not splitting in one way or the other. Well, watch for California, and it's going to take a while. Could take days to measure California. There are a half-dozen competitive races there, many of them held by Republicans. Democrats have a big night in California. They can offset losses elsewhere. This is going to take days to figure out the U.S. House, but Republicans are bullish on their prospects.
Really important point. Scott McFarland, thank you very much. Want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Gayle King. And Gayle, we've been here now for several hours, and we're getting a little bit of a sense of how the night is going.
Yeah, and it seems that if you're a Donald Trump supporter, you're feeling very confident and encouraged, and if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you're feeling a little worried at this particular time. Although we keep saying there's still a lot of votes to be counted. People say they still are holding out hope, even though at this particular time she seems to be underperforming in all the things that they thought she would do well. You know, a friend of mine called me from Florida this morning, clearly a red state, and said, you know, America is in labor today, and today we'll find out if we are delivering a boy or a girl. Right now, as you sit here tonight, it looks very good for the Donald Trump team. And I think people are trying to figure out what is happening to Kamala Harris's campaign at this particular point, even though people still have hope.
Well, I think the vote is still being counted in Pennsylvania.
We need to keep emphasizing that.
Yes, and we certainly don't know what's happening in Arizona or Nevada just yet, and
Or
Michigan, Wisconsin. So the early states, Georgia and North Carolina, because they were the first to close, we were able to rate them as lean Republican. And so, you know, just as the hours go on and more votes come in, we'll have a better sense, I think, of what's happening there. But
you know what I think is troubling, though, Nora, is that she seems to be underperforming in areas that they thought she would do well. Certainly among women, certainly among the reproductive rights, certainly among some of the black voters. That's why I think people are so concerned at this particular point.
Gayle, thank you. I want to bring in Robert Costa on that note. Robert?
Just briefly to add to what Scott McFarland was talking about in terms of a possible expanded House majority for Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson just made remarks in Louisiana to his supporters. He believes he will enter next year as the Speaker of the House should he win the gavel again with more Republicans in the House. He also stated publicly that he believes there will be a Republican Senate and a Republican in the White House in Donald Trump. So you're looking potentially, and to Gayle's point, it's early in the night. A lot of votes still need to be counted, but Republicans are already tonight at this hour getting confident about what could be a very ambitious policy agenda next year.
And it's not just Republican senators. These will be Republican senators, very different than the Republican senators who were there when Donald Trump won in 2016. Jeff Flake, John McCain, Mitt Romney, those three are all gone. And these are Republican senators who grow up out of and into the Trump politics. It'll be if Donald Trump wins, a different Washington, different Republican majority.
We are pleased to be joined now by South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. And Congressman Clyburn, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what you have seen so far tonight, do you believe there is still a path to victory for Vice President Harris?
Well, there's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there, though there seems to be some underperforming in some areas where we thought we were in good shape. But we'll just have to wait and see. It's not over yet.
And what about what you just heard from Speaker Johnson, that he is predicting that he will retain control in the House of Representatives that would prevent a speakership for the Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, I hope he's not right about that. I have not looked at all of the House seats, quite frankly. California, I'm sure it's going to be a long time before we find out what happens in California. There are a couple of seats in New York that I've looked at. Two that I expected to win. Looks like we have won them. But the other two, not so much. So I'm still not giving up on the fact that we'll get a 1 or 2 vote victory in the House.
Mm-hmm. As you know, we have called Georgia and North Carolina states near your home state as lean Republican at this hour. As you noted, there is still a blue wall path to victory for the vice president. I know you know just about everybody in the Democratic Party. What is their concern tonight? Where is she underperforming?
There seems to be some underperforming taking place in Pennsylvania, really. I thought that there's some counties in Pennsylvania we seem not to be performing as well in. There's some that we look like we are winning, and still by a lesser margin than I expected. I'm really concerned about Michigan as well. So I hate to, not knowing where all the votes are coming from, I hate to make any predictions based upon the totals unless I knew where they were coming from. When you got 75, 80% of the vote in, it could very well be a pocket that would be favorable to us, but I'll wait to see before making any concessions.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for your time. And we have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Trump will win North Carolina. That is a state that he won in 2020 and 2016. And the Tar Heel state, the last time it went to a Democrat was Barack Obama in 2008. It was a very narrow win for him. Of course, he had a blowout victory in 2008, and so he was able to carry North Carolina. But that was a surprise to many people. So this was a must-win state, I think, for President Trump, and he has delivered today in part by turning out strong supporters in rural areas, just as he did in Virginia and other states, as we are seeing tonight. That is where his base is. So that moves Donald Trump to 227 electoral votes. Let's go now to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett. Good evening, guys.
So we're going to explain how we were able to make this call. And it's significant, I think, Anthony, to share with the audience. Trump won this state, North Carolina, by just over 74,000 votes in 2020. We project he's going to win by a substantially larger number of votes than that.
So this gets very simple. I'm going to show you what the outstanding vote is and where it is. And you think, okay, here are Democratic areas, yes. But you see how these circles, if you've been watching us during the night, have gotten a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. They are not large enough, even if they all go Democratic, for Kamala Harris to catch up, okay? And then I'm going to show you this because the needs, which we project for her in that outstanding vote, she needs 61% of it to catch up. I'm going to tap this, and I'm going to show you what our models show. She's still tracking to get only 47%. This comparison right here, in a nutshell, that is why you can make the projection. Didn't get the vote that she needs, didn't get the turnout she needed. And I will add, Donald Trump did just fine tracking with his target numbers in and around, especially in the areas around Charlotte, doing just fine tracking with his 2020 patterns in county after county, and that's where he ran up the score.
And Anthony, show our viewers what we call colloquially here, doesn't sound like a colloquial word, extrusion.
The extrusion. Okay, I'm going to back this out for a second. So to do that, you're going to see where the vote comes from. And here what you see is the higher bars are more people. And yes, those are Democratic areas. But you also see all these areas, including in the western part of the state, red, red, red counties. And that's where Donald Trump consistently performed as well as he needed to, compared to 2020, compared to his vote targets this time. So once I see at the decision desk those patterns emerging, then you can get closer and then make the projection, Nora.
It's not.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Well, joining us now is Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Senator Rubio, I think you're over here. I don't know if you can hear me and see me. I can see you now. Good to talk to you again. You know, when we spoke on Sunday on Face the Nation, you told me that the Harris campaign had a problem with turning out men. Are you seeing that tonight? And what are you seeing in terms of who is a decisive factor here for the Trump campaign?
Well, let's be clear. We don't know yet anything. I mean, we're still counting votes, as you said. There's still states out there, so I'm not going to claim anything. But I am going to say, and I'm sure your exit polls are showing this as well, you know, Donald Trump is winning a majority of the new voters. I think he's actually won over 5 or 6% of Biden voters. He's done exceptionally well among African-American men, doing incredibly well among Hispanic men, overperforming in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods in Reading, just outside of Philadelphia, as an example. I think this election, and again, we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but what we know right now is going to fundamentally remake not just the Republican Party, but what we know about American politics. I think it's time to begin to realize that the primary identity that voters bring to the ballot box is not the color of their skin, their ethnicity. It's what they do for a living. It's how much money they make or don't make. It's how hard life is for them. And I think that's really what we're seeing come through tonight. And you're going to see more of that when Nevada begins to come through, and Arizona more and more. But we're certainly seeing that tonight in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, everywhere we've looked.
Senator, in your home state of Florida, there was an abortion-related measure tonight that failed. It failed to hit that 60% supermajority threshold that would enshrine access to reproductive rights beyond the 6-week limit that is the current state law. What's your message to voters? Because it was still a significant turnout, just short of that 60% threshold.
Yeah, look, I mean, ultimately what happened with the Supreme Court's ruling is that now this is going to be in the hands of individual states and their elected legislators to pass laws, how restrictive, how not restrictive they want to make it. You know, I have my own views on it, but voters will get to weigh in on it and vote for or against state legislators that they agree or disagree with them. It's basically federalize the issue, meaning it's returning to federalism, returning that issue back to states. And, you know, there's been votes in other states like Ohio and Kansas where the vote went in a different direction when it was done. So I imagine it's probably not the last time we'll see that issue on the ballot in Florida, and certainly not the last time we'll see that issue debated nationally.
Well, with 57% of the voters saying they would like to have a broader access, that would be interesting to revisit. But let's talk about control of the Senate and Congress right now. It looks like that is going to be perhaps a tremendous either asset to the next commander-in-chief or the brakes on the agenda for perhaps a future Trump administration. What are you thinking there in terms of what those day one issues would be if Donald Trump is victorious tonight?
Well, I think he's been pretty clear what those are. The first is the securing our border. I think you're seeing across the board. I'm especially, you know, I especially point to how concerned they are in Hispanic communities about what illegal migrants who are criminals that are coming to this country already with criminal records, they're coming to Hispanic communities. And that's something that's been forgotten here. You're seeing that play out tonight. So I think that's going to be top of the agenda. And then our economy, the cost of living. You look at Philadelphia, I think the Philadelphia and its suburbs have the highest increase in food costs of anywhere in the country. That's a factor here tonight. That's a factor in this election, and it's going to have to be a factor Congress deals with. And I think there's concern about the state of the world. And Donald Trump did something that no Republican's been able to do in a long time, and that is position himself as the candidate of peace and stability, not getting into wars, but preventing them through strength, but preventing them. I think that's a valuable lesson. I do want to point out, we don't know yet the numbers finally, but in Ohio, a Colombian American, Bernie Moreno, is on the verge of victory in Pennsylvania and Montana. So, you know, there would be a real responsibility of governing that comes with a majority that gets to 53 or maybe even 54.
Indeed. Senator Rubio joining us there from the Trump campaign headquarters. Nora?
Thank you. And it is a good night for Republicans. You just heard Senator Rubio mention that, and CBS News can now project that Republican Bernie Moreno will win the Senate seat in Ohio, and that flips the seat from Democrat Sherrod Brown, who had been a popular Democrat in that state and had represented the state for some time and had a leadership position in the United States. But Bernie Moreno winning handily in that state at this hour, and CBS News projects he will be the next United States Senator from Ohio, and joining J.D. Vance, unless J.D. Vance becomes Vice President of the United States.
I do remember on the floor of the convention the day that Vance was picked, Moreno turned to me and said, well, I may end up being the senior senator of Ohio by January. And everyone kind of went, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. But it very well could happen if J.D. Vance is headed to the vice president.
I just want to underscore what Senator Rubio brought up there. In terms of, we spent so much time talking about the Latino vote and talking about the economy. Those are the two things he said we're thinking of in the wrong way.
Yep.
Sure.
Don't look at people based on identity. He said, look on their jobs, on their pay, on inflation, and hitting that again and again.
And that's been the Rubio thesis since he ran for president in 2016.
Well, it's also been the Trump thesis for the 2 years he's been running this campaign. Those have been the two issues. The Harris campaign had a much shorter runway, a much shorter time on this campaign, as you pointed out at the get-go, less than 100 days. And we're not seeing that reproductive health care vote play out as some had expected.
You know, I asked the Vice President, Kamala Harris, when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago, and I said, have you had enough time?
Yeah.
And she said, I'm going to make the most of the time I have. But there certainly will be some soul searching within the Democratic Party, whether President Biden stuck around too long. He didn't give the vice president enough time to present her case to the American people.
One tiny point on the Bernie Moreno. It means you now have another Republican senator from a Republican-leaning state. The split ticket voting that creates the conditions for a bipartisanship is going away. So Sherrod Brown was a Democrat in a red state. When Nixon and Reagan were elected, there were half of the states they won had Democratic senators. Now that's almost down to zero. And it may be down to zero by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will become even more partisan, less a deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative body on earth. Go ahead and then
But it is becoming a more diverse body. We should point out. Bernie Moreno is Colombian. Ruben Gallego looks like he's on path to join the Senate as well in Arizona. We had 2 black women from Delaware and Maryland elected tonight. So while there may not be political bipartisanship, there's a little more diversity.
All right, John Dickerson with some exit polls for us.
Let's take a look at why the groups that were supporting Donald Trump in North Carolina, which has been called for him, men 57 to 42, Trump won them in North Carolina. That is ahead of his national numbers with men. He's only ahead by 10 points with men nationally. He won by 15 in North Carolina. White voters with no college degree won them 72 to 27. That's larger than his already very large national margin on that. So essentially, he's outperforming himself in North Carolina. He's outperforming his national numbers. New voters, you heard Senator Rubio there talking about new voters. Nationally, Trump is winning with new voters by 7 points. Here you see him win with new voters by 21 points in North Carolina. So those are some of the exit poll numbers that give us an insight into why he won North Carolina.
Nora, I'm listening to you, John, and I'm thinking about some of the things that we have heard over the course of this campaign, and you'll have to forgive me on some of these, but, you know, from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard, talking about Arnold Palmer, we all remember that comment, and the locker room, and doing all the Joe Rogan podcasts, and the Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at MSG, and all of this. I think
gesticulating with the microphone.
The gesticulation at the microphone. That so much of America went, I'm sorry, what is happening? How is that possibly going to appeal to people? And what we're seeing tonight is that it actually is not a turnoff to many people, to many of the male supporters, particularly who sat in MSG and cheered it on. And that was particularly a very bro-y feel, a very dark rally that we all talked about in the wake of it. And the question was, is this going to help Trump expand his base? And what you just said right now, it actually very well may be.
He won bros in North Carolina by 21 points.
I just want to point out, we may be able to show this. In the popular vote right now, Trump has over 59 million and Harris has over 55 million. So he is currently winning the popular vote. When we come back, polls close in Hawaii, and we will continue to follow the latest results. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, election 2024 coverage.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Former President Trump is leading in the electoral counts as ballots are still being counted in the battleground states and across the country. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at Vice President Kamala Harris's election night headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy, how is the Harris campaign reacting to the numbers they're seeing across the country?
Well, Lindsay, the Harris campaign is well aware of how worried Democrats across the country are right now. And so the Harris campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has put out a memo trying to reassure nervous Democrats. She said that this is a razor-thin race, but that they still believe that the blue wall, this trio of states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, are all within reach. And she says she's feeling good about what she's seeing. She does caution that there are a lot of outstanding votes in Wisconsin that won't come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. Obviously, we know we won't get some of Pennsylvania's votes in until tomorrow. But this is basically the best you can do to reassure people right now. A short time ago, Jim Clyburn, one of the leading Democrats in the House, a true veteran, expressed his own concerns. He said there is still a path, but it is narrowing. And here at Kamala Harris campaign headquarters at her alma mater of Howard University, the crowd has been extremely muted. They are watching the results come in. They are talking to each other. There's no jubilation whatsoever. They want to learn more.
Nancy, is the campaign giving any further details about when they can stop stressing, essentially when they think this will be a done deal and called?
No, they've said all along that it could be a day, it could be several days. They have always insisted that it was highly unlikely that we would know the outcome on election night. So that's something that they have been preparing their supporters for some time. What they hadn't prepared their supporters for was the possibility that they might be lagging in so many of these battleground states. They had been arguing that they had a chance of sweeping them just 12 to 24 hours ago.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters here in New York. It is midnight on the East Coast, 9 p.m. on the West Coast so far. A big night for Republicans and Donald Trump. CBS News projects the former president has already won North Carolina, a key battleground, and the Senate is lean Republican at this hour. Polls are closed in almost the entire country. Only Alaska is still voting, but of course ballots are still being counted in many states across the nation. Here's where we stand at this hour in the race to 270. Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 176 electoral votes. And let's take a look at the blue wall states. The Harris campaign manager saying she still believes there is a path to victory with the blue wall states. CBS News rates the states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin as toss-up at this hour. And along the southern route of battleground states, CBS News characterizes Arizona and Nevada as toss-up at this hour. Georgia, CBS News rates as lean Republican. And as we mentioned earlier, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. My colleague John Dickerson is here and has been studying the exit polls. What accounts for where we are at this point of the night? We should note that all the votes are not in. Things can change. The only state we projected is North Carolina. But where are we?
Well, let's step away for a moment from the exit polls just to think about, no matter what happens with Donald Trump tonight, think of the comeback he has made after the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, in which his party pushed him away. Then in 2022, his candidates did not do well in their races. The hangover of Donald Trump. He is now tonight outperforming what was expected. I mean, he's doing well in the areas where he was supposed to be doing. His opponent is not doing as well in some places. He's bringing in Senate candidates who have run on his ticket with him. So just as a matter, whatever happens tonight, in terms of a political comeback story, leaving aside that he's totally redesigned a party around his views on the economy, immigration, it's already the fact that he's doing so well and it's so close is quite an extraordinary comeback for him.
Well, in addition to not only what happened on January 6th, even following those 2 impeachment trials, but of course then 2 assassination attempts, convicted felon, multiple federal felony counts against him.
Senior members of his national security team all saying he should not be allowed near power again. I mean, these are not rinky-dink people. These are former secretaries of state, national security advisors. I would also note, and Marco Rubio touched on this, and it'll be one of the stories of the night, is the realignment that might be going on in American politics. No longer by race and age, but now education, job. The forgotten man that Donald Trump talked about in his inaugural address in 2017, the forgotten man is voting for Donald Trump. And he's making inroads. He'll do better with African-American voters than any Republican has ever done, with Latino voters better than any Republican has ever done. He's not just changing the party. He may very well be changing American politics.
Nora, I wanted to pick up what John is saying, and you too, Cecilia, when you said, you used to think it was about your morals, your integrity, and your character. When we started out the evening, we said that the Harris campaign said that they were nauseously optimistic. Last time I checked, nausea is never a good thing. The Trump campaign was cautiously optimistic. And when I was in Pennsylvania talking to people, I had person after person, Trump supporter, say to me, yeah, he's mouthy, but I'm mouthy. Yeah, he doesn't tell the truth, but every politician lies. Yeah, he doesn't represent the values that I hold dear, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want to know, can this person do the job? And time after time after time, it came back to immigration, really hard on immigration, and the economy. But when I asked, who would you trust to babysit your children? Nobody. Only one person chose Donald Trump. And I just think when you put it in that context, I'd like to know what that says about us as a country. What does this mean? John, is it a brand new party? Is it a brand new day? And we should also say nobody has 270 yet either. So the Harris campaign is still nauseously optimistic, but I bet they're getting a little sicker now as the night progresses.
There is this realignment, to pick up on what John was saying, that we are watching play out in terms of who's turning up to vote, but we are looking at a globe that is realigning too. There is a disorientation. There is, from the commander-in-chief question, who is going to take office at a time when the world is watching this election tonight to see who they will be dealing with, when they're looking at the largest land war in Europe underway, when they're looking at the expansion of that, they're looking at a Mideast on fire, they're looking at an aggressive China, and we are going to be digesting this as a planet when we wake up tomorrow morning to figure out what's next. A third of the world has had a female leader. This country has not, and tonight this is also a test of whether a woman could be a commander-in-chief of this country, elected in a very short runway of an election against a man who has presented himself, despite what his national security advisors say, as about strength, as about he puts fear in other people, therefore you won't see that realignment or that threat around the world come to these shores. That's the package he's selling in his national security argument. And it's just something to chew on tonight as we wait to see who gets to 270. There are just some major tests that go, I think, beyond this moment when we talk about gender, when we talk about, projections of power and America's role in the world.
I know, but you look at the exit polls. Harris overwhelmingly wins when people say they want their president to have good judgment. Trump overwhelmingly wins support when you say you're looking for someone who could lead and who can bring much-needed change.
I hear you talk. All right, let's bring in Robert Costa on this matter. Robert?
Some new reporting from former President Trump's inner circle at Mar-a-Lago tonight. It is just past midnight on the East Coast. People close to Trump tell me, just in the last few minutes, that it is notable that he has not yet made a statement. He is holding back from making remarks tonight because there is a growing sense inside of Trump's inner circle at the highest ranks of the campaign that tonight is shaping up well for Trump. The vote is still being counted, but there was talk early on, as we discussed, former chief strategist Steve Bannon and others urging Trump to get out there and declare victory. He has not done that yet because there's a belief that he could win it within the next 6 to 12 hours outright. They're not betting that yet, but they're holding him back, and he's telling people behind the scenes he feels very good that Republicans are turning out. When I spoke to him just before we went to air, he said immigration, more than anything, is overwhelming this race. He believes, in his view, that by focusing on border security, he wins over people who might have questions about his character, his conduct, January 6th. But the way he's framing the country as an argument, casting the Biden-Harris administration as a bleak place that's managing a country in decline, he believes if he hammers that and immigration, he could win. That was his bet from day one of this campaign. And there's a belief inside Trump's campaign tonight that it could be paying off.
Do you think he'll still say, Bob, the election was rigged?
If he wins?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it, too. I doubt it, too.
It is still early in the night with a number of votes to be counted. Let's go now to Major Garrett at the data desk because we have not projected 6 of those 7 battleground states. We want to know what we see as those votes are coming in. Major?
So, Nora and team, there are toss-up status for Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That is a fact. We have not changed or altered our projections. But there are trends within the toss-up designation that we must look at and look at closely. I'm going to start in Wisconsin. I'm going to move across the so-called blue wall. Let's look at Wisconsin. I'm only going to show you one thing. What Kamala Harris needs, the vice president needs, to prevail in Wisconsin and capture its 10 electoral votes. You see that, 56%. What does our estimate reveal? 45%. That is a substantial gap. Let's now go next door to across the lake to Michigan. All right, same question. What does Kamala Harris need? And we're talking about this in the sense that this is what her campaign manager, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, has said is the place that this is a still winnable race. 52% in Michigan, outstanding vote. What is our CBS News estimate of the outstanding vote that she was likely to capture? 48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic, but it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need, and what do we project? 57% is the need, 53% is the CBS News current estimate, with 85% of the vote in. These are trend lines beneath the toss-up designation, and these are not trend lines that augur well for the Harris campaign. And to Bob's point, that is why at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump inner circle believes what they have always said has come to fruition, that Trump is a turnout machine. If he was polling equally in this race, as he was in all the battleground states, he was going to overperform, even if it's just a tick or two, and that would make him highly competitive in every single battleground state. That is the trend beneath the toss-up designation we're seeing playing out right now.
That is quite illustrative. Major Garrett, thank you. And Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters. And Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. Well, Major just mentioned Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's home state essentially is here in Florida, but he had essentially taken up residency in Pennsylvania. I have been on the road with him all year. I've been to Pennsylvania at least once a week for the past 6 weeks. That is so centerpiece to their campaign. But I would also note that I covered Trump's first ever rally in New Hampshire, the first day that he was a candidate, and also covered his last rally as a presidential candidate last night. And in those intervening years, he has not changed a bit. And that's important because Trump's theory of the case has been that the American people, and especially the Republican Party, would come on board with his ideas, no matter his style. And that has served him well in the Republican primary. And their theory of the case was that there was 11% or so of the electorate that wasn't engaged in politics, wasn't watching the same media as the rest of the country, and to kind of tap into Trump's style would be able to pull those voters in. Now, that was a huge gamble. They were depending and are depending on those low propensity voters, but they felt like those two issues would make the deal. And I can't underscore enough how immigration has been centerpiece and the closing argument to Trump's campaign this time around and for nearly a decade.
Caitlin Huey-Burns. And coming up, we're going to talk with someone who knows Donald Trump well. CBS News America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CBS News coverage of election night. You're very familiar with our regular election map. We want to show you a different way to visualize the results. This is our electoral vote map, which changes the shape of each state to correspond to the number of electoral votes it has. This map, in some ways, helps visualize the impact each state has on the presidential election and allows us to show you the Electoral College right on the map. Joining us now is Gary Cohn. He served as the director of the National Economic Council and it was chief economic advisor to President Trump from 2017 to 2018. Gary, welcome.
Thank you, Nora. Thanks for having me.
So you've seen the same results. You're along this journey with us. What do you think about how the night is shaping out?
Well, I think the night is shaping up as you've described it. I think the Trump campaign is done fairly well. I think they've performed better in certain areas, as you pointed out. But the night's not over.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think anyone should be celebrating yet in Trump headquarters, but I think they got to be very, very pleased with where they are now and where they stand.
Mm-hmm. There has been an impression on the campaign trail and certainly among voters that Donald Trump would fix the economy. I mean, that's what he's been saying, I'll fix it. That's his slogan. He has also said that he would impose a 25% tariff on goods now from Mexico. He's added Mexico to the list. The estimate of his tax proposals in addition to the tariffs, the estimate is it would add some $7 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. That is double what Kamala Harris would do. Is that good for the economy?
So we've been on this deficit problem now for the last 6 or 8 years. And it really got exasperated with COVID. You know, if you look at
the spending that was enacted under Donald Trump.
It started, I said, 7 or 8 years we've been under this problem. It's not a new problem. But if you look at what's been going on in this country, tax revenues have stayed about equal. If you look at revenues to GDP, and that's the right way to measure it, how much of the economy are we collecting? What's really changed dramatically in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is how much of the GDP we're spending. Expenditures as a percentage of GDP have changed quite dramatically, and they've changed quite dramatically in the last 4 years. I think we have to realize that the spending to GDP has to be brought under control, and that's before we get to the issue of the Social Security Trust Fund, which is ultimately going to run out of money in the next 7 years, and we're going to have to curtail benefits for seniors, which I don't believe we will ever get to that point. I think we will fulfill our obligation to pay seniors their benefits.
And I know we don't have time or the graphics tonight, but for everybody who knows the pie chart of the federal government, about 2/3 of it is entitlements.
Yes.
So if you ever really want to take a whack to federal spending, you have to take a whack to entitlements. And for entitlements, it's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. So are you suggesting that under Donald Trump he would do that?
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that at all.
But you're saying that someone should?
I'm suggesting there are many other places where we're going to have to take a hard look of how we spend our money and how efficiently.
There aren't any other major places. There's entitlements.
There are many. There are other places. You're right. It's 2/3. There's discretionary spending. There's military spending. How efficiently do we spend our military money? Are we spending our military money on things that we need today? Or are we spending our military money on things that we bought 10 years ago that made sense 10 years ago? And they're creating jobs in certain economies. Now, that's important. The jobs are really important, but I think we have to take a fresh look at everything we buy in the country, why we buy it, and why we spend that money.
Was there anything about Donald Trump's presidency where he exercised fiscal constraint?
Yes, there were places where he exercised fiscal constraint. I think he took advice from some of his advisors well on places where he would have spent additional money had he not listened to some of his advisors. And if you look at the spending during that period of time, we were 2 to 3% lower in spending to GDP than we are today.
Gary, you were the architect of the Trump tax policy that was put in place in 2017. He's campaigning saying he's not going to tax Social Security income. He's not going to tax overtime. He's not going to tax tips, something Vice President Harris also says. There are a number of things. It floated not having income tax. The Republicans look like they may get control of the Senate. Do you think a Republican-controlled Senate would do any of those things?
Well, you also need the House, potentially. So remember, we've got legislation. Legislation starts in the House, works its way to the Senate, and then gets to the president's office. So we don't know what the House is going to look like at this point. I think that what candidates promise on the campaign trail and what they do in reality are two different outcomes. You know, it's very interesting to go promise. As you said, both candidates went out of their way to promise the electorate certain things that cannot be delivered. We, at the end of the day, you know, we are going to have to tax some things because we do spend money. As you point out, we have enormous entitlement programs in this country. We have interest on the debt. We have to service our debt. We have a military that we have to invest in. In fact, we have to continue to invest more in. We can't do that without raising money. So if you're going to change the way we tax and not tax certain buckets of income, and you're going to bring back SALT deductions, because both candidates want to bring back SALT deductions as well. State and local tax deductions. Yes. The coasts. The amount of taxable income that we're going to have in this country is going to be very small, and it just won't work. So I think we're going to have to deal with the reality of trying to look at our fiscal position and be somewhat responsible and get our debt to GDP back into a normal place.
But the Trump-Vance campaign promises to solve all of that through tariffs, which are blunt instruments. Gary, I know you don't like them. So, I mean, can you bottom line that for us, though? Because if we are being told that there are going to be tariffs put on goods, they will raise costs for the poorest people in this country. What they buy is going to become more expensive for them.
So, again, I won't categorically say I don't like tariffs. Tariffs have an important role to play when a country is dumping products or selling products in this country that we manufacture substantially below the cost that we manufacture them at, because they're run by state-owned enterprises, so they don't pay for capital, they don't pay living wages because they don't have to, and they don't care about the environment. If you have those three competitive advantages, you can produce a product substantially cheaper than we can in the United States. If you're doing that and selling your product here in the United States, we should impose a tariff on you as a country and the product. If we don't manufacture the product in the United States and we're putting a tariff on it, I agree with you. We're putting a consumption tax on our consumers, and therefore they will be able to consume less products, and therefore we will stop economic growth. We'll slow down economic growth. That's not what we want to do.
Gary, if he takes the White House again and he asks you to come back, would you go back to Washington?
Thank you for asking.
You know, right now I've got the greatest new job in the world. I just became a grandfather, and it's a lot of fun.
You look too young
not a no.
grandfather. That's impressive. Gary, thank you so much. Thank you for the policy discussion after midnight here. I know it will continue on many of our programs later. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And David, I just want to go quickly to you, because as we look at some of the battleground states and what we see, is there a possibility of a red mirage, as it has been called?
So we talked about that red mirage, blue wave effect a lot in 2020, and that's when the Republican votes come in earlier, the in-person election day votes that skewed heavily Republican, and the later votes of the mail ballots that skewed heavily Democratic in 2020. I think what we're seeing is that has been compressed quite a bit. We're not seeing quite the red mirage, blue wave effect. I think we're seeing a little more geographic difference in when things are being reported. We're waiting on Philadelphia. We're waiting on Milwaukee. Whether that's enough to make up the deficit, Anthony and Major have demonstrated that really well. I think we're not going to see quite the same red mirage, blue wave effect that we saw in 2020.
All right, David, thank you. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be right back. We will go back to our data desk and dive into the numbers to find out what's happening in Wisconsin, in Arizona, and those battleground states we have yet to call or characterize. We'll be right back.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. North Carolina is the first battleground state to be called for Donald Trump. Georgia leans that way. CBS's Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. Nicole, what are you hearing where you are?
Well, even though we are rating this race a lean Republican, I can tell you here people are already celebrating as if they have won the state. And we are hearing from a number of Republican operatives, including the state party chair, who in essence has already declared victory here. We did hear from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a short time ago. At this point, there's about 93% of precincts reporting throughout the state, but he said about the former president's posture that he believes that former President Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead in this state. And so that's why many people here are very confident in the outcome. And if the former president does pull it out here in Georgia, it marks a dramatic turnaround because, as you know, back in 2020, he lost this state by 12,000 votes. Called the Secretary of State, asked him to find the votes, which ultimately led him to being charged here in the state last year for racketeering, a number of other charges stemming from alleged election interference. So to be able to win this state would again kind of be more than a 180, I would say, at this point. What has changed? A couple of things, you know, in terms of talking to Republican operatives, they believe that their ground game was stronger than they got credit for. They really worked to mobilize voters, particularly in more rural areas, really trying to target low propensity voters. They believe that they cut into Democratic margins, particularly when we're talking about some African-American voters, particularly black men. In terms of independents, you know, some of our exit polling shows that the former president performed much better with independents, that they kind of broke for him over Vice President Kamala Harris. A Trump campaign operative telling me that they believe his message, particularly around the economy, is one big reason why. Lindsay.
Nicole Killian in Atlanta, thank you. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. We have breaking news from the CBS News data desk. CBS News now rates the Wisconsin presidential race as lean Republican. All eyes on these 7 battleground states as our data desk analyzes the incoming vote. Let's take a look at where the presidential race stands at 12:30 a.m. in the East. Big number 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. With the results so far, Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 189. Let's dig deeper into the battlegrounds. In the blue wall states, CBS News rates the states of Michigan and Pennsylvania as toss-up, and then Wisconsin as lean Republican. And remember, Wisconsin, they're part of that blue wall. We now rate it as lean Republican. Along the southern route of battleground states, CBS News characterizes Arizona and Nevada as toss-up. Georgia, CBS News rates as lean Republican. And as we mentioned earlier, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win North Carolina. We have new reporting at this hour. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, CBS News has learned that Vice President Kamala Harris is now very unlikely to travel here to Howard University from her home about 2.5 miles away to deliver any kind of address to the supporters gathered here. Things are still just too uncertain. The former President Donald Trump has not made any remarks, and so we are being told that it is unlikely she will come here to say anything either. The question becomes if she doesn't come here to speak to the thousands of people who are still gathered here, yes, the crowd has thinned out somewhat, but there's still a lot of people here who think they're going to be hearing from her. The question becomes, does she have someone else come in her stead to basically address the crowd and explain to them that the vice president is not going to be here to speak herself, much in the same way that we saw John Podesta come out at the Javits Center in 2016 and let the crowd there know around 2:30 in the morning that Hillary Clinton was not going to be having anything to say that night. The Harris campaign has made it pretty clear that they're putting all their eggs in the blue wall basket, and they're holding out hope for some kind of turnaround in those states. They're hoping that they get a big rush of votes from urban areas, but they also acknowledge that a lot of those votes are unlikely to come tonight. They're expecting votes from Milwaukee somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning. They know that Pennsylvania takes days to count, so it appears that they have made a determination that there's nothing that Harris could say tonight that would make sense, and so she's going to hold off.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you. I want to bring in Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. And Robert, you just heard Nancy saying we likely will not hear from the vice president tonight. Will we hear from Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, the former president, is likely to speak tonight at some level. Whether he declares victory or not, we don't have any reporting on what exactly he's going to say. But it is likely that he heads to a victory party or to some kind of celebration of his reporters to give an update on the count, at the very least, to give an update on his perspective. Many Republicans across the country are telling CBS News at this hour that they remain increasingly confident that Republicans will win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted in so many of these states. So many top Democrats, I'm talking about people I really trust as sources on the Democratic side, are growing alarmed, frankly, as they look at these numbers.
And what is in particular in the numbers that's alarming?
They're not seeing the kind of support they need to from working people in the Midwest. Labor union members. I talked to Sean Fain, the head of the UAW, and other labor organizers. They were confident all night. But former President Trump, with his message on the economy and immigration, in the view of my Democratic sources, has been able to make gains with working people who are affiliated with unions or in a union by talking about the border again and again.
I think it's important now to go back to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett to look at where the outstanding vote is in these blue wall states and the additional battleground states. Major?
So, Nora, I told you in the audience a few moments ago that there were trends beneath the toss-up designation. Those trends have continued to play out in Wisconsin. That's why we have changed the rating to lean Trump. First thing I want to show you is the vote margin. Why do I want to bring our audience's attention to that? Just remind ourselves, 2016, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by just over 20,000 votes. 2020, President Biden won it by just over 20,000 votes. Look at the margin right now. It is in the range of 100,000, and there's a reason for that. Look at Milwaukee County. They're talking about that at the Harris campaign headquarters. 60% in. How does that compare with 2020? The vice president is running well behind what President Biden achieved in Milwaukee County. That's one of her problems. In Dane County, that's Madison. About equal, but still a little bit behind. And I can tell you, Nora, this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do. Run up the score in internal parts of Wisconsin, rural parts of Wisconsin, and try, if they could, to eat into any percentage gains in urban areas. And that's precisely what's going on. Let me show you Racine County. Harris running behind the president. Kenosha also running behind. These are systemic problems for the vice president. And we're going to go to that crucial definition of where things stand. 58% of the outstanding vote. What do we believe our projections of that underlying vote is achievable? 47%. That is becoming a gap that presents us with the designation moving from toss-up to lean Trump.
So can you do that? Because let's say, as you said, Wisconsin is now lean Republican. So if she loses Wisconsin,
10 electoral votes.
Right. She might need the 11 electoral votes that is in Arizona.
Oh, she would desperately need the 11 electoral votes.
Right, that's the only path to victory.
That's it.
So where does the vote look like now in Arizona?
Let's go. Arizona, when you were at the board with me a little bit ago, we were at 51%, Nora. We're at 52% now. It has not really moved that much. The needs for Harris, 50. Our projections, 51%. That same designation we had a little bit ago, because they just haven't counted that much vote in Arizona.
Stand by. We have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that that Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Georgia at this hour. Our first projected winner of the night, Georgia, for Donald Trump.
The first flip.
The first flip, as we know that Joe Biden won Georgia 4 years ago. That's significant.
Yeah, and I can give you a little taste of why that is if you look at the exit polls for Georgia. And we look at three groups here that Donald Trump performed well with. The first is independents. He won 54-43. That's an 11-point victory with independents. In 2020, Biden was the one who won independents. Voters of age 65 and older. We told the story about how in the Midwest, the older voters are going for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Well, not in Georgia. 59-40. That's a 19-point victory with voters over age 65 in Georgia. And then finally, white, non-college degree. Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump. But Kamala Harris,
huge margin.
Gargantuan, 81-18. If Harris was going to have to do well anywhere, she was going to have to live in the mid-30s in that number. That's a deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least eat into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though, it does not have the size of an electorate of white non-college degree that Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate in those two states is white non-college degree.
But the reason she's having problems there is because it's a larger share of the electorate, and she's not doing well enough in that larger share. It was always a share that Donald Trump was going to get. That was never a question. But she has to do well enough in that group and then do well in her groups, and she's just not doing well enough with white non-college, whether it's in Georgia or in the Midwest.
And perhaps our CBS data going back to September should have forewarned us on this. If you look at the way economic concerns resonated, 8 in 10 voters at that time told CBS their income wasn't keeping up with inflation. At that time, 7 in 10 said housing in their area of Georgia was unaffordable. We saw repeatedly concerns about accessibility, affordability, and people often, when they're asked about the state of the economy, that's what they think of, is what am I paying at the grocery store? They're not necessarily thinking of the data points that we are delivering on the national news that say, hey, the jobless rate is pretty good. Inflation is coming down.
Eggs and milk.
It's the lived experience of what you encounter, and that's something we saw in Georgia.
And I have to say, too, I think probably the media overemphasized the price of groceries, which are a main thing, but also mortgage rates, right? Being able to buy a house, being able, we talked about housing in the vice presidential debate, buy a car. I mean, the ability to borrow money, and your credit card bills going up as well, borrowing money when you buy things. And so for everybody, they felt the pinch at home big time.
And the Harris campaign certainly tried to catch him on this issue, right? If you look at polling in the last few days, she had essentially drawn even with him. The problem is she didn't get ahead of him. There wasn't enough time for her to unveil these plans, and they'll have them marinate. And already tonight, you know they're in trouble when they start blaming each other, and it's coming in already. One congressman saying there'll be plenty of time to do this blame, but if there's one thing we're not doing right, the Democratic Party is a working-class voter problem. We must improve our numbers here to win. They understand as this continues to happen, and as the inevitable may happen in Wisconsin, as we're seeing already, that if they can't win over those voters, and they fail to capture them on the economy, then they have some real restructuring to do going forward, especially if this is going to cut across age groups, education, and ethnicity.
He did very well, Donald Trump, with educated white men and white women, but it didn't seem to matter how
non-college educated.
Non-college educated, yes. But it didn't seem to matter how often you heard the economy's doing well, the job report is doing well. None of that seemed to matter. People would still say, I'm still paying too much for milk. I'm still paying too much for bread. Well, you can't feel it at home. It doesn't matter what you say.
You look at this, since Biden took office, rents in the battleground states are up 20%. That's not because Joe Biden was elected. cost of your rent is affected by a number of different factors, but people blame the boss. I mean, the grocery inflation, 22%. We were on the back end of a pandemic that completely upended
and what the political
supply chains and global economy.
What the political scientists will tell you is that also voters don't give you credit for the good things that are happening. The unemployment rate was lower in 6 of the 7 battleground states under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump, leaving aside COVID. Pre-COVID Trump unemployment was higher in every battleground state but Nevada, but voters they don't give you credit for things that happen. They are concerned about the plenty of things that they legitimately feel about their own economic position.
Much to great frustration inside the Biden White House. Almost from day one, they would complain to you behind the scenes that they felt like they were never getting credit for the advancements in the economy that were happening even underneath him. They would scream from the rooftops, and he would do press conferences, or he would go to battleground states and talk about housing, and they felt like he never got the credit for it. There was nothing they could do to vocally challenge the microphone that Trump had on that point.
Or they just
Let's listen now to the Harris campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond. He's about to address the crowd at Howard University.
HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, and there you have the co-chair of the Harris campaign saying it's okay, everybody can go home. We're not going to have a decision tonight, and the vice president is not coming out to address, but we'll speak to the crowd tomorrow.
That is not going to land in a comforting way with Harris supporters, I think. And Nancy said it. We've all been talking about it, how extremely reminiscent this feels to 2016. And the campaign manager, John Podesta, coming out to those microphones. I was in that room addressing the crowd, saying you will hear from her, but you're not going to hear from her tonight. And then we ended up hearing from her the next day.
And also saying too, Cecilia, we still have hope. There's still a path. It's a big sense of a big case of deja vu.
He didn't say we still have a path. No. He said, "Was their votes still being counted?"
Yeah, he said the votes are still being.
Still have a path.
But he said the votes are still being counted, and that leads you to believe that there is that there still is hope. He didn't say, "Look, there's no chance." He said the votes are still being counted. So, you know, there's a big case of deja vu, I think, for many people tonight.
What a shot this is, though, to see these supporters at her alma mater at Howard University, and many D.C. residents there in that neighborhood walking off of that campus right now, wondering when they will know the results of this election.
I know that as we watch the crowd disperse and wait for word from the Harris campaign about what is next, we enter this late morning period where votes are just still being counted. In Pennsylvania, it could take a couple of days. Michigan, it could take a day. I want to bring in David Becker on that because, David, you've spent so much time speaking with state election officials about the vote count. What can you tell us about timing?
So right now, I think Philadelphia in particular and some the Pennsylvania counties are still looking to probably finish up a lot of those mail ballots. They had to start processing today, probably looking into tomorrow or Thursday. But depending upon the margin, we might get to the point where there's enough for us to call it. Michigan, I think they're mainly focusing on Wayne County right now in the city of Detroit. I think there's some that are still to be reported. I have an update on Arizona in particular. I just talked to a Maricopa County election official, and there's about 650,000 ballots that they have not reported out yet. They haven't tabulated yet, plus the mail ballots that were delivered today, and they're not sure of that number yet. So there's a significant number of Arizona ballots out, and I think that's going to go well into tomorrow, perhaps even Thursday until we get those. And that's always what happens in Arizona because because they allow so many, and there's a culture of delivering those mail ballots on the day of the election, which doesn't allow them to pre-process. They have to do that right away and get it in the next couple days.
Mm-hmm. So that means we're looking at maybe Thursday if it comes down to Arizona?
I'd say about Thursday. I mean, if the path for Harris right now, as slim as it might be, is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then possibly Arizona or the long shot of Wisconsin, Arizona's going to take probably a day or two. Pennsylvania might take about that long, too. And remember, that's still significantly earlier, especially given the margins than what we saw in 2020.
I remember. It took all the way till Saturday.
Right.
Much more to discuss. You're watching CBS News America Decides, Election 2024. Welcome back to CBS News Election Night. You're seeing video of Trump supporters reacting to a projection that the former president will win the state of Georgia. I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto, and as we see that Donald Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina, the path narrows for the vice president as you have rated Wisconsin as lean Republican.
Yep.
So many people are asking what's going on in the blue wall. What's happening in Michigan right now?
Okay, I'll start here. So here's what you got in. You get 59% in. But for starters, Wayne County, which is the big county here, it's Detroit. Democrats are going to need a substantial lead there to carry them through the state. Well, what you see here is only a quarter of that is in. On top of that, we're not exactly sure how many votes are going to come in from there, so that's going to be a holdup, and that may be a while, right?
So I see Harris's top officials are tweeting about this. Well, the vote isn't in yet from Wayne County.
Right.
But I can remember 2016 with you, and when we had not called Michigan yet, and you kept saying, well, there's got to be more vote coming in from Wayne County and Detroit for Hillary Clinton, and it never came in.
No, and it didn't. And one of the things that we are seeing tonight, especially in cities like Detroit, metro areas, we just saw it in metro Atlanta, which is why we were able to call Georgia, is that not only is turnout a little bit down, but Harris's margins are a little bit down from Joe Biden's in 2020. And some of that is a slight shift among minority voters, if you look precinct by precinct, and some of that is just part of the overall shift that's going on here tonight. So to your point, yes, turnout may end up down there, and that would be a bad sign.
And any information on Dearborn, which is the largest population of Arab Americans, about what's going on there?
So that we don't have that information yet. That is in Wayne County. We're going to want to understand that might be 50 to 100,000 votes. If we see in those precincts that there isn't strong turnout, that would just add to the potential trouble for Harris.
Oh, so we can't go inside that narrowly.
We can't go inside that. I mean, I will show you that in Georgia, just as an example, we did that in Fulton. And if the same idea plays out, right, here's inside of Atlanta. This is where the shift, you even see some red areas. This is not what you saw in 2020. So even that 2 to 3 point shift, and we've seen that. I showed you earlier in Pennsylvania. We had seen that kind of a shift, too. All the stuff that in the pre-election polling, we were talking about the potential for a few points more among minority voters shifting, and we're seeing that, and it may play out in Detroit as well.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, as we go into these numbers, and when we come back, we'll spend some more time trying to figure out what is happening in these remaining battleground states where the votes are still coming in and a sense of where they may be headed. That's coming up.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Wisconsin, Part of that critical blue wall for Vice President Harris is lean Republican. CBS's Janet Shamlian is in Milwaukee. Janet, what are you seeing? Walk us through it.
Lindsay, good evening to you. More than 80% of the vote is in here in Wisconsin. Trump is leading. However, the Harris campaign believes it still has significant number of votes coming in for them. They placed a lot of stock in Wisconsin. They spent a lot of time and money here. They went after those so-called WOW counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. So those are the red counties just outside of Milwaukee. Meanwhile, the Republicans had gone after Dane County. That's home to Madison. It is the fastest growing county in the state, so a lot of new people in Dane County, and that's where the Republicans have made some inroads here in Wisconsin. Now, the delaying of, or the recounting of more than 30,000 ballots in this room because of an error with some of the machines, or what was perceived as, for transparency, they should start the count over, has delayed the counting. But, Lindsay, it's not going to go now as late or as early tomorrow morning as originally thought.
And Janet, the U.S. Senate race between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and Republican businessman Eric Hovde is also being closely watched. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, this is a really crucial race, Lindsay. The Republicans desperately want this seat. The incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, has had a 7 or 8 point lead for the last couple of weeks. It's narrowed to 1 or 2 points in the last couple of days. And right now, the challenger, Eric Hovde, has the lead with about 80% of the vote in. Republicans really want this seat. Both sides have accused each other of being coastal elites. It's gotten very personal in the last couple of weeks.
Janet, when are you hearing from officials that will have answers on the results in Wisconsin?
Yeah, so originally we were thinking like 4 or 5 in the morning. I think they've rolled that back a little. They won't give us anything specific, Lindsay, but at least in this room, they thought that maybe they had about another hour, an hour and a half of ballots yet to go.
All right, CBS's Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is now 1 a.m. in the east, 10 p.m. in the west, and polls are now closed across all 50 states. Former President Donald Trump and Republicans are having a very good night. CBS News projects that Trump will win 2 key battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina. And in the race for control of Congress, CBS News rates the Senate as lean Republican. In the race for the White House, the electoral vote count now stands at 246 for Donald Trump and 194 for Kamala Harris. And all eyes are on the 7 battleground states where this election will likely be won or lost tonight or in the days ahead. As we mentioned, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins North Carolina, a major victory for the former president, the same battleground state he won in 2020. Trump is also projected to pick up a win in Georgia. In the blue wall states, CBS News rates Wisconsin as lean Republican, and that leaves Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And CBS News rates all 4 of those battleground states as toss-up at this hour. And just in, CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the state of New Mexico. That is an expected win for the Democrats, although Donald Trump did pay a last-minute visit to that state, hoping to eke out a victory. I'm joined now by Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto, who have new information from the CBS News data desks. And as we mentioned, Donald Trump, the Republicans having a very good night. Yes. The pathway for Kamala Harris has narrowed. Her own campaign manager says it's the blue wall. So wanted to go back and see what's happening in Pennsylvania.
The simple truth, Nora, is the path for Vice President Harris is narrowing by the hour. And we can illustrate that very clearly in Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes. And we can do it basically with just the color coding of this map. This is the map as it exists in this election. Let me show everyone what the map looked like. So bring the camera in here, if you will. let's focus right on this part of eastern Pennsylvania. Here it is now in 2024. There it is in 2020. Do you see that difference? All this blue running up the eastern side of the Lehigh Valley up towards Scranton. Again, its coloration is either lighter blue or light red. And that is right now why the former president is running ahead of what he ran with in 2020 and is on pace to possibly capture Pennsylvania.
So she is underperforming Joe Biden and how he performed in 2020. Where? In what places?
Well, that's the important question, because this is a lot of white working class voters, many of whom now have shifted to the former president in this election. The other thing, though, is in Philadelphia, I want to look in here because we've also seen a shift in the city. And if you look internally at the local level, there are Hispanic precincts, Latino precincts that have shifted a little bit towards the former president from 2020. You see a little bit lower turnout so far. So all of that is part of the formula here for why Donald Trump is doing relatively better here than he did in 2020. It's across a number of key demographic groups, and the geography tells part of that story.
And the collar counties, which have traditionally been Democratic counties, although Bucks County now has more Republican voters in Bucks, you see.
But look at the difference. Look at the difference.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get that, right? We'll go to Northampton.
Running behind
a little bit behind,
a
little behind. And that really is a story here again, Lehigh, right? People are going to look at that and they'll say, well, it's 1 or 2 points, but it adds up, right? You see the number of votes there. The lead for Harris so much smaller than what Joe Biden would have gotten out of there. And so one after another, those little shifts are adding up to keep Trump more competitive.
Now, you have not characterized this race yet. Can you show us why?
Well,
why you haven't called it lean Republican, for instance?
Yeah,
Tell us why. Because we still got 7% of the vote coming in, and it's coming in from cities.
Well, there still is outstanding votes, so let me show you where that is. And here is big circles, Montgomery, still some from Philadelphia. You know, I told you about it, but still waiting for some there. Still some from Chester. These are places Democrats have done well in the past. So that's important and why we can't yet make a projection. But the other part is here, these dots may not be as small, but they represent Republican outstanding vote. So they could just as well go more for the former president, and then he would be able to hang on to what is now a narrow lead.
We can still look at this data, but I just want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang because she is in Philadelphia as we're looking at these numbers. I know, Weijia, you can hear our conversation. How does this square with the case that the Harris campaign was making? I mean, they claimed that they had the ground game, that it was far more superior, that they had knocked on millions of doors in these final days in these battleground states. Tell us what you were hearing from the campaign.
Well, Nora, that's exactly it, and that's why they felt so confident going into Pennsylvania, because as Anthony was mentioning, several sources told me, look, it's not about flipping certain counties from red to blue. It's about losing less and going after Trump's margins, and that just hasn't panned out tonight, despite all of the money and the resources and the time that not only campaign staffers, volunteers, but the vice president herself poured into this state. And so when you look at what the Trump campaign was focused on, they really wanted to expand even more in those rural areas, in the deep red areas. And there were a couple other places they were looking at, Nora, including Erie County, which went for Biden in 2020. 98% of that vote is in, and it looks like Trump is poised to flip that, because right now it's 50% Trump, 49% Harris. And they said to them the biggest hint was the fact that the Teamsters did not endorse anybody because their rank and file were really supporting Trump and they weren't prepared to make a formal endorsement. But Trump sources said that they really wanted to look at the rank and file across the board when it came to workers. and that storyline is playing out. Another one that we are watching, Nora, is the 222 corridor. Of course, that is where there is a heavily populated Latino population, and everyone was wondering whether the vile joke made at the Trump rally last month would make an impact. But we now know that in Berks County, for example, which is part of that corridor, 99% of the vote, 56% right now for Trump, 43% for Harris. And then he was also able to flip, it looks like he's on the path, Northampton, which is in that corridor as well. 92% of the vote is in. It looks like 51% for Trump so far and 48% Harris. So that did not pan out the way that the Harris folks had anticipated. And then you talk about Philadelphia. When I was talking to a Trump source a bit ago, they said, look, it just wasn't going to happen the way that the Harris team planned. So they are feeling very good tonight, Nora, the Trump team.
Yeah, Weijia, as you were saying, all those counties, Major here is pointing to all of them, so if we can take them on screen, because Weijia has just expertly laid out what some of the challenges are for the Harris team tonight in these counties. I was so interested, Weijia, that you mentioned Erie, because Erie, and I know Major will know this, in 2016 was the one county where many people who accurately predicted that Donald Trump would win the presidency, talked about Erie, Pennsylvania, the handmade signs, that everyone was putting handmade signs up, and that was the early predictor that Donald Trump could win not only the state of Pennsylvania, but also potentially the entire presidency.
It was a phenomenon throughout Pennsylvania, Erie and much of eastern Pennsylvania, Nora. Back in 2016, I remember talking to members of the state legislature in Pennsylvania. They would run out of signs.
Yes.
And people who supported President, or then nominee Trump, made their own.
Yeah.
And that was sort of a bonfire that went all over eastern and northeastern Pennsylvania, and Erie was a classic representation of that. That's what the turnout was in 2016. I'll go back and let everyone see what happened in 2020. Joe Biden flipped it, and here we are now, Kamala Harris running behind in Erie County.
All right, can we just go back and look real quickly? So Pennsylvania, a challenging environment for the vice president, but still a number of votes to come. Oh, she's going to need 68% of the outstanding vote?
She's going to need 68% of the outstanding vote, according to our estimates. And we place her estimate at 58% of that 68. So there's a 10 percentage point gap. That is problematic for the Harris campaign, and that, Nora, is putting it mildly. Look at our model. Here's that range, but it is getting narrower by the hour. The range for Trump is moving up, and that is positive direction for the former president.
Well, this is when we should go to Maurice Dubois at the Path to Victory and see if there's a path to victory for Kamala Harris that does not include Pennsylvania.
Okay, Nora, thank you so much. Well, this map right here will bring it home for you. This is our expected votes per state. The red ones for Donald Trump and the blue ones for Kamala Harris. Of course, two states that we are projecting to go into the Trump column, Georgia and North Carolina. And so now you see how the path for Donald Trump has widened significantly. All he has to do is take Pennsylvania, and it's game over. That brings it home right there. Let's go, 270. So if Pennsylvania is not available, however, Wisconsin appears to be leaning red, as we say tonight. That brings him to 261. Then all he needs to do is to go out to Arizona and take the 11 there, and that brings him over the top. So conversely, for Kamala Harris, we say the path has narrowed somewhat. If she is able to get Pennsylvania, she's going to need it. She's going to need Michigan. She's going to need the blue wall, Wisconsin as well. If Wisconsin isn't available, as we say, it leans red tonight, she would have to go to Arizona to get to 270, and that would do it right. No, that would be 260. What am I doing here? 260, 272. Which one? I gave it to red. That's what I did. Okay, thank you. That would be blue. So there we go. Math isn't my thing, but the map tells the story, doesn't it? So yeah, the paths are narrowing for Harris. They're getting wider for Donald Trump. Here we are at 1 o'clock in the morning. Nora, let's send it back over to you.
All right, Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And we have breaking news at this hour just into CBS News election headquarters. CBS News can project Republican Deb Fischer will win re-election in the state of Nebraska, and that means we can now project that Republicans will take control of the Senate. This flips the Senate, which Democrats had controlled, with Vice President Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote. Scott McFarland.
You see the number behind me, Nora. That's the magic number for Republicans. They're there. We're projecting 51 seats. That gives them control of the U.S. Senate. That gives the next president a Republican Senate. So impactful when it comes to Supreme Court nominations, a cabinet, legislation, border bills. All of this now will go through a Republican Senate, which, by the way, does not have a designated leader yet. Mitch McConnell is stepping back. Let me show you how we got to 51 and tell you what's still ahead. First off, Ohio, where Sherrod Brown, a resilient Democrat in Ohio, had strong labor support, had strong backing in the 3 C cities of Ohio: Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. After 3 terms, we project he is lost to Bernie Moreno, the Republican businessman from Ohio. That's 1 seat lost from the Democrats. West Virginia was an uphill fight from the jump. The Republican governor, Jim Justice, served 2 terms in Charleston, projected as an overwhelming winner over Glenn Elliott. That's the seat vacated by the retiring Joe Manchin. There's 2. Montana is, at this point, projected as a lean Republican for Tim Sheehy, the businessman from West Virginia. I'm sorry, the military veteran from Montana, the 3-term Democrat John Tester there. Democrats haven't really defended so much in the battlegrounds. They have a good situation in Arizona, where the Phoenix Congressman Ruben Gallego has a lean standing right now against Carrie Lake, the Republican in Arizona. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada. Those familiar battleground states are also battleground states for the U.S. Senate. We deem Michigan a toss-up right now. Mike Rogers, the former congressman, against Alyssa Slotkin, who, by the way, represents the same district Rogers once did near Lansing. In Nevada, the incumbent Jackie Rosen against Sam Brown, another toss-up state for the presidential race, toss-up state still for the Senate. Democrats playing defense there, and they're playing defense in Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey, the 3-term Democrat, in a toss-up race against Dave McCormick. So at this point, Nora, you get a sense. Republicans have secured a majority. Now it's a matter of margins. Democrats are vulnerable to losing 2, 3 more seats as this night goes on. And for the Senate, every single piece of that puzzle, every single seat along that margin is impactful. Wow.
Fascinating to see those numbers and the Republican performance amongst those Senate candidates there, including Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. That's his 2nd race for the Senate there, of course, and looks like he is in good position to win the contest there. One of the things is we're now past 1 o'clock in the morning, and as more of the vote comes in, and we know it has been a strong night for Republicans and Donald Trump, the question is, what was the composite of the electorate? Where did Donald Trump do well? Where did Kamala Harris not do well? So, John Dickerson, when you look at the exit polls, what have we learned about her performance with women?
And we could go through a variety of different areas, but let's just talk about women, because there was so much discussion about how women were going to be key to a Harris victory.
That there was going to be this giant gender gap, that women were going to come out overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris.
And particularly the gender gap would be driven by this overwhelming victory by Harris among women. Donald Trump was always going to do well among men, but she was going to swamp him with women. Well, the exit polls at the moment show, and they've shown this all night, that Harris has 54% of the female vote. Trump has 44%. That's just a 10-point gap. So in 2020, Joe Biden got 57% of the female vote. So he did 3 points better than Kamala Harris. But this is what's interesting to me. Donald Trump has done better with women voters. He did better in 2020 than he did in 2016, just by a little. And then in 2024, he has done better with women voters than he did in 2020. So he has improved with women voters. And think about the way he ended his campaign. You know, in a traditional sense, and his campaign advisors, some of them were saying this, is you've got a problem with women voters, college educated, women in the suburbs. And he did very little. In fact, some would argue he leaned into his problems with women voters, and it didn't hurt him in the least in the electorate.
What does that say to you, John? What does this mean?
Well, what it says is that there is no, when Donald Trump won in 2016, there was some conversation about, well, the office will change him.
Yes.
There will be people around him who will help with his rough edges. The office
He'll become presidential.
There's no question that Donald Trump is Donald Trump in full. He ended his campaign purely, fully Donald Trump, and that is what Americans, it appears, are signing up for. It's certainly what the exit polls show. He has a lot of support for that.
And he went through a primary where he was challenged by other Republicans. Nikki Haley, a former governor, someone who worked under him as the UN ambassador out there just recently, saying he wasn't going to win supporters when it comes to women because he's alienating them with his remarks. But she lost that primary, and perhaps her bet here it's not as clear cut. I mean, it's just interesting again and again to come back to the two things that Trump voters told us. It's the economy and it's the border. Yeah. Largely, the Democratic ticket avoided discussing the border and immigration as much as they possibly could. There's going to be a lot of analysis of should they have leaned in and talked about it in a way other than there was a bill that should have, would have passed.
Well, over whether Joe Biden, as one of his first acts as president of the United States, should have repealed so many of those executive actions and initiatives that had really locked down the border, that Donald Trump successfully was able to run against him. Let's talk about the border when we come back, because Cecilia Vega did some incredible reporting for 60 Minutes about the promises that Donald Trump has made, not only to secure the border, but also a mass deportation. Thank you. It is past 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning. So she's the expert. We'll touch base with Cecilia in just a moment. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CBS News coverage. You're looking at live pictures of Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, where the crowd is cheering as another network just called a battleground state for Donald Trump. And the crowd excited, as it looks like their candidate is marching closer to returning to the White House and becoming the 47th president of the United States. And we were talking about some of the issues that motivated Trump supporters to get to the polls, including the issue of immigration, the promises that Donald Trump made in the last campaign and this one. And Cecilia Vega, you did some excellent reporting for 60 Minutes on that. What did you learn?
This mass deportation plan was perhaps Donald Trump's biggest policy proposal throughout this campaign. And I think a lot of folks were surprised over the course of the last few months to see how much support it got among the American public. An overwhelming majority, according to a lot of polls, more than 50% supported this idea of mass deportation. And for 60 Minutes, we sat down with the man who could end up being tasked with carrying out this plan, Tom Homan, who ran ICE under Donald Trump for the first year and a half. And look, there are very serious questions, is what we found out, about whether they can actually pull this off. By some estimates, we're talking about $88 billion a year that the American taxpayer would have to fund to deport, as Donald Trump has wanted to do, 1 million plus people a year. They say they want to start with criminals, but Nora, make no mistake, what we found in our investigation is this will end up involving people who have lived in this country for a very long time, people in the interior of the country, not just at the border.
Right, Cecilia Vega. And we have seen the polls said that a majority of Americans actually do support a mass deportation, but you went in to see how hard it would be and how expensive it would be. All right, when we come back, we may hear from Donald Trump. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Donald Trump has flipped Georgia and taken North Carolina in a sharp blow to the Harris campaign. What's happening in the most important battleground, Pennsylvania? Well, for that, let's check in with CBS's Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia. Weijia, what can you tell us?
Well, Lindsay, the story that we had been talking about nationwide is really panning out here in Pennsylvania, and that is the gender gap and the difference between how women and men are voting here in Pennsylvania. We know that when it comes to women, it was 55% so far for Harris compared to 43% for Trump, according to our CBS News exit polls. And for men, 41% Harris and 57% Trump. Of course, it's important to note that votes are still being counted in Pennsylvania, and that could change, but that certainly paints a picture of what we've been talking about. And Lindsay, I can also tell you that the Trump campaign feels very good, and they mentioned the gender gap in the regard that there was so much made about this so-called silent Harris supporter who might, vote for Harris and not talk about it, and they're saying that, that just didn't pan out. Lindsay?
Are you seeing anything, Weijia, in terms of the age divide in addition to the gender divide that you just described?
So, yeah, we also have data about the age gap, and when it comes to voters between the ages of 18 and 29, 53% went for Harris compared to 43% for Trump. And the reason why that is so interesting is because in 2020, in the state of Pennsylvania, it was 62% for Joe Biden and 35% for Trump. So Trump really was able to gain ground when it came to this particular voting bloc. And we know that he was really going after young men in particular, and they believe that might help him flip Center County in the center of the state, which is where State College is located. Votes are still being tallied there, but a source tells me that they believe they might be able to flip that from blue to red as well.
CBS's Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is now 1:30 in the morning, and just in from the data desk, CBS News rates Pennsylvania as lean Trump. Keystone State there, leaning Trump, as we have just about 94% of the vote in. Doing well, Donald Trump doing very well in rural areas, and there's still some vote to be counted in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, the cities there. Let's take a look now at the blue wall. This was the easiest path to victory for the vice president, Kamala Harris. Michigan still a toss-up at this hour, but those two other states that the vice president would need if she were going to take the blue wall strategy, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, at this hour, CBS News rates them as lean Republican. As we had mentioned, her path to victory has narrowed significantly. Here's the electoral vote tally at this hour. Trump with 246 and Kamala Harris with 194, and you can see there Pennsylvania still in white, Michigan still in white, Wisconsin still in white. Minnesota, we've also not called. And, of course, Nevada and Arizona states we're looking at very closely. Let's check in with Tony DeCopel at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida, the site of Trump headquarters tonight. Tony, I know you have been there all night. It seems like the crowd has erupted in cheers a number of times, given that this has been a positive evening for the former president.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. I said at the beginning of the night that everyone here knew one thing for certain is that it would end in tears one way or the other. Tears with a loss or tears with what they say would be the greatest comeback in political history. It appears by the feeling in this room that it is the latter. While we were in commercial break, we're saying lean Republican for Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Fox News, which is playing on the monitors here behind me, they have called that race for Donald Trump. And when that moment happened, it got loud in here. There was a roar. There was reverberations. The phones came out, and the expectation is that the phones are going to stay out because our understanding from the pool report is the former president and possibly now next president is on his way to this location. He is expected to speak. We've seen some evidence of that planning going on behind me. They've got the Make America Great Again sign, Trump Vance on the front of the podium. They've come out to raise the teleprompters up a little bit higher. And now the question becomes, if Donald Trump does appear on that stage to make remarks, which Donald Trump do we get? Do we get the Donald Trump election night 2016 version or 2020? In 2016, just to refresh people's memories, he was incredibly magnanimous and gracious. He said we owe a debt to Hillary Clinton for her service to the country. He reached across the aisle, asked for guidance from non-supporters, said the time had come to bind the wounds of division. That was the tone on that night. Of course, 2020, a very different mood. What will we get tonight? That's one of the questions. The other thing we're all chewing through right now is what went wrong for Democrats tonight. Why were they unable to capitalize on what seemed like some momentum in the final week? I put that question to some of the Donald Trump supporters here in the room, just saying simply, you know, Democratic heads are exploding all over America. How do you explain what happened to them? A couple of the quotes I got from people is, look, Democrats have lost touch with everyday Americans. Beyonce doesn't pay my bills. Democrats turn their back on us, and if you turn your back on us, eventually we're going to turn our back on you. It's a wake-up call here. That's the feeling in the room for Democrats, as Trump supporters who've been here for now 7-8 hours are awaiting that final moment when a call is made and they get an appearance from their political hero, Nora.
Tony DeCopel at the convention center. We should note that the former president has not been there. He has been at his home, which is just right across the bridge, Mar-a-Lago, from the convention center, where he has been entertaining some of his most prolific donors, as well as the world's richest man, Elon Musk, who has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump, a man who also has billions of dollars in contracts with the Pentagon for defense contracts and many different things, and has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump in many ways. And they've been pictures of them that have been put out on the internet. And I want to ask you, Robert Costa, how would you describe their relationship, the relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
It's Donald Trump at the center. It's the former president who is now comfortable with the levers of power. When he was elected to the presidency in 2016, after covering him for so many years, it was one of the only times I've ever seen shock on his face when he won in 2016, standing in that hotel in New York, because he wasn't prepared for the presidency. He now potentially enters the presidency once again fully comfortable, and he has allies around him who are reflecting the total ideological shift, a new paradigm in American politics. It's the nexus not only of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but Donald Trump Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tucker Carlson. What we're seeing tonight is potentially not just the victory of a political campaign, but the emergence of a new power structure in the United States that does not go on red and blue lines, Republican or Democrat, or even so-called nationalism or populist lines. This is in the image of Trump, with his instincts driving everything. Musk, of course, will want to work closely with the president on defense policy, foreign policy, technology, financial policy. But to be clear, based on our reporting and my conversations with Trump and others, it's him who's driving everything. And those around him, including Musk, I'm told, are highly aware that he comes into this presidency, should he win, as someone who is now seen by the Supreme Court as someone who can operate with total power on many fronts with his official acts, and will want to use that power. and likes having that power.
Yeah, there we see Elon Musk jumping on the stage. I mean, Elon Musk just today said to his 203 million followers on Twitter, go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump today. Did that clearly make a difference for him? This whole bro code thing that we keep hearing about.
There's an erosion of institutional trust in so many places in this country that have fallen away. You could trace it back to the bank bailouts in 2008, how the Iraq war decision was brokered almost 2 decades ago. So many Republican voters in particular have lost trust with the legal system, the political system, the news media, and they see in Elon Musk and his X platform and Trump, as I said, this emerging power structure that they are comfortable with. And this is, if Trump enters the White House once again in 2025, it's a new America will be covering, because Trump is not just enacting tax cuts, that will be part of it. Mass deportation's part of it. But it's a new framework for how someone conceives the presidency itself.
And, you know, Robert, one of the things that I think of, and I've never been able to shake from my memory, is what the Intel chairman, Senate Intel chairman Mark Warner said about Elon Musk. No single person is more beholden to the Chinese Communist Party because of the business interests he has in that country. And I hear that time and again from lawmakers who say, because of the exposure he has, you hear him very critical of Western governments, of European governments supporting Ukraine. You hear him very critical of the Democratic government here. You hear nothing about China. You hear nothing about Russia, and deep concern that he is influencing so much. And it's one of the things when we were talking about sort of the way you look at this realignment that's happening, one of the things you hear from people in the tech space is that the world's moving too fast and government's not keeping up with it. And that's kind of the message Elon Musk has brought into the Trump campaign with these public statements he's made. And John Paulson, the former hedge fund manager who's being rumored as possibly being looked at as a Treasury Secretary in the Trump administration, where they say we're going to undo all sorts of regulation. We're just going to cut things and move fast. That's not how our government is built. In fact, it's intentionally not built that way. There are supposed to be backstops. But Elon Musk is selling this idea and presenting it as part of the Trump campaign that they're going to remake America.
As we think about what, since the night seems to be going so well for Donald Trump, you think about what this means for him. Winston Churchill said there's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed. All the legal challenges Donald Trump faced, not all of them, but the federal ones, they go away. And I don't know what the New York judge is going to do about that sentencing, but this brings a wonderful, by Donald Trump's lights, legal windfall to him if he wins tonight. And that's got to be part also of the mindset of how he enters the next presidency. There's not just the immunity that the Supreme Court suggests he has for things that he does in office. There's not just the wonderful feedback he's getting for basically following every one of his instincts and having it affirmed by the voters. But there's also the significant legal peril that has now dropped, that will drop away if he wins.
So, John, what happens to this concept called checks and balances? Because if he gets in, he has the House, possibly the Senate, the Supreme Court. What happens? It seems that he would be in power with no guardrails, so to speak.
Well, I would add one more thing, which is what we saw in this campaign, which was different than 2016, was there were a number of members of his party who actively, buried memories of January 6th, who reinterpreted what he said in order to help him. There's been a conditioning over the last many years, but certainly within this campaign of those in his party, to row with him. We see the senators who are elected tonight; they will owe their success to him. So it's checks and balances is one question, but you also have, it's not just Donald Trump. There is a political movement now that is that has practiced at supporting whatever his impulses, wherever they may send him.
And nor even the way we do politics in this country is going to come into question. Because what were we spending so much time focused on the last few days? But, ground game and knocking on doors and making phone calls may not matter anymore. And we don't have full grasp yet on what the digital work that was being done by the Trump orbit looked like.
Well, the information space has changed so much.
Because I was going to say, because the algorithms of journalists don't necessarily line up with the algorithms of the voters they were reaching. And so it's almost impossible for anyone to track what anyone else is getting. And we just don't know what was the kind of information they were getting a year ago targeted at them, what may or may not have been true, and what was the more explicit campaign message that was arriving in their feeds over the last several weeks. It's going to require a completely fundamental rethought about how you campaign for office on a national scale and on a statewide scale if this is what happened tonight.
I want to bring in our CBS News political contributor, Joel Payne, to weigh in on this. And Joel, how do you see this potential realignment?
Well, look, I think the conversation you're having matches a sober conversation that's happening all over the country with Democrats and state parties and at the highest levels of the party. Look, I think there are some who still see a narrow path for the vice president, and I think it's important to say that there is a narrow path, but it is narrowing by the hour, as Major said earlier. But I think Democrats are starting to take stock of what's next, and what's next includes adjusting to clearly a changing electorate and a changing country, and maybe reassessing some of the things that we think are important. Ed talked about how you organize a campaign. Clearly, some of the tried and true campaign methods that Democrats leaned on, the organization, the 3 whatever million door knocks over the last weekend, it can only get you so far. Last thing I'll say, it's very clear to me that in the last 2 years, Joe Biden never recovered from what happened with Afghanistan. It was destabilized by an economy that was stubbornly not cooperative with Democrats, frankly. And then I think Gaza kind of delivered a destabilizing blow. And when you add those things together, I think this outcome that appears that we're headed to tonight is maybe less surprising, but not less disappointing. And I can tell you there are a lot of vulnerable communities, particularly in the Democratic coalition, that feel very, very insecure at the moment, and want to also say that as well.
I appreciate that, Joel Payne, and also want to bring in now Leslie Sanchez on that issue. And Leslie, how do you see this realignment?
I think the realignment, you know, you can't discount how frustrated these voters have been for a very long time, and many of them felt unheard. And whether it was looking at kind of alternative media, or they're, you know, trying to find somebody else that sympathized with the way they were feeling about their pocketbook and their financial situation, I think Donald Trump tapped into that. When there's a lot of conversation, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent a tremendous amount of time talking about freedom of speech, freedom from censorship. And in many ways, this is a populist, working class, middle class America that wants those, Gail's word, guardrails removed so that they can have less government interference and continue to thrive in a strong America. That's where they feel left out. And I think that's what it's tapping into on both sides. And I think Democrats and Republicans kind of, the traditional Republican Party, reconcile this is a new party and a new way, and it's deeply diverse. And it will continue to be, I think, for the next several election cycles as Trump continues to redefine the Republican Party.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And when we come back, we're expecting Donald Trump to take the stage in Florida. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very
Republicans appear to be on their way to controlling the White House and the Senate. Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. And Scott, What's the state of the race in the House?
A fascinating dynamics unfolding, Nora. We do have the possibility, this rare prospect of a triple flip. The White House changing Democrat to Republican. The Senate already projected to flip from Democrats to Republicans. Democrats could still win a majority in the U.S. House and flip it back from the Republicans. These are the 30 battleground seats. These white chairs are the ones we deem toss-ups and particularly competitive. As of this hour, we have not projected a winner in any of the 30. They are uniquely competitive. If Democrats can net 4 gains, win a net of 4 seats, they get control. They've had some luck in New York. They're optimistic about what happens on the West Coast, but this may not surprise you, Nora. They've hit trouble in some of the battleground states, the presidential battleground states. Republicans are giving a lean edge in this race. The Pennsylvania 7th District in Allentown. The Republican challenger is Ryan McKenzie. The incumbent is Susan Wild. To the north in Scranton, Republicans have a lean edge in this race, trying to oust the incumbent Matt Cartwright. Rob Bresnahan is the Republican with a possible advantage there. Same deal in Michigan, the state capital in Lansing. This is the seat vacated by Alyssa Slotkin as she ran for the U.S. Senate. The Republican is Tom Barrett with an edge over Curtis Hertel. That leans Republican, too. Let me bring you to New York and quickly walk you through where Democrats have made some possible inroads. This is a lean Democrat in the New York 4th District. That's Nassau County. That's Long Island, Laura Gillen. And in the New York 19th, in the Catskills, Josh Riley with an early edge over the incumbent Mark Molinaro.
Scott McFarland, thank you. Let's turn now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto on how the numbers are looking in Nevada, the last of those 7 battlegrounds, to have the polls close there. Good evening, gentlemen. Good morning, I should say.
Hello. Well, good morning. That's right. We lose track of time. All right. The data have told us over and over a discouraging story for the vice president and a delightful story, if you will, for former President Trump. Nevada is absolutely no different. Let's look at Clark County. Just under 70% of the vote in Nevada comes out of Clark County. You see Kamala Harris, 52-48. Compare that to 2020. Running well behind Joe Biden in Clark County, where, again, as I said, just under 70% of the vote in Nevada comes from. Let's go up to Reno. That's Washoe County. Again, running behind President Biden. We go through this process. What does Kamala Harris need in Nevada? 55%. What do we project she will collect? Based on the outstanding vote, 45%. That gap is deeply discouraging news for the vice president. Also very happy news for former President Trump. Nevada, we don't have a rating on it. We still regard this as a toss-up, but all the underlying dynamics, all the underlying data point in the same direction all the other battleground states, with the exception of Michigan right now, have been pointing in Trump's direction, and that's why.
And what about Arizona?
Sure. Arizona is moving a little bit through its process. The last time we talked at the board here, Nora, was 51%. It's 53%. We'll go to the straight needs category, 51% for Vice President Harris, 50% right on that edge. She's running in Maricopa County, which accounts for about 60% of the vote in Arizona. Historically, compared to Joe Biden, a little bit ahead. That's a slightly encouraging sign. Pima County, that's Tucson, running a little bit ahead of that. That's also encouraging. So Arizona, very much competitive, but as we've looked at the rest of the map, it may be competitive. It may actually end up in the vice president's column, but in the end, it may not be determinative.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. I want to have our control room just show pictures of the rally for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. And Ed O'Keefe, given those numbers, and we're expecting to hear from Donald Trump and the celebration that's going on in West Palm Beach, what do we know?
Well, we know that the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed considerably, maybe beyond her reach tonight. There are other news organizations that are now awarding this to the former president, and he is set to take the stage here in the coming minutes. minutes and will address the world and likely declare victory, because it appears to be heading in that direction. What's also happening, though, Republican Senate candidates winning across the Midwest as well. A very good night for Republicans.
All right, we're awaiting former President Trump, as Ed just mentioned, at his West Palm Beach, Florida campaign headquarters. We'll bring that to you when he takes the stage. You're watching CBS News America Decides, Election 2024.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. At this hour, Pennsylvania leans toward Trump. North Carolina and Georgia are already his, as one of the closest presidential elections hurdles toward a finish. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida, and CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns, who's at Trump Election Night headquarters. Caitlin, what's the mood there right now?
Hey, Lindsay, as you can see this crowd gathered behind me, this is an extremely jubilant crowd. Just on the monitor, I don't know if you can see behind me, they're playing Fox News, and Fox News has called Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and thus they have called the presidency. And so I'm saying that because when that was coming up on the screen, this crowd went absolutely wild. We're expecting the former president to come here to this election night, essentially watch party. He has been watching the results nearby at his resort in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there with family and friends, including Elon Musk. But we're also seeing a lot of his supporters who are at Mar-a-Lago kind of trickle in here as well. We've seen some senior advisors come here as well. So we're expecting the former president to speak, as Fox News has already called the entire race for him just a little before 2 a.m. I would also note that the Trump campaign had been expecting, anticipating this race to be called on election night. I mean, technically we're, in the wee hours of the next day, but essentially at the conclusion of the election, they had been adamant about that. And so that's also kind of notable here that so many races have been called when we were expecting a longer, stretched out election week.
Caitlin, I got to be quick with you on this, but are you hearing any other reaction to other GOP wins tonight, such as the fact that they flipped the Senate?
Lindsay, this is going to be such a big deal. And again, we're waiting for a couple other Senate seats in Wisconsin and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. If those go the way of the race there, those are candidates who hugged onto Donald Trump very tightly. He would have a majority in the Senate as well.
Caitlin Huey-Burns at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.